Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the International GT Grid Walk. Sorry about that, made you run down here, but we'll come back up to the top of the grid. A 1 hour enduro International GT at the Road America Speed Tour here at the front of the grid. We've been hearing from Tom Pank all week. He's been in the booth with us, but now he gets to be in his office here in this about these enduros.
These enduros are a lot of fun. It's 60 minutes of racing, mandatory pit stop for 5 minutes, has to be done in the last 15 minutes, completed in the last 15 minutes of the race. And strategy plays in because we have to hopefully pit under caution so that you don't fall a lap down. And so I'll be in the car as long as I can, and obviously past the 30 minutes. However, if there's a caution, I'm coming in, and Lucas doesn't get the change.
Which one of the Panks is the faster driver right now?
Well, right now, I guess that's me. But I'm sure he's going to go out there and try to best that time pretty early on. So,
Yeah, well, I'm going to try.
I love it. We'll have fun out there, guys. So that's Tom and Lucas Pank. But Ken Fangler, come over here because this is awesome. We've had you, you were just with us the last couple weeks at Sonoma Laguna, had a great show.
Well, it's we're here after coming from California, and the grid looks totally different, dominated by Porsches. You know, as you were saying, you know, you got Tom and Lucas up front, and he may not be challenged initially by the competition, but it'll be a family challenge in between the two. But we're very happy to be here, part of the Speed Tour event, International GT. Our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods. Our patriarch CEO of Mission Foods is not here this morning. He's got to take care of business, but we're looking forward to a fantastic race. And this is much different than the sprint races. Strategy involved, pit stops involved, yellows if they come out, when they come out, all play into the final outcome of this race. So we look forward to a good, clean race and have some fun first thing here this morning.
I love it. I love it. And we'll have some tacos today, thinking about Juan Gonzalez. I'm down here. That's Ben Meyer's car, the purple car. He's down here talking to his brother, who will both be in different cars, no co-driver. So he's talking to Julie right now. But, you know, Ben, you've kind of bested your brother here, a little bit ahead of him. But we were talking about kind of the family affair, and you're here racing with your grandpa, who's with SVRA, and your mom is in Group 8 with SVRA, but you and your brother went from S2s to now these Porsche Cup cars. How's that going so far?
It's been quite the change up. The S2s were 150 horsepower, 1,300-pound car, so you could pretty much do anything you want with it, put it anywhere you want. It's just a big go-kart. These, you have a little bit more finesse, a lot faster speed, which is great. But yeah, we're having a blast running, you know, 1-2 together, just kind of like we did in the S2s. And then obviously it's a family hobby of ours, so I have my grandpa out here, my mom, and sometimes when we hit the track, it's a blast and we're all out there together. So yeah, big thanks to SVRA and IGT for making this happen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming out. Then we're going to talk to Andrew, Ben's brother, who's out here in this yellow car. So what are you going to do? Green flag drops, and how are you going to get around your brother here?
Oh, Ben's fast. He's adapting to the car very quickly. It's taking me a little bit of time, but that's kind of my style. So hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be right on his bumper in front of him. But we'll see what this race has in store. Got some stickers, found some speed. We should be good.
Nice. I love it. So he is on some sticker tires there, those Pirelli P0s for an hour-long race. That's going to help. Then we've got John Boyette here. So, John, you've got this beautiful kind of yellow and black car, but you're not in the car. Who's starting the race for you?
My coach, Dylan Murray, is going to start the race, and then I'm going to finish it. We have another team member with Matrix Motorsports, and he's going to get in his car and finish. So we're doing split duty today.
Wow, yeah, so that's going to take some strategy. Yeah. We'll have some fun out there. Thank you so much for joining us. Then we come back here to Bob Wyson, running really well. So Bob, he's not running, you're not co-driving with Bob, huh? He's single, right? Nice. So Bob, I know you like coming to Road America, but how do you intend to play these enduros? Are you going to wait for a caution, or do you have a different strategy?
No, I'm going to try and wait for a caution if it comes up to come in and pit. I don't want to wait too late, though. We're going to come in probably, 25 minutes till if we don't get a caution to get in and get our pit stop in.
Nice. I love it. Well, Bob Wyson from Mentor, Ohio. Really good driver. Then we go back here at Mr. Craig's. Well, first of all, Derek, can I talk to you live? We've never talked live. He says no. But you've got a lot of cars here. And how do you tell your drivers to do these enduros? Because it's a little bit different strategy than the sprint races.
For sure. We're just going to run as hard and as long as possible and see what yellows come out.
That's pretty easy. So, Craig, you did really well yesterday, man. In the Stuttgart Cup, you were really moving up there. How do you intend to take this enduro here?
Yeah, I just come out slow. It's cold today. Get these tires heated up. Once you do that, you can just kind of let go. It's a script, right? Just follow the script, turn after turn, and have a lot of fun. And that's why I do this.
Nice, I love it. But Derek, I want to talk to you about extreme velocity. I know that you're in like South Florida, but you have a bunch of cars that you take care of for customers. But are you always open for more drivers to join us in IGT?
Absolutely, absolutely. Ken and Julie, you guys do a fantastic job here, and my customers have a blast, race after race, nice, clean racing, and it's super enjoyable for us to watch as well.
Awesome. Well, this is supposed to be fun, right? That's what we're doing here. I love it. Brian Hicks, I love the livery of this thing. So, Brian, can I talk to you real quick? How are you feeling about this enduro? It's cold. We're doing 2 pace laps, but it's going to take some time to put some heat in these tires.
It's going to take some time. We're going to have probably 4 laps or so out there before we get any real heat in the tires given the ambient temperature. So we'll have to be a little bit careful, but then we'll let it rip.
Nice. I love it. He says, we'll let her rip. I love that. So we'll just kind of come through the cars because I know we're getting going. But we've got Kayer here, this beautiful car. He's got the DylanMurray.com, so look out for that because we were talking about that with Boyette later on in the show. Then we come back here. So one of the things that you can look for is the yellow is the Stuttgart Cup. So these are the Caymans. There's different iterations of the Caymans, obviously, with 3.8s and 4 liters, but that's the yellow. Then the Mission Foods Trophy Cup here. These are the Cup cars like Oliver has here with Matrix Motorsports. Some beautiful Matrix Motorsports cars here this weekend. So that's a GT4R. Then we come back here, and I don't know where Bob Gee is in the Finer Pizza Solutions car. So we're looking for him because it's his first weekend out here with us. But we love having these guys, these drivers out here. That's the number 63. Let me see. So that's Daniel Harrington. And I think Daniel and David are going to be running. But look at the livery on this. I love it. So see how it's kind of carbon fiber weaved, but he's going so fast he's hurting the weave out there. And then we come back here with the Arrive Drive Motorsports car, and we were looking at the rear yesterday. It was kind of hanging off, but knowing Dustin and his team, they did a really good job fixing that. That's And what's your strategy for the enduro?
I guess clean it up.
Clean it up. All right, I like that. Man, a few words. We'll see if that happens. But we're about to be at the 5-minute mark. It's about to get really loud here, so I'm going to send it up to you, Ralph, in the booth, and I'm going to come up and join you.
Here, and a great way to kick off our Sunday here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Well, while Ben hustles over to us over here through the tunnel and into the press center on the outside of the racetrack, we will take a quick break, take care of some business so we can show you all the racing when we come back to Road America.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All righty, back here at Road America, getting settled in. Ben has made his way from the pre-grid area over here to the booth and got to set up the computer, get himself all ready here, and we'll be underway shortly. Cars are on track. First race of the day, International GT and their 1 hour Enduro. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. Tom Pank is here in the number 42. Benjamin Myers in the 29. Andrew Myers scheduled to be in the 51. Michael Merritt in the 898. John Boyette in the 911. Robert Wyson in the 27. Peter Crage in the 49. Brian Hicks in car 22. The 08 of Cliff Kayer. Kurt Kropp in the 641. And Richard Walker in car 67. The 058 is William Oliver. 527 is Bob G. if he ends up making it out. 63 is David Harrington. And the 991 of Eric Gray. Those are the 15 cars scheduled for the event. Hopefully all of them make the call. Our drone flying high over Road America. You can see the karting track over there to the right. Ben was afraid to take me on there all weekend long. We'll see maybe when we come back for Trans Am in June, I can get him out there, put a wheel in the bumper on old Ben over here.
Yeah, we need to do that. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So 2 pace laps for International GT. With the conditions today, Ralph, it is colder today than it was yesterday, but it looks like it's going to be a dry day. But I was talking to Hicks in the pre-grid. He thinks by about lap 4, the tires will come to him just because of the temperature outside.
Lap 4.
And I don't know if he means 2 pace laps and then 2 race laps, or if he means
probably
4 race laps.
Probably 4 race laps, but that's crazy when you think of how long this racetrack is at over 4 miles. It takes you that long to get those tires heated up and ready to go. That's how chilly it is here today, but thank God, Ben, it is about 30 degrees warmer in our booth today.
Yeah.
Might be colder outside, but it's warmer in here.
Yeah, we had a chilly one.
It was a meat locker in here yesterday.
So Michael Merritt and Juan Gonzalez, I'm seeing they're not out there. And I don't see Bob Gee, Robert Gee.
This might be the first race Merritt has missed all year, isn't it?
Well, he didn't do Laguna because he did Sonoma, and then he had something he had to do. But, yeah, other than Laguna and then this race, yeah, this will be the first one I haven't seen him out. And usually he does this one because he's got Evan Slater as a co-driver.
He has certainly been the most consistent entry, and that'll help you win the championship, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but with Ben and Andrew Myers, they are having a lot of fun in International GT. These 2 cars we're seeing here, the purple and the yellow and black attack.
Yeah.
They might be regulars here with us in the International GT Series. I'm hoping that's the case.
That would be great.
I'm hoping they can talk their Uncle Todd into coming back with them. So we came from out west, and you being a Lamborghini person, having all those Lamborghinis on the track with us with International GT, the Bentleys that joined us, we had a lot of Ferraris. And I was talking to Ken Fangler, and he was saying a lot of those Ferraris after this event will be with us regularly throughout the season. So,
well, that's good to hear.
Forward to it.
They were beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think what we all really enjoyed about Laguna was just the diversity, right? Yeah, we had 12 or so Lamborghinis show up because they were getting ready for the Super Trofeo race the next weekend. So that worked out beautifully. But it was just that variety. I think everybody fell in love with the 2 Bentleys and ran with us both at Sonoma and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So that was an awesome addition to the show. And then we had a handful of really nice Ferraris. The one I would like to see back is that 296.
Yeah.
That car ran great.
So I'm trying to get my YouTube up and running, but if you're joining us in the chat on YouTube, SpeedTour TV, so go to YouTube, go to SpeedTour TV, then leave us some comments in the chat if you know anything about these drivers. Tom was mentioning that, the sticker on the front of his car said Lucas Pank, and obviously they took the Lucas out because both Panks will be driving as I think they're going to come around. Yeah, the lights are out, Ralph.
Yep, lights are out on the Janetta safety car, so we should be seeing green this time past the flag stand. Well, if you love Porsches, we got a great way to start your Sunday. This is going to be fun. Safety car will exit the racetrack there at the pit lane entrance. These guys will roll up the hill, and as they crest the hill, they'll be looking up and to the left to see the flag man. High over the racetrack right there. Green flag, and we are underway. Looks like Tom got a great jump on that one. Tom Pank in that green and blue 42 on the inside.
But he's got Dylan Murray right behind him, taking up 2 places already right there at the start. Then we have the 2 brothers, the Myers brothers, and Bob Wyson. Good start here with International GT as they come into Mission Foods turn 3.
Down the hill to 3. Catching a glimpse of the, is it the 22 of Hicks?
Yeah, Brian Hicks.
Yeah, the Carrera car.
Yeah, I love that car.
It's a really good looking car.
Yeah, we joke with Ken, and David Tuati isn't here. But they something about International GT. It's like they put out a bulletin to make very bright colored wraps on the cars.
Well, you got to stand out in a field that of similar looking race cars, right? Can't have them all black or white or red.
And did you see on the grid walk, I showed that guy the carbon fiber, the weave come. That's a really neat wrap. And
yeah, I like that.
I'd seen it all weekend, but hadn't looked at it up close until we were live this morning on TV, and just thought, well, that's pretty cool.
It's creative.
Man, Tom Pank's got Dylan Murray. Look at this side by side, the carousel. We saw this yesterday.
And Murray's got him. Headed to the kink. Through the kink. And headed over to Canada Corner.
Good look there at the front straight. Cube 3. That's the opening scene of the Paul Newman movie Winning, yeah. Where they come up over the hill. I love that.
Kind of the first major motorsports movie, if you will. Not the first, but one of the most famous.
But like the box office movie.
Yeah.
Big box office smash. All right, so Ben Myers right behind Lucas Pank. Now this is kind of that tiptoe time because of the temperature and because we had a lot of these drivers use tire warmers, but they couldn't today because of the fan walk. And so Dylan Murray, the first out there, doing really, really well in John Boyette's car. John Boyette, just such a nice person. I was overhearing him compliment Chelsea, our grid chief, and how much he loves her enthusiasm. And they had a great time, and kind of one of my first times really getting to talk to him. It seems like such a nice guy, and now he's out there leading the race with Dylan Murray behind the wheel.
So the first movie to actually feature auto racing was 30 a Week in 1918.
Oh, gosh.
Short film about a race. I don't know if you. My guess is that's not on Netflix.
Benjamin Meyer right behind Lucas Pank, then Andrew Meyer, then Hicks. But look at this, looking down onto the Porsche of Andrew. That looks like a video game.
Our drone guy that works with us with our live race services production team. He's spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah,
and you don't want to take him on in any video game because he's obviously way above. But you can see all the different lines coming through the carousel. Got to get down there nice and tight and low in the bottom. Murray using up all the track coming out of the kink.
And did you hear what Boyette was saying, that Dylan Murray's going to get out of his car, they're going to try to time it correctly, and then get into another car and finish the Enduro. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off. Everything kind of has to fall into place for that to happen.
Well, if he keeps driving like this, his services are going to be highly sought after, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, Matt is commenting on here, the "will let her rip" is the quote of the weekend. So yeah, I think that was Brian Hicks that said that on the fan walk.
Myers brothers running 3rd and 4th, Weiss in 5th, Craig in 6th, Kayer 7th, Hicks has 8th, Murray's in 9th, and Walker rounds out the top 10. On board with Tom Pank, headed into the carousel. Get it down on the bottom there, Tom. I thought that was a carousel. It's not.
Turn 3.
It was
But
3.
so this little box here in the middle with the red ball in it, that's telemetry. That's telling you where the weights, the G-forces of the car are in the car. It'd be like putting a little ping pong ball in the bottom of the car.
Yeah.
And then you see the brake there, the red line. That's when he's hard on the brake. You can see the throttle. You can see what gears he's going into. You can see how much work these drivers are really doing, and then how much abuse these cars take. So going from top gear, top speed, down to gear 2, and then back on the throttle, back to gear 2. Now this should be a pretty almost flat out down here, and then they're downhill into turn 8. This is a very, even though maybe on paper it doesn't look like much, and it looks
It's a
like
tricky corner.
It is a very difficult track to get to do well.
Yeah. And then the carousel here.
This is, I think, maybe the hardest part of the track. Just don't try to be able to hold speed. You're holding right at the edge of adhesion with the tires, and every lap the conditions change.
And then, of course, the gut check here at the kink. Can you, will you hold it flat?
It's crazy to watch the in-car drivers doing that, especially when they go side by side through the kink. So right now, Dylan Murray, John Boyette out front. They took the lead within, I think, the first lap. Dylan made up 2 places at the start before he even hit Q3 turn 1. Another weird kind of idiosyncrasy of this track, which we love, and we were talking about that. It's basically been the same track since they made it, where like Sebring has changed, Road Atlanta's changed, Watkins Glen has changed, and then all of the exit curbing was put there at different times. So it's different curbing at each corner.
Yeah, different styles of curbing, yes.
And so without really like a good track walk or a very slow drive around the track, you may not realize that.
Although a track walk around here is a real hike, isn't it?
Yeah, I was telling some drivers, if you're going to walk the track and you don't want to do all 4.5 miles, make sure you do the kink. Just go look at that. Maybe go walk down the carousel down to the kink, just because that's one you want to be familiar with. Look at that shot. There is some kind of go-kart championship that's happening here. It was funny, we had Gian Buffamante on the podium with us at Laguna Seca just a couple weeks ago. So Tony Buffamante is a TA2 champion that raced with us. Then he retired. Then I saw him here this weekend every year with his son in go-karts. And then I got to be on the podium looking out at his dad, Tony, at Laguna Seca. And that was a cool moment for me.
Yeah.
You know, and now he's up there celebrating his son's podium finish at Laguna, and I got to see his son since he was probably maybe 10 on the go-kart track here every year, because they had the same championship the same time we're here, and I'd go hang out with them a little bit. So that was cool. But Dylan just hitting all the marks, isn't he?
He has got his rhythm down, and he is just laying them down.
And that's going to be fun for Tom. Tom Pank's going to kind of like racing with people like Dylan. He had some great races. Andy Pilgrim used to run in the series with us in a red Ferrari, and he and Tom had some really great races together.
Well, Dylan is definitely going to push you. He's got 6.5 seconds on Pank right now. There's Hicks in the Carrera back 22. He's chasing Craig right in front of him, and Kayer, that is 6th, 7th, and 8th.
That Craig Cayman 4-liter. I was looking at that on the fan walk, talking to Derek with Extreme Velocity, who's a great team out of Jupiter, Florida. But the front fenders of that, David Hampton used to race one with us in Trans Am. They're not carbon fiber, but they have this grid. It's actually hemp fiber, and it's a little bit more resilient than carbon fiber. It's much cheaper. It doesn't burn. And so Porsche went to hemp, I think, in about 2-3 years ago, and it looks like it's working out really well. Now, some people don't like it because it almost looks woven, like there's these little grids in it.
Yeah.
But it's actually really cool looking, and it's a lot more inexpensive and more pliable than the carbon fiber, and more durable. So 46 minutes in. All the drivers are kind of settling down, getting into the rhythm, hitting their marks. The tire temperature should be there for them. And now they're just kind of waiting and listening. This is an hour-long race with a 5-minute pit stop. They don't usually have to refuel in these Porsches. They don't have to change tires. These P0s hold up really, really well. But it's all about strategy. So if a yellow comes out now, full course, caution.
Here comes the 22. Hicks was looking inside.
He's
going into the kink. Pull back in line. Let's see if he makes something happen down here at Canada Corner. Here's Canada. He was about 2 car lengths back too far.
So B. Williams is saying that they like the views of the in-car with all the information. I do too. I like looking at that. And I also like to just look at the driver posture to see if you can tell if the driver's relaxed, like the car is set up well. But if they look like they're really working, it's more difficult. So looking at Tom's body language down there, bottom right, looks like the car is just as he likes it.
See what he does when he gets down here to turn 5.
So he's all the way
hard
top
on the
gear.
brake.
6th gear, 160 miles an hour.
He's deep in the brakes now.
All the way down to 2nd.
He didn't have to fight it too much coming off the corner, getting back on the power, so things are good for now. One of the things that's interesting when you watch that telemetry, Ben, is you see like at turn 5, the brake is red all the way to the very top as he's really hard on the braking. Watch here. Really hard on the now watch it go off, and he just lets that car roll through the corner a little bit before he gets back into the throttle. It's not always an immediate off and immediate on. Quite a few corners, especially at 5, let that car roll through there a little bit and then hammer when you have a nice pointed straight.
Yeah, you're not driving a car like you would in Mario Kart, where it's just you're either all the way on or all the way off.
Well, that wasn't flat through the kink. It's close.
Yeah. Yeah, there are times you have to either feather the brake or feather the throttle.
Feather your heart.
Yeah.
Canada Corner, it's one of those corners where you're going to be fully deep into the brakes.
So we've encountered some lap traffic here. So Eric Gray.
That's that car that was damaged yesterday. That's a big climb up the hill there, too. It's not a very long climb, but it's
steep.
Fairly steep, yeah. When you're coming at it the first time from inside the car, you're like, whoa, it's a big wall.
So Ken Fengler is going to join us here, the president of International GT, and help us make some sense out of all this. But Dylan Murray, really great start, first of all, Ken. But Dylan Murray made 2 places up before he even got to turn 1, and it's just taken off with the John Boyette car. Then Tom Pank looks really relaxed, but we're getting a look here at Dylan Murray. Can you tell us a little bit more about Dylan?
Well, you know, the pro is in the car. Now, one thing, I'd be the bearer of bad news for some, but they knew this and understood. They are outside a rule right now, and with the pro starting, the driver of qualifying and record has to start the car, so they will be penalized. Okay, and Ron Zitza, our steward, and chief of driving understands that. He's in the tower. So there will be a penalty no matter what. So, and they will make a driver change somewhere, after the 30-minute mark, the halfway point. And so that'll be that. But right now, Dylan's having a Sunday heyday, running out front. But stay tuned because that will change at some point.
Do you know what the penalty is?
Well, it is somewhere starting at loss of position and class. So no matter what, at this point, if the race was to stop, he would be behind, since he's in the 4R class, he would be behind Tom and Lucas Pank. So Tom and Lucas would win this race if it ended, right now, but he will be moved back a position in class.
But I hear that when they do pit, he's going to get into another car, and you can see the rookie stripes on the back of Boyette's car there. So he might be out there just seeing how the car is. There's all kinds of different ways. We have exhibition drivers coming in because they're testing for something else. But you always try to find a way that, if they understand that they're maybe outside of your rules, but they can still run out there. They just have to understand that.
Yes.
And he was pretty open at the fan walk that Dylan's in the car.
Yeah. So, as long as they understand the rule, they're there to get on track time. We just want to be fair to the rest of our contingent and competitors, drivers that are staying within the rules and not only looking to finish well on the podium, but trying to gain valuable championship points.
So then, when you have a regular like Andy Pilgrim in your series, and that's his car, so he wasn't penalized for starting the Enduro?
No, because
even though being
the
the
only
pro
driver.
of the pros, like even most pros would be like, I'm a pro driver, but I'm not Andy Pilgrim pro.
Yeah, as Mark Donahue said, the unfair advantage. Good car, good driver. It gave the rest of the field a rabbit to chase.
And Ski was with us at, where was it, Road Atlanta, with a new car and driver I saw.
Yes, and I saw they won yesterday at their race at Sebring. Nice. I heard it was ungodly hot at Sebring. At home it was in the 90s, which was unusual down in South Florida. And they were penalized, a 5-second penalty, but they won by 5.3 seconds.
Wow.
So they still took the victory, even with the 5-second penalty.
Well, that's awesome. So Ben and Andrew Myers doing really well in overall 3rd and 4th, but do you know what happened to Robert Gee, Bob Gee? How come he didn't start?
Know. Yeah, don't know.
But it was cool seeing Tommy Byrne again back in the paddock because he was with us for so many years with TLM and the Hammonds, and so now he's working with Bob Gee.
Yeah, good to see Tommy back.
And I love Bob Gee. He's one of my favorite drivers in the SVRA paddock, and I've been talking to he and Michael Origer for years about coming to IGT, and it looks like both of them will be with you at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, I got a call through our co-founder, Bill Riddell. And Bill, if you're listening, hey there, you're on the couch on a Sunday morning. He says he says, I don't like to chime in. He says, well, but it's always good to hear from him. So if you're out there, it's a shout out to you. But Joey from Chicago was crew chief with one of the teams that ran with us back in the day when we had the Inner Series, which was a Cayman-based series, really the predecessor to this particular Stuttgart Cup. And they're Robert Gee is his customer. Nice. So, he said, hey, I got a guy who runs SVRA in a Corvette. He's got a Porsche. So great to have him along.
Yeah. Yeah, and they brought the drummer of Smashing Pumpkins to join you here at Road America a couple of years ago.
Hey, us drummers got to stick together.
Yeah, exactly. Ken's a drummer, Ralph. Did you know
Ken's
that?
a drummer, too?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a steering wheel drummer. Does that count?
Yeah. That's it. Oh, yeah.
That's all I do now.
Yeah. They have air guitar. Why don't they have air drums?
They do.
They do? Yeah, okay.
That Phil Collins song,
I
every
mean,
time, no matter what, you have to do the air
Gotta
drums
do
of
it.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Tyson probably was the best air drummer of all time,
Yeah. We were talking about this car here with the wrap. Just such a pretty car. It's got the big carbon fiber illustration, and then it looks like it's becoming unwound. I love that.
Yeah, some creative things have been done since we've gone to plastic wrap versus paint. And
there's Bill Riddell right there, Ken.
Okay.
We talk about this, but I don't know what it is, but I kind of prefer the lines of the Cayman over the new Cup cars. Maybe I always like the smaller cars. That's just a part of me, but it just they just seem a little bit more squashed, and then those 4-liter Caymans are just unstoppable.
Yeah. Yeah, as a street car, I'm the same as you. I own a Boxster GTS, and you know, the 911, which I've been in for many years and have had numerous renditions. It's just a little bit too large for me, and I prefer the Boxster Cayman platform. And the mid-engine platform is very hard to beat. It really is. So, and it's great that I'll just say Porsche has allowed the Cayman Boxster platform to be developed to the point of a race car. At one point, matter of fact, when we were out there pioneering the Inter Series, they weren't doing well with the sales of Caymans. It was just kind of there, and they said the 911 is our race car. That's what they were going to develop. But that has changed dramatically, and they now have both platforms and both successful cars.
But it's weird. I was going to ask you, because the Boxster, the Cayman, was kind of like the 914 version, like the entry-level version.
Yeah.
But they made that Cayman 4-liter that's competitive with their big cars.
Well, I have to say, and I'm disappointed because I'm not an electric car guy, okay? And that, you know, we're hearing and still seeing that the new Cayman Boxster platform will be electric, okay? With the exception of GTS, Spiders, right? And I mean, 4-liter manual, gas-powered. I mean, how can you not like that? You know, that's fantastic.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with all of that in the next couple of years. I've been reading lately where Dodge is dumping the all-electric Challenger because it's just not selling. I think the public is speaking loudly that we still want the soul in our performance cars.
Especially in performance cars, yes, that's exactly right.
I think there are applications where electric works fine,
yes.
You know?
Commuter cars, you know, shorter distance cars, but not traveling cars, not, let's say, cars, sporting cars, you know.
Yeah,
see?
performance.
Yeah, performance
when you start now,
vehicles.
and granted, I mean, you can make the argument that, well, you want to talk about performance, an electric car can outperform sometimes.
But the hybrid version is the ultimate. I mean, put electric motors on it and with a gas engine,
sure.
And look out. We've seen that at Le Mans and other places. And, you
take
know,
a look at the Corvette.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But I still think it's that overall rawness that you get with fuel burning engine that just.
Yeah. I mean, when they started piping sound in, you know, that got a little hokey for my liking. And as I've spoken on other broadcasts, you know, I'm familiar. I think we're going to see Porsche has an alternate fuel. It's a bit expensive at this time, but they have developed an alternate renewable fuel. There's alcohol gas technology. You know that you know hydrogen technology.
Yeah, hydrogen is really good.
Has been has technology there and ready to go. I really think once the money stream is sorted out, that we'll see big development in hydrogen, and which really if you're going to look at the environmental side, there's no downside to that at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. So,
this is the battle right here.
Yeah, it
Kayer
is.
and Hicks. They've been at it since lap 2.
Hicks in the 22, the Carrera logoed up machine.
Yeah, it will be neat to see what we do as a society because it looks like Dylan Murray came in. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He's in the pits, but everybody was all into electric cars, and then I've just read reports that a lot of people aren't buying a second electric car. It's like they did it, they had a great time, they liked it, but the next car they buy is back to internal combustion.
Yeah.
So Hicks falling back a little bit.
I saw that. I did a lot of work with Porsche over the years, and I saw that when the NSX came out. Wonderful car, and it's well appreciated now as a used car and looking back. But I had a number of 911 customers that went and bought NSXs when they came out. And same thing, when they went to buy a second car, they said, and I asked them, how do you like the NSX? And the only dig they could come up with, as everybody comes in, it could use more horsepower, all right, is that. But boy, the way that it was put together, the way it drove, they really liked the car. But I asked them, I said, would you buy another one? They go, I think I'm going to go back and buy a 911. So, You know, it's happened before where you can have a great product and the public just prefers whatever it is, you know, with the other car.
Well, purchasing a performance car specifically is an emotional thing, right?
You don't have to have it.
No, you don't have to have it. It strikes you in a way that makes you feel like I've got to have it.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but you got to have it, right? Kind of thing. Yeah. And whether you like this one over that one, it all comes down to personal emotions and taste, whichever one gets your blood moving.
Well, at this point in my life, it's nostalgia. You know, I'm reliving my childhood, which, as I said, my wife says I never got out of anyway. And when I go back and drive one of my cars, which is a minimum of 50 years old, I say, oh, it's amazing. I thought this was a good car back then, you know, because it doesn't stop that well. It doesn't go as well as, let's say, my son's newer version. We both had Super Bs. He had the 2020 version. I had the 1970 version, and both in B5 blue. And his car would run rings around my Super B440, you know. And so, you know, a lot of it is the memory and nostalgia.
Oh, yeah.
Ken and I have a friend, Brian McEachran, who is the Coventry Climax expert on this side of the world. But his dad has, I think, a 72 911 that he bought brand new, and it's been his daily driver ever since. I think it's a 1,000,000-mile 911. He's now in his 80s, and he drives it every day, drives it to the track.
Yeah.
So they do last.
They do, yep. So Rob Wyson, I believe, just getting by. Good pass on his part. Robert in a 3.8 car. He also owns a 4-liter car, Bill Riddell's old car, and he runs that in another series, but he's got the 3.8, and he was talking about switching over to the 4-liter car, but he has a lot of seat time and a lot of success in this 3.8 liter. Came a couple of years ago, very close to winning a championship. Was down to the last race, and he lost by half a point, lost the championship. So good to see Bob out there. Great guy. Yeah, same thing. But great guy. Been with IGT for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, I love having him in the paddock.
With Kurt, with the Ultra Performance Group, which also fields the Pank cars.
From Mentor, Ohio. You do have a big, your next race with us, I think, is Mid-Ohio, right?
Right.
And you have a big Ohio players, you call them.
Yep.
And Mid-Ohio, to me, is kind of where International GT grew up. My first race with IGT was here at Road America, and I think you had 6 cars.
Yeah.
And for a long time, you had 6 to 8 cars.
Right.
And all of a sudden, something clicked. And now we got 30, then we had 50, you know, and it's amazing. But Mid-Ohio is always kind of one of those ones to mark on the calendar.
Yeah, I would say Ohio was, for a long time, our second biggest client base, probably outside of Florida. Florida, Georgia, you know, probably number 1, but Ohio, really a lot of people out of Ohio.
Now, I got to ask you this, though. What is it about International GT drivers and food manufacturing? So you've got Juan Gonzalez.
We like to eat.
You've got
we like to eat.
Tommy Ballister. I mean, if we listed
eat.
it out, now Bob Gee. Yep. And Bob Gee is sponsored by his son, who makes pizzas in Chicago.
Right.
And then Bob Gee is the cookie king of Chicago. Then Mark Sandrich and Grandma's Salads. So I don't know what you're doing to attract, but I guess, you know, maybe they have good taste.
Yeah,
right?
that must be it.
There they come
that's
to
why
IGT.
They come to International GT.
Yeah.
We're past the 30-minute mark, past the halfway point, so we're seeing some pit stops and driver changes if they're going to do them. Number of cars coming in the pits. Those not coming into pits to do driver change will wait another 10 minutes. They'll be in at the 40-minute mark, just playing it out to make sure there is not a double yellow, which would play into their hands.
So Andrew Meyer is in. I see Peter Craig in. Here's some great shots of that. Andrew Meyer is not doing a driver change. Eric Gray is. So you can see the red suit top right. Looks like he's getting Eric out of the car, and then he's going to jump in. Do we know who that co-driver is? I spoke to him on the grid.
Yeah.
And with these Porsches, they don't necessarily have to add fuel. They definitely don't have to change tires. So if there's not a driver change, it's just kind of a Let's relax. Let's see what we're doing. Let's make sure we've got everything going correctly. That's the 058 of William Oliver making a driver change.
5-minute mandatory stop, which is timed. And, you know, we do assess penalties for short pit stops, and it does occasionally happen.
And the reason for the 5-minute pit stop is so that these drivers don't have to go and get 8 crew members to hurry up and change the tires or hurry up and change. So it's also, they have 5 minutes. That's plenty of time to do what they're doing, washing the windows, making sure everything's working. You put the driver in, make sure the Hans device is hooked up correctly, all their communication, their water, their cool suit. You don't want them to hurry that stuff because it's safe.
No, we have enough elements of variables out here in the driving side of things. We don't need those variables transferring to the pits, and you're absolutely correct. You know, they have very capable crews to keep these cars running at first rate. You know, we see the cars well prepared, and it's a credit to them, to the crews and teams that do the preparation on these cars. But we don't need to add another stress job to them in performing a, Formula One pit stop.
Yeah.
So.
I was very impressed with Derek and Extreme Velocity. I got here Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
And they had rented the track with his customers, and he does it a lot. He just wants his customers to get used to the track before they run an IGT weekend, and that's got to make you really happy as well.
Yeah. He'll bring 5 or 6 customers. Not all of 5 or 6 may run the race because they're not ready at that point. They need to develop their driving skills. And at a number of races before we have a race, I think VIR is one that he rents the track and gets a couple of days in, so the guys under a no pressure situation working with their coaches can develop their driving skill.
So there's Andrew Myers. I'm wondering when Ben's going to come in. And then Craig, Peter Craig, and that came in 4-liter. Look at the wing difference in those 2 cars.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Benjamin Myers. And now on board with, is that Lucas or Tom?
I think it's still Tom, I believe.
It's still Tom, yeah.
Still Tom. Yeah, I don't think he's been in yet. He wants to wear the tires out so that Lucas has no shot of beating his time.
Yeah, they do have a little competition going.
The family rivalry is going on, and Tom started on the new tires, He'll hand the car over to Lucas and say, all right, see what you can do.
Look at that, some good shots. We were talking about the shot down the barrel of the front straight, the opening scene of Winning. One of the greatest race movies, but that's such a cool shot because it looks flat everywhere else, but you can kind of see the curve of that, over the crest of the hill, and there is a high altitude part right in the middle of pit lane there that's about 3 feet higher than the exit of pit lane.
You're talking about Tommy Byrne and talking about movies. I was chatting with Tommy earlier in the weekend, and there's a documentary out about him that's very good. Tommy wrote a book, which is excellent.
Yeah.
And he was telling me this weekend that there is a movie about him that hopefully will be starting production soon.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Colorful
character, to say the least, and a colorful past. Yeah. If you've read his book, now I gave my copy. Tommy was gracious enough to give me a copy book. Said, "Ken, I want you to have a copy," and I read it. Right, and it's entertaining, very brutally honest.
Oh yeah.
Brutally honest, and so I gave it to my associate Julie Bentley, and I said, "Did you finish?" She goes, "Ken," she says, "I read a chapter and then I got to go read the Bible." Okay, she says, I says, "I feel like I have to straighten my head out, because it is I do highly recommend it because it's a brutally honest assessment and scene of the racing world as it was at the time."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't know, it is great to understand just how quick Tommy really was.
Yes, there is.
He doesn't get the credit he deserves,
and yet,
for a lot of reasons. But as you will also see in the book, but he was unbelievably fast.
Yeah. Yep. And that still continues today. There are drivers that don't get the ultimate opportunity. There are great success stories. Danny Sullivan driving a taxi cab, the discovery, I'll say the barn find of the driver's world, type of thing.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it doesn't happen a lot any longer. If you're not well funded, you know, by family or friend, you know, it's going to be a long, you know, arduous deal, as it is with, you know, talent doesn't always win out.
Not in this sport, unfortunately.
No.
So Peter Craig back out there with that beautiful blue Cayman 4-liter around Gray, but we're not sure who is in Gray's car. I'll text Dustin here in a second. But Tom Pank into the pits, as is Brian Hicks. So it's all going to shake out. So watch our great timing and scoring graph here on the left, because once we get down to about 5 minutes left, it all shakes out. Everybody's on basically the same terms, right. And that's when it starts to heat up here.
Yep. Yeah, we're only a
well,
minute.
That was a little deep into the kink, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got a minute and a half. He's a minute and a half away, which on this track, if you missed it by a minute and a half, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because such a long lap, that's the problem. And we've seen that in the past here with our group, missed by 1 lap, and they'd be, you know, almost a minute out past the time.
There we go. So Craig trying to get around the 991 car, the Arrive and Drive car. Sorry, the Arrive Drive car. Oh, and 2 more coming in.
Yep, they're right in. Timing's good, 39:07, so they're good to go.
So explain that. Like, what time did they need to come in?
The 40-minute mark.
Okay.
They have to be in pit lane they have to complete a 5-minute stop with 15 minutes left, which means at the 40-minute mark, you got to be in, do your 5-minute stop. Now, that you don't get penalized if you have a mechanical problem or something going on, that if you stay longer than 5 minutes, well, that's, you know, that's on you. That's okay. But the 40-minute mark is the last opportunity that you could cross the timeline on pit lane. And we get that information from Janet and Timing and Scoring, and Al do a great job of telling us, keeping us up to date on who might be late.
Well, Janet knows everything.
No doubt.
Here we go. Benjamin Myers going back out with Brady. Benjamin and Andrew and their mom Dawn are all with Brady with the 901 shop. Same as Tom McGlynn, who also joins us in International GT sometimes, and Todd Treffert. But the 901 shop, one of our great preparers in IGT and SVRA. They do a really good job. So if you're looking for one of these shops, you've got Extreme Velocity, you've got the 901 shop, Ultra Performance. There are a lot of people that will help you out, get you up to speed, and help take care of the car for you.
Yep. Gold Quest is here this weekend with a father-son, which I have to speak to. We have 2 father-sons here this weekend and 2 brothers here this weekend. And, you know, I take that as a compliment to IGT. We did our event at Indy was on Father's Day weekend a couple of years ago, and we did a special race and highlighted the father-sons. We had 9 father-sons running in the IndyCar race on Father's Day. And, you know, we had Derek and Justin Bell as Derek's our brand ambassador, and he was at our awards reception at Sebring this past February. And Derek and Justin came along, and they spoke of their greatest highlight in both their careers was to stand on the podium at Le Mans at Le Mans on Father's Day. So you know, it's a great thing to drive a race car. It's another level when you get to experience it with a son or daughter on track, especially success.
Watch what he's doing here. Everything is correct. Wearing the fire suit, he has gloves because they are refueling. He is stepping into the frunk of the Porsche and putting some Sunoco fuel in there, but per the rules. And then somebody behind him with a fire extinguisher, just in case. But there's another good reason why we do the 5-minute. You don't want to rush fueling. You don't want to rush buckling in.
Got his Fly Racing moto goggles on.
Looks like they're getting another fuel can.
Yeah, maybe. Boy, they're really going. I think this race is going extra long, I guess.
Wow. Gray is now back up to Craig. So, not sure who's in that car, but wheeling it pretty well. I'm going to text Dustin.
Well, Dylan Murray was driving 2 cars. I remember he was getting into another car, so I'm not sure. Might be that car.
Coming down underneath the Mission Bridge by Mission Beach. I love that path along Kettle Bottoms, riding my little scooter down that and through the trees. This track, more than any other track we go to, has more spectator access to every corner. There's tunnels and bridges over the track everywhere you need them. It's a really easy, for being such a large track, it's probably the easiest track to get around.
Yeah, it really is. The other thing about it is there's so much to do here.
Yeah, the spectator creature comforts are unbelievable.
Yeah, and not just the racing, but obviously we've seen the go-kart track. There's a disc golf course that winds through the woods here, and you can go to the paddock shop over here and buy the discs.
I come to the paddock shop
play.
every year, and I buy something for friends because there's always something new there, you know. And fantastic. The beach, Mission Foods Beach over there.
Yep.
Yeah, it really is fantastic.
And I was talking with John Everett about it, and there's all kinds of conversations about other things that they could do here. John and I got to know each other in the moto world. He worked for Kawasaki. He's the head PR guy here, has been for 15 years. And he said there's talk about having maybe a national level motocross event here. They certainly have the terrain, and they certainly have the room to carve out
and the
a track.
Infrastructure.
And the infrastructure, for sure.
And the fans.
They've run GNCCs here before, things of that nature, and enduros and that sort of stuff. There's also been conversations with folks from Crandon have come down and taken a look at it and thought about maybe building a short course off-road track here somewhere.
There isn't a year that I don't come out here that there isn't some improvement or activity going on.
Yeah.
And large capital.
They had the zip line. Well, I understand they have a board, which I recognize a number of names on the board, and they have a improvement fund, and they use it every single year, and that money is put aside, and they've come up with a project that they want. I mean, you know, one year it was a zip lining. This year it's paving down at the lower paddock down there. So, I mean, it's always something, and quite amazing. Well run.
And this is, of course, their 70th anniversary, so tip of the visor to them on 70 wonderful years here at Road America.
And unlike a number of tracks that we've seen that have gone by the boards, I don't hear complaints of neighbors so much or threat of urban sprawl where they want the racetrack to go away so they can build a new housing development.
Yeah.
Boy, so many racetracks that we go to are under attack, I'll say, by that. You know, I was just at Lime Rock on a track preview, and that's my home is Connecticut. And oh my gosh, I mean, it's nonstop, you know, and trying to stay in business up there. And the place has been there since 1956 or 57, and yet somebody moves next door and complains, hey, I'm next to a racetrack.
There's a good spot for you, Ben.
There's the beach.
Mission Beach.
Yeah. There we go.
Somebody did some donuts in their dune
I don't
buggy.
see one person with a bikini on, and I would notice that, okay, but I do not. I don't see them. Even I when I see a Wisconsin, you know, person, I can't say girl, I'll say person, you know, with, as the Brits say, a swim costume on.
Yeah. We are doing a Mission Beach party when we're here in 3-4 weeks with Trans Am.
Oh, it'll be summer then. It'll be wonderful. Yeah, it'll be summer. It'll be, yeah.
Okay, here comes Lucas Pank. And I like seeing the blue flags being shown for the drivers. The blue flags with the orangish yellow stripe shows that there's a car behind you. It just lets the drivers know to be aware there's a faster car approaching you from behind, which just happens as the 991 car, the Eric Gray car, makes the pass over Craig, as does Lucas coming into 8th.
Yeah, things are starting to shake out as we look at the grid. Tom and Lucas Pank in first, Benjamin Myers second, Andrew Myers third. You know, the John Boyette car, Dylan Murray. John is in that car now. Brian Hicks, Robert Weissel, Cliff Kerr, I believe Dylan Murray is in the Oliver car, and Peter Craig 9th, Richard Walker in 10th round out our top 10. But things will shake out to the final finishing positions as we get into the final 20 minutes here.
You have to really pronounce the Craig in Peter Craig racing a Porsche, or else it's really going to confuse me. One of the most famous Porsche owners drivers is Peter Craig.
Yeah, right.
I haven't yet been to the Brumos Museum.
I was just thinking the same. I haven't checked that box either.
Worthwhile. I did it on, went from Fort Lauderdale, stopped there on my way to Amelia Island one year, and fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, I need to do that.
I enjoy the museums. And by the way, we're here in the Milwaukee area. I'm a motorcycle enthusiast, but not a Harley guy.
Oh, I am.
And I'll tell you what, the Harley Museum is if you haven't been there, if you got some time, well done. You know.
So is the factory tour.
The history is fantastic. Yeah, and of Harley Davidson. I'm so glad that after corporate AMF, almost put it in the ground, that it came back. And it's a great historical, great United States historical company.
Yes.
And the other thing that I was impressed upon, and I thought was fantastic, was impressing upon the women who have been in motorcycle, riding and racing from an early day, from back in the 30s. I was shocked at that, quite honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the motor company is really something. I'm a big Harley guy, have a Harley at home. Riding my Fat Boy, because you are what you ride, Ben. So, anyway, Road King didn't exactly fit me.
What does that say for a hardtail? What does that say?
Yeah, yeah.
But I drive a '67 Mini Cooper, and I am not Mini.
I was going to say, but yeah, that's like, I won't say anything. No, I won't.
We'll just let that one
I
go.
was ready to go, and I just said, no, I better not say that.
But I like that. I need to do that.
Yeah, no, well worthwhile. That's why I'm looking forward to going back to Barber to see the museum there. Yeah.
Arguably one of the greatest museums in the world, whether you're a two-wheel guy or a four-wheel guy.
Yeah. This dude next to me, when I grow up, I want to be Ken Fangler. He drives this beautiful 914 to Lime Rock, but then I think a couple years ago here, he had bought a new motorcycle. Vintage. He's always buying cool little toys.
Yeah, I buy things. I never sell anything. I never sell, and I've told my two boys, who are age 31 and 36, I said, what little money I have, I plan on spending, but you'll get some very cool cars and motorcycles. And they're like, we're okay with that, Dad. So,
so I did not win the rental car lottery this week.
Ah.
No, I did not know this, but through, well, let's not mention the brand name.
Right.
Anyway, I ended up with a 12-passenger van.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Did you make any money with that? You could do pretty well with Uber.
I should have. Yeah, just me and a 12-person van.
Wow!
I was like, man,
yeah, you
that was
could be
not
a Lyft or Uber driver. You could do a killing right there.
Yeah, that was not getting a Hertz Mustang, right? Like they did back in the day.
Yeah,
I was at the opposite end of that spectrum.
Well, there it is. Lucas Pank out ahead, 8.5 minutes to go. Then the Myers, and then Myers. So it looks like Benjamin Myers, then Andrew Myers, then Murray in the 911 with John Boyette. So now John Boyette in the 911.
Yep.
Yep. It is funny. Lucas Pank is Tom Pank's son, but they have different driving styles.
Oh, very much so. Yes. Yeah.
And it's weird too, and I'm going to get a text from Tom tomorrow for saying this, but usually the driver that isn't paying to repair the car or fix the car isn't the conservative driver.
Right.
But Lucas seems to be the more conservative, save the equipment driver than Tom.
I will call him, and Tom will disagree, and I don't have to. I can hang up the phone when he calls me tomorrow about the telecast. But Lucas is a very, I'll say, cerebral driver. He's very analytical. Tom is more like me, more seat of the pants, okay? And, feel what the car is doing. But, Lucas is very cerebral with his driving. And that probably comes from all the sim time that he spends and studying,
But Lucas soon to take over Tom's business. Tom was telling us that just a couple of months. And I feel like, with an analytical, cerebral person, that's going to be a person you want at the helm of your business.
Yeah, Tom has, we've seen 2 of Tom's sons driving, and they're both very successful. Tom was, getting them through college, saying, oh, golly, how did they get them through college? But they're both very bright and successful guys that are launched in a business career of their own. So, congratulations to Mom and Dad, okay, because they're responsible for that. So, good job.
I'm seeing some.
The one we'll see I'm looking at is not. Well, he's down a ways. He's running quicker lap than Brian Hicks in 5th place, running quicker times than John Boyette, but he's got to make up some time. It's that Dylan Murray put that car way out in front originally.
And I believe this is Dylan Murray in this car now with the William Oliver car.
Yep. The other one we got is Bob Wyson. Robert is 6th place overall, right behind Brian Hicks with a 5-second difference. So that's a position to watch. Both 3.8 cars. That is a class battle going on right there for the 5th and 6th spot, which would be the 1st and 2nd position on the podium.
Well, speaking of time, we are inside of 6 minutes left, too.
Yep.
Man, I love coming to Road America. And we were talking to Bob Wyson at your social the other night at Juan Gonzalez. My favorite ice cream place, and I love my ice cream.
I went over there.
Right here, Elkhart Lake Gessert's. They stayed above it, and it's been an ice cream place in the same place since over 100 years now, since 1922. And it's good, isn't it?
I was there last night. I was next door. I had dinner next door, all right? And I none of the desserts, I'm a dessert guy, but none of the desserts floated my boat, so I said I'm going to walk next door and got an ice cream. And not only is it a great ice cream store with fantastic ice cream, it is by far the best bargain, because I got this killer ice cream cone in a waffle cone, and it was $6, which I'm certain anywhere else I go, whether it's Connecticut or Florida, it would have been double that, and really fantastic. And, the whole ambiance of the place is great. It is an old-fashioned ice cream parlor, sit down at a counter, soda fountain, the whole 9 yards. And, the other thing that's great about Elkhart that I enjoy coming is seeing all the young people and college students who work in all the restaurants, because it is a summertime resort where whether it's Ostels or whether it's Siebkins or all those places, but the place comes alive in the summertime, and part of that is the enthusiasm of the young people who are servers and waitresses and bartenders and in all the stores up and down Main Street on Elkhart. It's just a great revival. To me, it's a throwback, and I think it's something that hasn't changed for years and years.
You'll see this, Ralph, throughout the season. Joe Nemechek races with us.
Oh, yeah.
Front
Yeah,
row
saw Joe at Sebring.
And we have a track talk at every track. He comes up to me. It's very important information. Where's the best ice cream place here? And sometimes he knows it. Sometimes I do. We'll go get ice cream together. But he is also an ice cream aficionado, as Ben Myers.
That's quite the move.
Out. Yeah.
Inside. Oh, hang on. Get a turn.
Yeah, we're out there.
Come on, Ben. Bring it home. You're in 2nd place. You're going to be on the podium here as it gets down to about 3.5 minutes left, Ralph.
Yeah, this one is winding up.
Knock on wood, don't want to jinx us, but been a good, clean race. If we can finish this out, it'll be a green right from the beginning till the checkered flag. It would be our
We've had a lot.
4th race.
Yeah.
No contact, metal to metal. We've had a couple cars go off on miscues, but of their own driving ability, so to speak.
So Ben Meyer through the group.
Yep.
Yeah, he's pushing hard here.
What a cool story, family. Bill Treffert, the grandfather, drives a beautiful Corvette. Then the mom drives a air-cooled 911. Oh, here we go. Here's a replay, it looks like. So the mom drives a 911. Their uncle, Dawn's brother, Todd Treffert, drives all kinds of crazy cars, 911s. He's got a Nissan Skyline that he races. He's got all kinds of stuff. And then with IGT, also Porsche Cup car. And then the 2 Myers brothers. So it's 5 of them.
Yeah, fantastic.
Out here on a weekend with us. So doing really well. Todd, if you're watching, leave us a comment. Oh, Thomas Ballister's watching.
Oh, cool, from
it.
Puerto Rico. Yeah, Tommy.
Tommy Ballister, last year's champion, another one of our food manufacturers in IGT. So welcome, Tommy. I wish you were here, but I always love having him in the paddock. He's so much fun.
Yeah, great guy, great past champion for the Mission Foods GT3 Cup 2024 champion. I know he wishes he was here. He is in between. He went to the West Coast with his car, and the bad luck, he knew he was on the edge with time on the motor, and it didn't make it. So Sonoma, he didn't even make both races, but we look forward to seeing you at, I think his next planned race is Mid-Ohio. We've got Lime Rock next week. Speaking of upcoming races, we're at Lime Rock next week, Lime Rock Park, my old home stomping grounds, first 25 years of my life. And then we go to Mid-Ohio, Watkins Glen, VIR, Barber, and then wind the season up at Coda. And it's fantastic. We're very thankful to have the best racetracks at the best time of the year. We'd also like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli. Juan Gonzalez, thank you, and for all your support. And Driving with International GT, our official sponsors, Detroit Watch Company, Forge Line Wheels, and official vendors, Speedcom Communications and Stand 21. So thank you very much for all your support. And we're one lap away from wrapping up a very successful, very challenging weather-wise, but the drivers and teams dealt with it as it came along, and we got our races in.
Yes, the Explorer's confidential, but I'm not sure why Andrew's coming in.
Well, if he could have made it up over the hill. We're just about to the end of this one.
Not sure. I haven't seen him come through pit lane yet either. But here we go. Lucas Paint coming around the kink. And did you say the white flag had been displayed?
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Okay, so he's coming to take the checker.
Yeah, this is it.
So Ralph, bring us home. This is another great Enduro from IGT.
Working his way through the final corners. Through Thunder Valley, and one car backing it into the wall. Is that our 22? And I think it is Hicks.
Oh, Brian Hicks.
In the Carrera liveried car.
My.
What a shame.
Yes.
Coming out of Canada corner. Must have got a little hard on the gas up over those rumble strips.
Yep. Checkered flag
Checkered
is out.
flag is out, and Lucas Pank takes the win in the IGT Enduro.
I hope that was an unassisted because he was with another car. And you can really see the marbles on the front straight, that shot looking down the barrel of the front straight. So we're looking for Ben Myers in the purple cars. Also looking for Andrew Myers. I never saw the yellow car come through.
Myers car right there.
Benjamin Myers. Look at all the marbles to the right, driver's right, that have gathered now, kind of offline. I like the enthusiasm from the starter stand.
That's Gray in the 991.
Great. Ken, another great international GT race.
Yeah,
Hicks
good
backed
with,
into the wall, but didn't look like too much damage or
No,
anything.
no, bit of drama at the very end. The question will be what happened to Andrew Myers. You know, at the end, he was up there at the top. a little bit, but nonetheless, a good race. And thank you very much for the invite up here.
There's Andrew.
Yeah.
I think
Never
he ran out
made
of
it,
power.
Uh-huh.
And Hicks was able to drive it in on his own
Did
power.
they get a little too close on the fuel, you think?
Fuel? Could be.
Well, there's our boy Fred.
Could be.
Looking at him.
Yeah. Could very well be.
That's a shame.
Is that the 22 car?
Yep.
Yep, driving in. Yeah.
But minimal damage.
Yeah. At least he was able to drive it in.
Well, he did. He said he'd let her rip, and he did just that.
Well, guys, I'm going to head down to the winner's circle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a wonderful weekend. You had the color commentating of Tom Pank up here, you know, so that was good. We have to give him a job because otherwise he drives all the other competitors nuts down the paddock. So it was good to put him up here in the booth.
What is a triple scale these days for color commentating, Ralph? You
Not
can pay
much.
Tom for that.
Thank you much, guys.
See you later, Ken.
So you can see from that shot. So here are the results. Tom and Lucas Pank in first. Nice job. Then Benjamin Myers, John Boyette, Dylan Murray. And then somehow Dylan Murray also got third and fourth, just with the driver changes, with William Oliver and Dylan Murray. Bob Weiss in fifth. Cliff Kayer sixth. Peter Craig seventh. David and Daniel Harrington eighth. Richard Walker ninth. Andrew Myers 10th. Brian Hicks 11th. Kurt Kropp 12th, and Eric and Liam Gray. So that was Liam Gray in 13th.
Well, that closes out the weekend for International GT as they wrap up their weekend enduro. Hours length of competition. Great field of Porsches in action. Congratulations to Lucas and Tom Pank. We're coming back for more racing from Road America.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
My name is Caleb Campbell, and I'm racing the Formula 4 United States Championship Series, and I'll be racing the number 68 car with LC Racing. This will be my first year doing the Formula 4 United States Series. Of course, the speed, moving up from the JSF4 car to this car, this car is a lot faster, more downforce and all of that. So it's really good. I'm enjoying the car. I'm ready for this. I traveled all the way from Canada to be here, so I'm here to win. This is the starting point for a lot of racers, so this is where you're going to get your starting ground, and obviously it's a very good series. Scott Goodyear and all of them, Pirella, they've all managed it very well, and I'm very excited to be here racing this series. Yeah, so LC Racing, it's a new team to this series, and this will be their first year competing in the Formula 4 Championship. We're very ready for it. We've done a lot of private testing before this, and we're ready to make a bang. So Pat's been to all these tracks before. He's raced at all of them. Obviously done very well because of his 2 championships, and he's very important to me. He's been helping me out, teaching me new things.
My name is Patrick Woodstock from Montreal in Canada. Been racing for almost 15 years now, two years in cars with 2 championships, both in F4 and in FR Americas. So yeah, I mean, this year still looking for a good opportunity. I mean, I want to be racing, but from my background, it's not exactly easy. My family doesn't have a huge budget to go racing, so I've been relying a lot on sponsors and the people around me helping me, like Ron Fellows and my team for the last 2 years, Crosslink Kiwi. But yeah, so now with my time off, I need to be around a racetrack, and I enjoy helping. I enjoy being around all these people. It's a great environment. So just trying to give back a little bit and have some fun. Formula cars, it's a whole different ball game, especially most kids are coming from karting. It's important to have good confidence and trust the car, and I think that's like where most people struggle is they're trusting their instincts, and actually like driving race cars it's a machine. You got to trust aerodynamics and the suspension and everything. So just trying to bridge the gap with my experience, racing a couple of years now and all the stuff I've learned. So just giving them confidence, and that's most of it, is just trusting the equipment. And yeah, I've been to all these tracks before, so little tips and tricks, bumps, curbs that you have to hit, that you have to avoid, and then yeah, a couple of tricks with the racing as well. You gotta go as deep as possible. You really gotta like drive the cars hard, and then like I said, considering it has a lot of aero, the confidence in the high speed, so being on the throttle is one of the biggest things. I know it sounds simple when you're on the gas, you're going fast, but for real, it helps a lot to help the car be stable and the platform be flat. These cars have a big floor, and that's where most of the downforce is made. I mean, driving the car is like 1% of the whole deal. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to fund the dream. So sponsors is a huge part of it, and having the budget to do it is a huge part. So every day, I mean, like I said, driving is a small aspect for me. That's the fun part, that everyone wants to do. But most of the work is done behind the scenes, trying to find money to go racing. So that's the main focus. I'm ready to drive whatever, whenever. I mean, I'm always ready to go. But we're just looking for a good opportunity. It's easy to just step in a car and just kind of do nothing. The sport is too brutal to be wasting time and money. So we've had a couple opportunities here and there. I mean, after the last 2 years, there's definitely some eyes on us. There's some people that want to help us out. But we got to get something that's going to keep progressing us forward, and something that's worthwhile. I want to make it in racing, and I want to be a race car driver, be on TV, and race at the highest level against the best drivers in the world. I want to make a name for myself. I don't want to just beat around the bush. So we're just looking for that next step. I mean, I've proven myself that I know what I have to do, and I have good confidence in my ability. I don't doubt myself. It's just putting the right team together. Racing's a team sport, and you got to surround yourself with good people. I have good people behind me. We just need to find somewhere to go, and we'll be fine. Scott, another Canadian. I mean, he's done an amazing job with Tony and Pirella to put on, like, I don't know, it's almost 10 years now this series has been around, and it's developed many great drivers, and they've helped out a lot with their scholarship and even just like advice and drivers meetings with sponsorship people, media training. they've many options that a lot of series don't offer you. Yeah, so I mean, we used to do go-karting together on the same team. I'm a bit older than Caleb, so I was always driving and coaching the team a little bit. So yeah, and I met Caleb back then maybe 5 years ago, and we've known each other ever since. Kind of went our different ways, and then just happened to cross paths recently. I'm moving on to other things in racing, and then he's just getting started in cars, so it was a good opportunity.
Yeah. Patrick's always been good with the karting and with the teams. He's always had like very good results, so it was only like, yeah, I had to get him to help me.
We never raced against each other, but no, Caleb's always been a good driver. For sure, I've always been like a couple years ahead of him, so I've always had more experience and able to help him out. But he's grown in his own ways and progressed in way more than I think even he thinks or realizes it. So no, it's been pretty cool to reconnect and do something together. I was going to say, Crosslink run by Gil Kasuba, as well as Kiwi, which is Gary and Tina. I basically raced with both teams. It was Crosslink Kiwi, but they were always they're working together and got great results together. But Gil took care of his stuff, and Gary and Tina took care of their stuff. I was lucky to work with both of them, and they're both, all of them are amazing people, and they all did a great job. So, I think they're having good success already separate. They're both, yeah.
Well, it's a pretty Sunday afternoon developing here at Road America as we get set to go racing for the next couple of hours. Right here live with you on Speed Sport 1. A lot of great open wheel action coming your way. We have the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. We'll have the F4 United States Championship. And we'll round things out with FR, Formula Regional Americas. Ralph Shaheen with you. Joining me in the booth, Titus Sherlock, who comes in after a big win yesterday. Congratulations on that, Titus.
Yeah, thank you for having me. A great start to the weekend for me so far, and looking forward to watching some of the lower categories here.
Yeah, we're going to see you racing a little later on this afternoon. I think you're going to close out the day for us, right?
Yeah, so we'll be going after the Junior Formula and the F4s, and I believe they have another race maybe later today, but yeah, that'll be the last round for me.
Yeah. So. All right, looking forward to seeing that in Formula Regional Americas. Ben Sissel will be with us as well as you're taking a look high above here. America's National Park of Speed, as they call it. Beautiful Road America. Over 4 miles of twisting asphalt working its way through the valley here, Kettle Moraine area. Just a spectacular racetrack, isn't it?
It really is. It's one of my favorites in the top 3 for sure. It's super fast, super high average speeds. And it's also very smooth. It got repaved a few years ago as well, and it's very fast now, so it's super high grip. So it's one of my favorites for sure.
We've had some very challenging weather this weekend, very cool temperatures. We've had rain off and on throughout the course of the weekend leading into today, but it looks like today is going to be nice and dry, just cool temperatures. Might have to work on getting those tires a little warmed up, but it should be for some great racing here throughout the afternoon. Well, as far as the 3 different cars that we have competing here this weekend, our Ligier Junior Formula Championship, Formula Regional Americas, and F4, we wanted to give you an update of what the cars are all about. So here's Mo Murray with more on these Ligier race cars.
Hi, my name is Mo Murray with Ligier Automotive North America, and we build race cars. I'm going to tell you about 3 types of race cars that race as the open wheel series at Parella Motorsports. We have the newly renamed Ligier JFC Junior Formula Championship. We have F4 US, the FIA F4 Championship for the US. And we have Formula Regional Americas, the next level up from F4, covering all of the Americas. Let's go have a look at the cars. This car we're looking at here is the Ligier JFC car, newly renamed series, the Junior Formula Challenge. It's originally the Gen 1 F4 car, Ligier JSF 416, raced in the US in F4 from 2016 all the way through 2023. This car is similar to the others in that it has a full carbon tub, aluminum wing on this one, steel wishbones and suspension components, carbon crash structures front and back. Drivers in this series can race from the age of 14 years of age, which is great for drivers coming out of karting. It's a great opportunity for drivers to step into the world of car racing initially. This one has the same Honda engine as the Formula Regional car, except the regional car, of course, has a turbocharger. This makes about 180 horsepower. Very mild aero in this car, not a lot of aero help for the drivers. But the big difference with this car visually, to look at this car, is of course there's no halo. Now the halo was developed and conceived long after this car was invented, and so you cannot retrofit a halo onto these because of the structure of the tub. So that's how you can tell this car on track. It's older. It fully meets FIA safety standards from 2016 when it was born, but that did not include a halo. The new F4 and the Formula Regional car, of course, are halo cars, or as we call halo cars. Still a great platform for young drivers to step away from karting and into car racing as their first step. So F4 US, a very important championship in driver development, all around the world actually F4, but in the US a very important series for drivers looking to advance their way up the motorsports ladder. This is the latest F4 US car. It's called a Ligier JSF 422. Like the other cars, has a carbon fiber tub, comes from Ligier's sister company HP Composites. Carbon fiber nose box and rear crash structure. This one has the halo we talked about, so the halo's a FIA mandated safety device that stops intrusion into the helmet area, keeping drivers safe. V4 pushrod engine in the back of it, 1.6 litre, about 180 horsepower. Drivers in this car can race at 15 years of age, which is great for young drivers, again, climbing the ladder, karting, Ligier JFC, F4, and then all the way up to Formula Regional. Like I mentioned, V4 pushrod engine making about 180 horsepower. SEDEV gearbox, again 6-speed sequential gearbox, operated of course with paddles on the steering wheel. Again, mild aero on this, a little more than the JFC car, but not as much as a Formula Regional car. This car will do, and it's geared at a big racetrack like Road America or someplace like that, about 152 miles an hour, which when there's a 15-year-old behind the wheel that's a big boy car. And these cars are very competitive. All around the world, drivers look to F4 in order to begin their journey up the motorsports ladder, and this is the US version of it, the Ligier JFC 422. So let's meet the Ligier JSF 318, Ligier's Formula Regional Americas car. This car is powered by a Honda turbocharged engine. It's essentially the same engine as the JFC car, but this one has a turbocharger, makes about 303 horsepower. It's prepared by Mountoon, great partners in the series, but originally was a Honda engine. SEDEV gearbox, 6-speed sequential gearbox, paddle shifters of course for all of these. Plenty of aero help on this. Great view of the top side of the diffuser on the back of this. Carbon wings front and rear on this car. This car has a full carbon tub, which most race cars have these days. This carbon tub is made at HP Composites in Italy, a Ligier company. And of course, this car includes a halo, FIA safety device mandated for all cars built from 2018 and forward. This is a 318, and this is the top level of the open wheel series at Pirelli Motorsports. It's known as Formula Regional Americas, and these cars are compatible with and competitive with other Formula Regional series around the world, where lots of young drivers are going to earn their way up to F3, F2, and ultimately Formula One.
Great look from Mo Murray at the 3 different classes of cars that we have here, Titus. Tell me a little bit real quick about your thoughts on the 3 cars.
Yeah, the Junior Formula Championship car is where I started in F4 a couple years ago. It's a great car to learn. It's low aero, low horsepower, but you really learn the fundamentals well. It also races very well. It has a lot of drafting capabilities and not a whole lot of disturbed air behind it, so you can follow quite close in the corners. And then I've never actually experienced the current F4 US car because they upgraded as soon as I left. But from what I've heard, it's a great car as well. And then the Formula Regional Americas car, which I'm racing now, is just a fantastic car. It has a lot of downforce, lots of horsepower, wider tires as well. So it's a great car to drive, and it's also fun to race. We have a good tow and not too much dirty air, so it's a good car.
Great ladder system from here to Indy Next and to IndyCar, possibly Formula One or a prototype competition. So we'll see all 3 categories coming your way live from right here at Road America on Speed Sport 1. So just lock it in and hang out with us for some great open wheel racing on your Sunday.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America, live on Speed Sport 1 as you see the false grid area getting lined up. What kind of things are going through your mind when you're sitting down here in the false grid getting ready to roll out?
Really, it's just trying to stay calm and stay focused. You can come up with a plan of what you want to do, but most of the time that plan doesn't work out because things in racing change so fast. So you just need to be focused on getting a good start and working forward from there.
All right, well, looking forward to a good start and working forward from there is our Ben Sissel, who's right down in the middle of all that. Hey, Ben.
Well, thank you guys so much, and what an honor it is to be here on Speed Sport 1 at Road America for the Road America Speed Tour. We've got a full grid of these Ligier Junior Formula Championship cars. Starting out front, second in points right now, Drew Such won yesterday's race, but here's Alex Berg. He's on the podium with us here a couple of years ago at Road America 2 times. So what are some of the things you're telling Drew when he goes out there having pole?
Well, Road America obviously is a really big drafting track. These cars, they don't produce a whole lot of downforce, therefore not a lot of dirty air. So obviously the draft is going to play it really important. The best thing for Drew is if he can get out in front of everyone, break the draft, and have an easy, clean race. Might not be like that, it might be like that, but basically keeping your head down. It's a long 30-minute race, so basically whoever takes care of their tires is going to win the race.
I love it. Well, there's some good advice right there from Alex Berg, running with Berg Racing and Drew Such. Beautiful car. Now, somebody somewhat new to the series. He ran with this at COTA last year, but Beckham Jasir, he is the #1 ranked in America in iRacing. I think he's 3rd in the world. Unbelievable. I do need to point out, we've got Stonica on the wings up here, which is very fancy, like granite countertops. Then OMP Bell, P1 Docks is his own company. But Beckham, you're here qualified 2nd at Road America. When the race starts, what's your strategy into turn 1?
Hopefully we could get a good jump off of the start. It's going to be a big draft train, so honestly, just want to play the long game, try to work with someone, just stay out of trouble, and just be there for the last couple laps to go for the win.
Nice. I love it. Now Beckham Jasir, he kind of wants to go by Beckham, which I absolutely love, and he's the number 7. Sometimes he's the number 10, just like David Beckham. Cash Felber with Town Hall, Phantom Fireworks, Rabol, and then also the Felber Motorsports and BioLongevity Labs. Cash Felber, another one of our drivers, very well known in iRacing from the Akron, Ohio area. But Cash, right out of go-karts into these cars, you and your brother both had a good run at NOLA, but how do you describe Road America to the people watching?
Crazy. It's going to be fun. A lot of battles.
What's that?
Crazy. It's going to be fun and a lot of battles.
Crazy. It's going to be fun and a lot of battles. I like that. Then Kara right here. I'm not sure what this is. OEM++. I like that. But Daniel Kara running the Brazil, but we got to get a shot here. This is his team, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. His dad, his best friend, who has good taste in music, I might add. But Daniel, you look really relaxed. You had a great race yesterday. When the race starts, what's your approach into turn 1?
The main approach to turn 1 is just keep it clean. We've got a long race ahead of us, but we know we're the quickest, and we know we can do it just like yesterday, take the first place.
Nice. I love it. Well, Daniel, Kara, we got to get a shot of this, though. We got to make them happy. Tenuta, Fopa, and Ambrosi Wines. So happy to have him out here. Just one of those cars that just always looks really, really sharp. And then Gaston Irasu, our points leader, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this car, how well prepared. It always looks so good. Gaston Irasu, all the way from Uruguay. It is funny because this is the Junior Formula Championship, but it's not just North America. We've got Uruguay here, we've got Chile, we've got Brazil, pretty much North and South America represented here. It's such a competitive series, but they also want to run some of these iconic courses like Road America. But we want to mention the Bally energy drink, Elia, a las Naciones. So all of our friends from Uruguay. So Gaston, protecting. You're running for the championship. You're in first in the championship. So are you hoping to just maintain your point lead in the championship? What's your goal for this race?
Hi for everyone. I think this race is hard because we start 5, but we go for everyone, for everything, and do more difference in the championship.
Nice, I love it. He's just whatever he can to move up, help out his championship, because there's different approaches. Some people run to win the race. Some people run to win a championship. So sometimes, if the car's not there, things don't happen, he's going to have to just be happy with 5th and finishing than being pushed out. So Roman Felber, Cash's twin brother, so he's got the DWT Wealth Town Hall, which is, I think, a local sports bar in the Akron area that his dad, Josh, frequents. His dad owns BioLongevity Labs. But we've got 5 minutes, so Roman, what's your approach to this race here at Road America? What are you wanting to do when the green flag drops?
Just get a good start and maybe get to the top 4 at the end of like lap 1 or 2, and then just push forward with Gaston and maybe my brother, and maybe we can get a top 3, and then get a fast lap for next race so we qualify up front. But yeah.
Nice. I love it. Some good words of wisdom from these kids. So, Harbor Das, 3rd in the points. You can see that he's talking to Alex here. But Alex's dad, who was on many Formula One starts, but what do you tell? You know, you've got Drew Such 2nd in points, Harbor Das 3rd in points with this newly formed Berg Racing. So obviously you guys are doing really well. Alex has given the drivers some strategy. What are you telling the drivers?
Well, first of all, I didn't realize that we're 2nd and 3rd in points. That's great. It's a little bit of a different strategy between Drew and Harbier. Harbier's a little bit further back, but both of the cars are fast, and you know, Alex is doing a great job with regard to coaching the drivers, and Stefan Dornick, our engineer, has just got a great setup on the cars. The cars are very, very fast this weekend. More than anything, it's to try to alleviate the pressure on the drivers so that they're, you know, they go out there and they're here to have fun, and try to keep that in mind, to go out there and have fun. Obviously, we want to do well, but I always believe that if a driver is having fun and enjoying himself, he's going to perform better.
And with you and your vast experience, and then knowing Scott Goodyear and how this whole series, all 3 of the series, it's all about driver development. This is kind of your home, and you're teaching the drivers driver development and the patience and everything, just the racecraft and wheel-to-wheel racing. But do you like the approach of the driver development we're doing here?
I think Scott Goodyear runs a very tight ship, a very good program, and the stewards with making sure. Part of it is, of course, you know, operating the races safely, but it's teaching the drivers, giving them guidance when they're making mistakes on doing things or incorrect conduct. And I think they do a very good job at it. I'm very happy with it. This is actually our 4th year being involved with the series, because Alex raced in here for two seasons, and then with our team here. So that's great to be here.
I love it. Well, thank you so much. So watch out for these 2 Berg Racing cars. We're 3 minutes on the grid. This is, look at her giving her the heart. You got to get a shot of the heart. Ava Hansen from just down the road, out here looking really, really good. Love the livery of this. She's giving the hearts to everybody. Then we've got the 46 here, Maximo Karam. Beautiful car with BFS. Then the number 12, I'm not going to be able to go too far. So Michael Fatuta, our professional trumpet player, Kelsey Pinkowski in the number 20, and then Augusto Pachetta out there. So watch for Augusto to move up through the grid. Very fast driver with Sport West, Bruno, Macarena, and Scuderia. But I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, because we're about 2 minutes on the grid here for a great JFC race.
All right, Ben, great job down there. Good to hear and meet all these different drivers. Maximo Karam there, the Lebanese driver. You see the American and then Lebanese flag on the side of his race car. Talking about that international flavor Titus, it comes with all of our open wheel championships here.
Yeah, lots of competition from all over, especially here in the all three championships, really, actually. In the FR Americas, we got people from South America, from Europe, and it really just ups the competition and makes you have to work even harder for it.
And then you hail from Proper, Texas.
That's actually we were talking about that last night. That's actually a spelling mistake. It's called Prosper, Texas.
Prosper. All right, they have it wrong on the grid. So where exactly is Prosper, Texas? Near Dallas?
Yeah, it's about 30, 40 minutes outside of Dallas.
Okay. Getting ready to go here. The drivers will be getting the sign to roll off here shortly on these first couple laps. How long is it going to take to warm up those hand-cooked tires?
Yeah, you do your best on the outlap to get them as close as possible with weaving and braking, but really you can't get it fully up to temperature, so it usually takes maybe another lap or two of hard racing to get them fully up, especially the front tires. It's quite hard to get temperature in the fronts versus the rears, so you really got to focus on that.
Especially on a cool day like we have here this afternoon here at Road America. All right, we're going to take care of a little more business so we can show you all that racing that's coming your way here very soon, live on Speed Sport 1. It's going to be a fun afternoon of open wheel racing.
I'll meet you at pit lane. Are they doing standing starts today for these ones? So do you want to go to the front of the
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Cars are getting ready to roll off the grid here and out onto the racetrack as we get ready for the start of our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Titus Sherlock here in the booth with me, a winner yesterday. Looking forward to hopefully sweeping the weekend here this afternoon. You know, Titus, I was looking at the starting grid here, and Kelsey Pinkowski is also a member of the Crosslink Motorsports organization, which you drive for. And with our open wheel Formula Championships that we have here, we have teams like Crosslink and Kiwi and Tony Driver Development are very similar in this form of open wheel racing to what you'll see at the top of the ladder if you make it that far and you come across Penske, Andretti, and Ganassi, for example. So what type of things do those teams, those organizations provide younger drivers at this level who are trying to get to a Penske or an Andretti?
Yeah, of course. Drivers coming straight out of go-karting, the main thing is driver development. You have a lot to learn, and they do a great job of teaching you with their coaches, and they also have great engineers as well to help set up the car for you. And also, it's a good practice, working with an engineer, providing feedback, and obviously they supply you with the fastest race car they can because they're also racers and they want to win, and you want to do good for them as well. So it's they're all very professional, and we're very lucky to have a lot of great teams here.
Shanetta safety car is out leading the teams. Everybody's going to be on those slicks, the hand-cooked slicks, and everybody gets 2 sets of hand-cooks to work through the weekend.
Yep, once qualifying starts, you get 2 sets to use. You can kind of choose how you want to use them, so you can kind of see some differing strategies. Seems like there's quite a few cars in this race that have brand new stickers. You can tell by the stickers spinning around on them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that. I'm not sure if Drew on pole has stickers. He could have new tires just with the stickers peeled off, so hard to tell from here.
Again, Gaston Arazu in that blue car is the current points leader in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. How much do the teams help you develop your strategy?
Yeah, the strategy in these type of races, obviously we don't have pit stops, right? So it's all about kind of what you're doing as a driver. And it really varies. You know, if you're starting at the back, it's, you know, let's try to make up positions off the start. Let's try to be effective. If you're leading, you know, let's try to, you know, maybe be a bit more cautious. Let's not make any mistakes. So they definitely coach you before the race. Then also we have radios in the car, so they'll be talking to us and guiding us through what to do.
Let's give you a quick rundown through who we will be seeing in today's race. Drew Such will be starting up front in the 28. Jasir Beckham alongside in the 7 out of Montreal, Canada. Cash Felber out of Akron, Ohio in the 11 will start third. Daniel Carra out of Houston, Texas, car number 10 will roll off fourth. Gaston Arazu, our points leader out of Uruguay, he is starting fifth. Roman Felber in the 73 out of Akron, Ohio will be sixth. Harbir Das out of Cleveland, Ohio in car 23 starts seventh. In eighth in car 26 is Avon Hansen out of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Maximo Karam from Lebanon in car 46 starting ninth. Luca Day out of Montreal in car number 9 goes 10th. Michael Fatuda in car 12 out of New York City goes 11th. Kelsey Pinkowski out of Rochester, New York, car 20. She will start 12th. And rolling off 13th in car 27, Augusto Pachetta out of Argentina. So a good look at the international flavor. You got Canada, Uruguay, Lebanon, Argentina, and of course the U.S. all represented in our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. With so many drivers from all around the world competing in our open wheel divisions, Titus, do you get an opportunity to discuss and share cultural things back and forth with the drivers from different parts of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing as well is a lot of team members that you're around all the time are also international. This year I have mainly Americans, but last year, for example, my mechanic was from New Zealand. My engineer was Spanish, so it's just kind of, you know, hearing all the differences and the accents and all that. It's a very international, just paddock in general outside of the drivers as well.
Which is great, because if you do achieve your ultimate goal, which is what, Titus, for you?
Ultimate goal for me is IndyCar.
IndyCar. You step up to other levels, start racing around the globe. You need to have that opportunity to learn and understand how people view things in different parts of the world. So that's great that you get that, as well as the training on how to be fast. There's Harbir right there. Harbir Das. Harbir starting 7th today in car 23. This will be a standing start, so tell me about how you launch one of these Ligier Junior Formula Championship machines.
Yeah, so first you're going to see them going quite slow here and probably doing a few burnouts just to try to get some temperature in the rear tires. And since this car doesn't have a whole lot of horsepower, it's around 160, it's not as complicated as the Formula Regional car. So it's essentially full power, and then you kind of drop the clutch halfway and just kind of let the clutch do the work, and then off you go. So it's really important to get the temperature in the rear tires. You can see some of them doing burnouts now.
Coming up underneath the starter stand, they'll roll past us down towards the exit of pit lane. That's where they will line up for their standing start. The Honda Civic Type R 2.0 liter engine, non-turboed, serviced and engineered by the folks at Mountoon, 160 horsepower, 1,235 pounds without the driver, is our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Getting ready to get underway live here on Speed Sport 1. First race of 3 coming your way here today from beautiful Road America. And we're racing. Oh, problems at the start for Beckham. He's dead in the water and the field storms away with Drew Such taking the early lead. Here comes the 42. That's a Razu making the way up into maybe second place. Yes. The points leader is now into second, headed to turn 3, and there is Beckham's machine stuck. What's he trying to do now to cycle through on the car?
Yeah, he might be doing a power cycle, turning the car fully off and turning it back on again. I'm guessing it's a mechanical issue since he's not going again. At first I thought it might have just stalled it, but yeah, it looks like he has something wrong with the car.
Frustrating for Beckham, the driver out of Montreal, Canada. Beckham Jasir. Meanwhile, Such out front, the pack headed down to turn number 5. Very tricky corner into braking. Yellow is out. I'm guessing that's due to Beckham on the front straightaway still. Shame that that car was unable to roll away.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but also quite lucky that no one from behind made any contact with him. It could be quite hard to see when someone isn't moving, especially when there's a car between you, so quite lucky. You might have also seen that there was a light flashing on the back of his car. That's because whenever the engine shuts off, that flashes to try to make the drivers aware that there's a car stopped in front of them.
Warn the drivers behind. Yeah, great little safety feature. Headed over into the carousel area. Ben, what's the story on Beckham Jasir's car?
The wall, Beckham Jasir, he stalled, but then he just could not get it to refire. I saw him looking at the steering wheel. His mechanic was right over the wall, but it looks like he just couldn't get it refired. He got it moving to the start, but it stalled, and now he's just going. So you can see that they hot pulled him out. They're going to undo that. The mechanics, now that they're over the wall, the mechanics are able to work on the car. They're going to try to get it started to let him go back out there. The pace car is out as the field comes up the hill onto the main straight. But that's it right now for Beckham Jasir. And I think I just heard the car refire. So I guess they're going to try to come back at the back of the field. Not sure the ruling there, but he's going to be down a lap. Beckham Jasir started second, Ralph. That's all the information I have right now. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, he'd have to attack the back of the field, right?
Yeah, but it looks like if they let him out now, he might not be a lap down because they haven't crossed the finish line yet. Not 100% sure on the ruling of that, so I guess we will see. But he hasn't gone a lap down officially, so
yeah.
Either way, though, he will be starting last at best.
Field is making their way into the final corner here, so if they're going to get him out before, it doesn't look like he's going to make that. Maybe he'll be starting from the pit lane from tail of the field.
Yeah, it looks like they're holding him there now. They might just make him join the field a lap down, unfortunately.
So as the season kicked underway at NOLA, as it traditionally does, one of the things Scott Goodyear likes about doing that is bringing everybody to a racetrack, giving them a test session the weekend before, and then beginning this season at a racetrack where if something does go wrong, you're probably not going to tear the car up too bad because there's not really a whole lot to hit there except for an alligator or two. Then you come here, much more high-speed circuit. Not that NOLA is slow, but obviously this is a much more high-speed circuit. Is it easy to transition from NOLA to Road America, or does it take you a minute to get up to speed?
Yeah, I would actually say that this track, as a driver, at least from my perspective, maybe some would disagree, is actually a bit easier than NOLA. A big reason for that is the surface. The surface here is super smooth. It's consistent everywhere. Where NOLA, the track is actually year on year kind of sinking a bit in some places, so the bumps make it quite difficult, especially in those high-speed S's we had. And in that final sector as well, it was quite rough. So here it's just nice and smooth. You don't have to worry about that too much. And of course, you have kind of more high-speed corners here. So you got to build confidence there, but we have enough test sessions to kind of build that up.
One thing we've talked about this weekend with Road America unlike, say, a Sonoma Raceway where you get into the S's from 7 on down to 11, it's a real rhythm track there. You got to get all the corners exactly right to not lose your flow all the way through. Obviously, there is a flow to Road America, but the corners tend to be more separated here by shorter and longer straightaways. So if you mess up a corner here, like turn 6, you've got time to get yourself back in line before you get to 7 here.
Yeah, that's correct. It's more of a one corner at a time type of track. That's kind of why I also think NOLA was maybe a bit more difficult, because it is kind of that a type of track where if you mess up one corner, especially in that last sector, you're kind of off sequence for the rest of it. So yeah, Road America is kind of more of a one at a time. There's also a lot of hard braking zones here as well. You got to get used to hitting those high brake pressures in these cars. There's no power assist brakes, so you're hitting the brake pedal almost as hard as you can, and then having to kind of trail off smoothly. So it's a good track to learn that as well.
That would be at corners like 5 and Canada corner. Turn 3 can be pretty heavy too.
Yeah, turn 3 is a good hit of the brakes as well. Right now we're coming up to the kink, and that's kind of one of those famous high-speed corners. In the junior Formula car here, it's quite easy flat. In the Formula regional car, it's flat as well, but it's a bit closer to being not easy. You know, it's a bigger commitment. So it's takes some time to build up there. But yeah, these cars, it should be easy flat. And the carousel as well is also quite a challenge. It's super, super long. I mean, you're top of 5th gear for 5 seconds plus, or maybe more than that. So it's tough on the arms, tough on the neck, but it's good practice for sure.
So flat through the carousel and then flat down the straightaway to the kink, flat through the kink, and flat all the way down to Canada corner.
Yeah, the carousel's not quite flat in the FR car. It's very close, but in these junior Formula cars it will be.
That's a significant amount of time at full speed.
Yeah, it makes that exit out of turn 8 quite important.
Janetta safety car should be pulling off here shortly. Heads for pit lane. Drew Such will lead the field up the hill and back to hopefully green flag conditions. Points leader Gatson Arazu sits in 2nd. Daniel Cotta in 3rd. Then Felber, Das, Mulcairn, Hansen, Pachetta, Felber, and Fatuda into the top 10. Green flag is out and we're racing again. Through some of the kitty litter that was put out yesterday, Arazu swinging out to the outside. Such holding that inside line is ahead to 1. Arazu fighting for the lead, and he's going to take it away. So the points leader goes to the front of the field as we head to turn 3. That was a strong move.
Yeah, great move. It's the same one I pulled yesterday on lap 2. There's a lot of runoff at turn 1, so you can kind of have a strong commitment there and have sort of an escape plan if anything goes wrong. So it's a great place to pass around the outside.
Well, Raji must have been paying attention to your race, because it worked out well for him as also. Here we are back down to turn number 5. Such getting pressured from the outside by the 10 of Cara. Cara going to move past as well, so Such goes from the lead to 3rd. He's got to find his rhythm in a hurry here, Titus.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have that momentum going backwards. You want to start moving forwards as quickly as you can. And yeah, Cara made a great move there around the outside of 5, just braking just deeper, and that was what got the move done.
Felber now. Oh, Such off course. And Felber goes by. 2 or 3 cars go by.
Looks like there was a lockup.
Sure was.
Still made the corner, though. Still made the corner.
Such losing 3 more places. Boy, he went from the lead all the way down to about 7th or 8th.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe he has low tire temp because he went off at turn 6, which in this car is quite an easy, flat-out corner, so he might be lacking a bit of front-end temperature.
Make it 6. Razu, Cara, Felber, Dawson, Mulcairn, all moving past Drew Such. We sometimes, an early yellow like that can help a driver get back into rhythm. Other times you can really throw them off the rhythm, and it did that for Drew Such here this morning. And you see Arazu really locking the brake up, getting into Canada corner. 2 wide racing as we work our way through Thunder Valley. Such got to be careful. He might lose another spot here. Here comes Pachetta. And Such off course again. Such has dropped like a rock on this opening lap here as we get back to green flag racing. Arazu trying to protect the inside. Kara tucks back in behind him as they head into turn one. What Kara is, or I should say, Gaston Arazu is locking up the brakes in almost every corner.
Yeah, it keeps locking fronts, pushing the braking zones very hard, and it's allowed Kara to get down the inside here at turn 3.
Such fell all the way to 8th, just in front of Hansen. And Arazu has lost the lead to Kara as we head through 4, now down to turn 5. And if he's got braking problems, 5 is not going to be the corner he wants to see.
Yeah, absolutely not. He might need to move that brake bias a little bit back, because that is a tool that we have in the car that we can adjust.
Don't know if he locked it up there or not. But he's starting to push on the backside of Kara. You can see the two of them moving side to side, protecting their lines. Kara gets pretty wide there, coming through 6, 7. Headed down to 8 here. Here's the carousel. You got to try to get to the bottom, right?
Yeah, especially on the second half of it, you'll still get closer to the white line here towards the exit. You can be a little wider on the entry. And yeah, I'm sure Arazu right now will be just trying to stay on the toe of Kara. As you can see, Kara now trying to break the draft going into the pink.
Well, it looks like Drew Such stopped the bleeding a little bit and has kind of held his position now. Now he's got to start focusing on trying to move forward again.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to get that momentum going forward. Once you start dropping, it kind of puts you out of the rhythm, and it makes it easier for the cars ahead of you. Sorry, for the cars behind you to get past you. So now he needs to start getting that momentum going forward again.
Daniel Kara out of Houston, Texas, continues to lead here with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. You're watching it live on Speed Sport 1 from America's National Park of Speed, Road America. So we come back up across the line. Kara out front of Arazu, the points leader, by 0.3 of a second. Looks a little closer than that. Oh, and Arazu has some stuff trailing off the side of the car there. Not sure what he got into.
It almost looks like a piece of like caution tape or something. I'm not sure. Maybe it's I can't tell really.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Such has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Doss is 3rd, Felber 4th, Mokaram, Pachetta, then Such, Hansen, Felber, Fatuda, your top 10. Inside of 17 minutes to go here. The Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Well, fortunately for the points leader, Arazu, that's not in front of that airbox getting sucked into that. That would be a real problem.
Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be affecting him too badly right now, but I'm sure he's going to want that to fall off. He's probably not even aware that it's there. And yeah, I still can't really even tell what that is. It might be, ooh, there was something on the track there.
Yeah, there was.
That was probably where he picked it up. I'm still not sure what it is, but it looked like he picked it up at turn 7 there.
It's pretty wide coming out of 8 into the carousel area here now. Turns 9 and 10. Gosh, the Mission Foods beach area right there on the left. We're through the kink and on our way down to Canada Corner. Again, he continues to lock up the brakes. Arazu.
Yeah, pushing the braking zones quite deep there. He might just need to move that brake bias just a little bit back to help stop that. And once you start locking a front tire up, you'll develop a flat spot. It'll make it easier to lock up because the wheel kind of grabs in that spot where it's flat.
Beckham Jasir continues to have problems. He visited pit lane again. Should be rolling out onto the track in front of the field here. He's a good lap or 2 down now. Kara has lengthened that lead to 0.7 of a second this time by. He seems nice and smooth and controlled inside the cockpit of the car.
Yeah, he's just taking off the laps. He definitely seems to have the pace. He's slowly breaking away from that toe. It seems like Arazu is just struggling a bit. You can see his car moving around in the braking zones. Slowly losing that toe, and it's slowly the cars behind as well are just start catching up to him, it seems like.
How do you like to set up for turn 5, which is up next?
Yeah, it's all about spotting that braking zone and getting as close to that rumble strip as possible. That rumble strip is quite rough on the entry there, so if you touch it, you could end up blocking the wheel and going wide, so you got to be careful. And then just kind of getting that late apex to get that drive up the hill up to turn 6.
6 being a bit of a blind corner as well, right? Because you come up that hill, and boom, it's right there on your left.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. You got to brake before you crest over the hill, and you also have to kind of turn before you even see the corner. So it's all about timing and getting that front end into the corner.
Good battle brewing here for third. Habir Das in the silver car, car 23, holds the position right now. But Felber closing in on the 11. That's Cash Felber out of Akron, Ohio. His twin brother Roman a little bit further back in 9th.
Last time across the line, he was within half a second or so he's well within that draft with the car ahead of Das.
And a fight going on behind them between Mokaram and Such. Such has moved himself up to 6, trying to get into the top 5. They continue to battle side by side. Oh, one car dipping a wheel off. There's Das, who has now gapped himself a little bit by a couple car lengths. Back to Felber. And then you see Mokaram and Such and Pachetta.
Yeah, it looks like Such actually made the move into Canada, I believe. I believe we just saw him ahead of Mokaram.
Yep, he did. Just got around him, so Drew Such has now fought his way back up to 5th. Mokaram and Pachetta will drop to 6th and 7th. Well, he's got 12 and a half minutes to go to make up some more of that ground and get himself back up into a podium position here. He'll be looking for Cash Felber next.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of just getting his head down and forgetting about the past. You know, it can be very easy to get frustrated after a restart like that, but he just needs to stay focused and keep his head down, keep moving forward. Like off the back of Hansen's car as well, there's the same sort of string that we see on Arazu's car, so it seems like a couple of cars have picked up that piece of debris. Oh, it looks like Cash Felber just dipped the wheel on the entry to the carousel.
And it cost him big time as he is beached, and that's going to bring out a full course caution. There's no way he's driving out of that.
Yeah, he will be stuck. We just caught that on the camera, actually. He dipped the wheel and just into the grass, and it just took him out wide up, and he has no grip, of course, so he'll be frustrated with that. Easy mistake to make, though. You're looking into the corner, right? So you're looking right, but you have to set up to the left and be as close to that line as possible, so easy mistake to make, but a costly one for sure.
So the caution is out. That a safety car will move back into position. And this is going to help out Drew Such quite a bit because he already gains a spot with Felber going out. That moves him up to 4th, and now the field's going to be packed up again. So his shot at getting onto the podium or possibly even winning is now very much back alive.
Yeah, he really needed that. He'll be fully back in the fight now. As we've been talking about, these cars draft very well, and they create kind of this pack racing sort of very commonly around here. So yeah, he'll be back in the fight, and he'll be looking to hopefully get back to that lead he was had earlier on.
You know, that area there through the carousel, at one point in time, they were getting ready to build this racetrack back in the 50s, was a giant gravel pit.
Yeah, this track has a lot of history. We were actually in town not too long ago, and there's actually pictures of when the racetrack used to go through the strip of downtown. They were just right next to the buildings and stuff, which is quite cool.
Very similar to Watkins Glen and what they did at Pebble Beach and gave us Laguna Seca and the great Watkins Glen racetrack as well. All right, we're going to take a quick break while they're getting the car removed out of the beached area there at the carousel. We'll be back for more here on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at Road America, getting ready to get back to green here hopefully soon. Getting into the very late stages here with our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. So it's going to be a sprint to the finish here once we get back to green. Lights still on the Janetta safety cars. We head down to Canada Corner. Whatever the braking problem was for Gaston Arazu, the points leader who runs in second, he seems to have alleviated that somewhat here in the late stages.
Yeah, for sure. I'm assuming he probably just moved that brake bias just a couple clicks backwards. When you're locking fronts, it's quite easy to make mistakes by missing the apexes, and of course making that flat spot worse, which can cause vibrations down the straightaways, and as I said earlier, it could also cause the lockup problem to get worse as time goes on.
Let's check in with Ben.
Dawson drew such, but what happened to Drew? Why did he fall back there? Do we know?
He ran wide on one of the turns and gave the other opponents a chance to just pass him. So he's working his way back up right now as we speak.
Harbir Das, how's he doing? Is he quiet on the radio or is he talking?
Oh, yeah, he's quiet. He's got his head down. He's trying to just stay focused on what he's doing, and he's in third place right now. So, thanks.
Good job maintaining those points for the championship. But let's come back here. Scuderia Buell with Augusto Pechetta. Now, Augusto, one of our fastest drivers in JFC, but he started from the back. I'm not sure why, so hopefully you can tell us how he started from the back or why he started from the back. But then he's moving his way up through there, doing really well.
Yeah, we showed our speed in practice. We were P2 by a 10, so yeah, we knew we were fast, and coming into qualifying got canceled, unfortunately. So we had to start 5th. We didn't get to show our speed there. And then race 1, more bad luck. We unfortunately couldn't finish and couldn't get a lap in. So yeah, we had to start from the back. But I mean, hopefully we're showing our speed right now and we can get through the field and get up there. So yeah, definitely a driver to watch for the coming races, and yeah.
Anything to say to our Spanish-speaking fans?
Sí, muchas gracias por venir a la transmisión. Estamos aquí con ustedes, vamos a apoyar a gusto. Sé que hay muchos de Argentina viéndonos, entonces un saludo a todos y vamos a gusto.
I love it. Vamos a gusto. I love that. Back to you, gentlemen.
All right, Ben, thanks. Yeah, a lot of these drivers are going to be happy about this caution with an opportunity to maybe gain a few more spots. As you see the 27 there of Augusto Pachetta, driver out of Argentina.
Making our way over there a little bit. You want to go get your cart?
But others, like Daniel Cara, probably not so happy about this yellow because he had a nice, comfortable lead. Now he's got guys run on his tail.
Yeah, exactly. When you're leading, you never want a caution, especially when you're leading by a healthy margin like he was. But for the other guys, it's giving them a second chance. It's giving Drew a second chance. It's giving Harbier as well a chance to get closer. And everyone else in the field, you know, if you had a gap ahead of you, now you have a chance to get by them again.
There's the carousel, and it looks like Felber's car is gone. They removed that. So next up for the championship is Mid-Ohio, is it not?
For the FR Americas, we have our own round at Indianapolis.
Oh, that's right.
But everyone else after that, everyone else in the other categories, yes, it'll be Mid-Ohio.
How do you like the Indianapolis circuit?
I mean, it's quite special, right? It's probably the most prestigious circuit in the world, probably. And the obviously it's known for the oval, but the road course is quite fun as well. Provides some good racing. Last year, I was quite fast there as well, so looking forward to getting back.
Lights are off on that Ginetta safety car. What are you telling yourself now as you're getting ready to go back to green?
Just trying to get a good launch if your car, you know, trying to be unpredictable as well. Trying to catch the guy out sleeping and trying to get enough of a gap to hopefully hold the lead into turn 1.
What would you want to do if you're Daniel Cara right now and you know Arazu's right there and he likes that outside going into 1?
Yeah, even though the outside move is definitely possible, I still think you need to defend the inside. It's definitely easier to pass on the inside, so I'm sure we'll see him go to the inside.
Oh, one car gets spun around. That's such.
It might be hard to tell.
Oh, that's going to keep the caution out as we went green and white. So I think this is it is such. What an unfortunate day he has had. This is going to bring the caution right back out. Arazu going for it. Got to be careful he doesn't lose second here as Javier Das comes charging up the inside, going into 3, and Javier Das moves to 23 up in front of the points leader and into the second position on the podium.
Yeah, great move by Javier there down the inside of turn 3. Looks like he's been defending into turn 5 now because Arazu has a run going into turn 5.
And the yellow is now out.
Just as Arazu got right back by in the braking zone as well, so that'll be unfortunate for Javier.
Oh, and there is Drew Such, who just cannot believe his luck here today. Boy, that's the emotion coming through right there. You know, he started up front, got to the early lead, then things started going wrong in those first couple of laps, and he fell back to 7th or 8th. He had worked his way all the way back up to a fighting position.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Drew there. That's a lot of damage, and I'm sure he's very disappointed.
He just can't believe it, can he? I can't believe it for him.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He's been super fast all weekend. Obviously winning the race yesterday, being on pole today. Had that rough restart, but was coming back to the field and really had a good chance there to be fighting for the podium and maybe even a win again. But looks like we'll be finishing this one under caution.
What a shame. Such was second in the points coming into today, behind Arazu, who's going to be on the podium. Habir Das was just 4 points behind Drew in the points coming into today. He's going to finish on the podium, so he's going to leapfrog in front of him. So Drew is going to fall out of the top 3 in the points, as well as having all the damage to his race car.
Yeah, he'll be hoping as well that he can even be in the race later today. Of course, it's a big loss for this race points-wise, but they'll be looking to hopefully get that car fixed for race 3 later on. Hopefully there's no gearbox damage as we cross the checkered flag.
Checkered flag falls for Daniel Cara as he takes the win. Gaston Arazu will hold on to the points lead. Car 42 as he finishes second. Habir Das will move up into second in the championship with a fine podium finish here today. Pachetta and Hansen round out the top 5 with Roman Felber. Mokaram dropped all of a sudden here at the late stages of this one. He'll finish in 7th. Fatuda gets up to 8th. Pinkowski 9th. And then Cash Felber in 10th. And Drew Such will be credited with an 11th place finish here in this one. Well, as we take a look at the results, I know you got to get ready to go to your race. What can we expect?
Yeah, I'm starting off the front row again. Hopefully we can. The goal is to sweep the weekend, of course, but I'm also looking at the bigger picture and just trying to score as many points as possible.
All right, Titus, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Good luck this afternoon. We'll be seeing him in action here on the track shortly. And we'll be going down to the podium here with Ben in just a minute. Well, the smallest of the Formula cars that we'll be seeing in action here today. Put on some great racing. Although, unfortunately, this one finishing under yellow. Get another look at Drew Such's car. Let's take one more look at this. Out shortly after the contact there. The field will roll by onto the pit lane. Very slow pace. Now they can get about the business of removing Drew's car from the pit entrance. There's Mo Murray from Ligier reaching in to shake Daniel Cara's hand. Congratulate him. And Ben, we'll go ahead and send it on down to you to catch the emotion of victory lane.
Well, thank you so much, Ralph. We can see Daniel running around looking for his family. Dad, and that's it. That's the team right there. You're seeing the whole team, basically. Unbelievable. Daniel, take your helmet off. I want to talk to you. But Mo, what a performance from Daniel, huh?
You know, yesterday's performance was just as good. He got caught out with a little penalty issue. But I said to him in the pre-grid, I said, you showed everybody you could do this yesterday, so go do it again. Not that I take any credit for it, but what a start. This is great to see a new driver get to the top of the podium in the Ligier JFC class. Great group of drivers in this class this year. Daniel?
I love it. Well, Mo from Ligier, he knows what he's talking about. But Daniel, what a performance. You and Irasu just went back and forth, but unbelievable. How was it?
Absolutely. This was a crazy race, just like yesterday, but I knew I had to be out up front, and I knew I could build up that gap. It's hard racing these guys, and especially with the safety car near the end, I was a little worried, but I knew we had the pace, and we made it happen.
So let's be honest here. Is this your crew right here? That's it. It's you and these two guys. Hold on, get together. We got to get a shot of that because that's unbelievable. This is the whole crew, huh, for a winning car.
This is an unbelievable, emotional moment. So many years of hard work and dedication. It's all him. He did it all, and I'm so emotional right now. I have no words to express. He deserved this. He worked so hard, and we're very proud of him.
Well, we're very proud of him too. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth because we got a celebration to take care of here.
We do. And that's what it's all about, fighting hard over the years to get that opportunity to stand on the top step of the podium. And Daniel Cara is going to do that here today at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. The drivers will be making their way over onto the podium, and we will hear from all three as we wrap up our Ligier Junior Formula Championship event here on Speed Sport 1. Coming up next will be F4, and Zach Fury is going to be joining me for the call of that one here. And Zach, what can we expect out of F4 here today? And we should have seen you competing in our Ligier Junior Formula Championship here today, correct?
No, not this week. We're in the transition phase of moving
Right.
out and moving to a new team. But yes, that is what I'm competing in for the remainder of the season.
All right, our podium celebration is ready to go, so let's send it back down to the podium area.
As we bring up our third place finisher, Harbor Doss, ladies and gentlemen. Harbor, your fourth podium on the season. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a fun one.
Yeah, you were on the podium yesterday, but only after the stewards did their work, so good job today.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be up here, like, officially.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my parents for their support, the team for their support, W Energy, North Coast Medical Group, and DAS Psych.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Harbor Doss, your third place finisher, ladies and gentlemen, for Berg Racing. Let's go with our second place finisher, Gaston Irasu, keeping his string of podiums alive. Gaston, great job. You've never finished lower than second all season long, but it was a great battle. But Harbor, looks like the winner had just a little more pace than you.
Yeah, it was a great race, I think. Well, we have a harder battle with Cara, but I'm very happy for the second place and get good point for the championship.
Anybody to thank?
The team for all the work he do for me and the car, and my sponsor and father, and my family for all this.
Congratulations. Gaston Irasu finishing in second position for Champagne Racing. Let's bring up our winner. He was top step of the podium yesterday. This time we hope it sticks. Daniel Cara, my friend. Hey, Danny. I know you had to be a little disappointed yesterday. The stewards decided that there was an issue. Okay, no problem. You did just what Mo Murray said. show them you deserve to be on the top step, and you got it done.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Yesterday it was unfortunate. It was heartbreaking, but that's how racing is. And this time I wanted to make it clean and make sure I stayed in front, and we made that happen.
Anybody to thank?
Of course, it's my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my best friend Cole, everyone in Houston who supported me, everyone in San Francisco, just everyone who's been part of this 2-year journey.
Congratulations. Go get him this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Daniel Carra, top step of the podium with a big smile on his face. Carra, Origin Motorsports.
Right, as that celebration continues here at Road America, we'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back. We've got more great open wheel racing coming your way. F4, the U.S. Championship for F4, coming up next, right here on Speed Sport 1.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
Back here on Speed Sport 1 at Road America, coming up out of turn number 6, field behind the Janetta safety car, getting ready for our F4 U.S. Championship event. Let's take you through the starting lineup here. Keikai Hawanio will start on the front, pole position, car number 29. Actually, he's going to start third, it looks like, here today. Clemente Huerta out of Santiago, Chile, is in car 17. Caleb Campbell out of Cambridge. Oh, we got one spun around here. That's the 17. That is Clemente Huerta that went around. Let's see. Let's pick back up here. Caleb Campbell will start 5th. Ty Arbogast out of Avon, Indiana, in the 32 will start 6th. Alex Popoff from Miami, Florida, will start on the pole, car 55. Cooper Shipman out of Austin, Texas, in the 14 will start 2nd. Dimitri Nolan, Fairview, Texas, car 5 will start 7th. And Luke Powers out of Fishers, Indiana, will round out the field in car 51. Zach, tell me a little bit about this F4 championship car.
I mean, it's a great car to drive. I've spoken to lots of drivers who have upgraded to FR, and they say they prefer driving this car. It's just heaps of fun, and they sound mega here around Road America.
This is a non-turboed car, correct?
Yes.
Normally aspirated?
Yeah, naturally aspirated car.
Trying to put some heat in those hand-cooked tires. Everybody on the slicks, of course. Overcast skies, as you can see, but looks like there's not much of a threat of rain here today, unlike the early part of the weekend. Lights still on the Janetta safety car. Field is forming up. Kekai Hawanio is the points leader in this series with 77, just 2 points over Alex Popoff in the 55, and Cooper Shipman in third with 62 points, just 15 markers behind. Here we go, rolling up the hill, watching the flag stand, which will be to their left. They'll look up and to the left to watch the starter. Speed picks up, green flag waves. Oh boy, they stacked up a little bit too on that outside lane. Looked like there was a little bit of contact there, Zach.
Yeah, just little contact. Maybe the driver just didn't have as much focus as he did.
Boy, you saw Huerta really weaving back and forth like that, trying to get some heat in those tires, I guess, real quick before he gets to one.
Yeah, I think it's a cold day here at Road America, so definitely trying to get that little bit extra heat to just help him get an advantage.
Yeah, a little bit more there as well as he sets up for three, but you got to be careful with that too, because that could be seen as blocking as well, I guess.
Yes, it could be seen as blocking, but I think he was far enough ahead so I don't think that will warrant anything from the stewards.
Well, we'll see how good he did with those tires as we head down to turn number 5, because they're going to get a workout here under braking. Sitting in second, Cooper Shipman. Oh, big lockup there by Hawanio. Kekai came screaming down into 5. He's up to 4th as he gains a spot on Arbogast. Working our way over towards the carousel, downhill here to turn 8.
Yeah, heading into the carousel now. Should be flat out in these cars after we get good enough tire temperature, but for the first 2-3 laps I don't think it will be flat out. To be more of a gradual lift off the throttle and then getting back to power after the apex.
Same thing at the kink, don't take it flat this time?
No, I definitely wouldn't advise taking it flat the first lap. Maybe after the second lap because it's not as demanding as a carousel.
Headed down through Kettle Bottoms over to the Canada corner. Good look at Canada and the exit there. A lot of opportunity to use up those rumble strips there.
Yeah, we saw some great moves going in there. Our current leader gained 2 positions there on the last lap to get into second place.
Clemente Huerta out of Santiago, Chile in the Velux USA Kiwi Motorsports number 17 at the front of the field here at the completion of lap 1.
The draft in these cars are quite powerful, so you see Clemente over there just trying to break the draft a little to his teammate Shipman, who's following right behind him.
Shipman in the 14 out of Austin, Texas. A Kiwi Motorsports entry. Up the 5 car, Nolan. Dimitri Nolan out of Fairview, Texas in the Crosslink entry. Having some issues here. Is that out of 1?
It looks like it.
Here's the fight for the lead coming into 5. And again, Kekai locking up the tires behind them back in 4th. And we're going to put Shipman to the lead now as we head to 6. So Clemente's got to find his rhythm in a hurry. And it looks like Kekai lost 4th to Popoff, who moved past. There's a kinky flat this time?
I think they could be taking it flat this time, and I think they've got enough tire temp now to start pushing these cars a little more.
So keep an eye on Huerta's car. Here Clemente might get a drive-through. There he is. He lets Keikai go past. And he's going to continue on. He has slipped all the way back, hasn't he?
You can see Clemente trying to make a move there on Hauaneo coming down into turn 1. Clemente has got the draft.
Clemente all the way back to 5th. Right alongside Keikai here as they head down to turn 3.
And he's got him.
Yeah, he did. Nice pass to the inside. Hauaneo drops back behind him.
Now Clemente has to defend. Hauaneo has got his draft, and they are so the draft is so powerful in these cars.
How close do you have to be to the guy in front of you to really feel that draft kick into play?
I think anywhere from 1.5 seconds back, you'll definitely feel the pull coming up of the hill onto the main straight.
Really?
Well, Shipman's made a mistake.
Shipman has cost himself 2 spots here. It's Campbell and Popoff come to the inside and move past for 1st and 2nd. Popoff had a good run yesterday, so keep an eye on Alex Popoff in that 55, the white car, sitting in 2nd place. And Popoff looking to the outside here as they head down towards Canada Corner. They're going to be side by side under braking. He's right there on the inside of Canada, and Popoff will be the new leader coming out of Canada Corner in the 55. That was a solid move under braking.
Yeah, great move under braking. Popoff late and hard on the brakes, upside of on the inside of Campbell, and he made the move stick.
Campbell drops to 2nd. Shipman is in 3rd. There they come up the hill. Campbell looking. Or Shipman, I should say, looking to get around Campbell. And Shipman just by a nose in front of Campbell as they cross the line. Huerta and then Hauaneo back behind them. But give the advantage to Campbell as we get back into turn 1 because he had the inside line there. He gets right back up to 2nd.
But meanwhile, all of these guys behind Popoff fights. Popoff just gets a bigger gap, and he can drive off into the distance.
Ben, what's the story with Clemente Huerta?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm down here with Kiwi Motorsport. I'm hearing the crew guys yelling box, box, box into the radio, trying to get Clemente Huerta to come in because if he comes in now, anything can happen. And of course, caution comes out, he's back in this race. But he's got to come in as soon as he can. And I can tell Gary's getting frustrated because he's come by at least 3 times since the black flag. So we're not sure. Gary thinks he probably just can't hear the radio, and they have no really other way to signal to him. But they're hoping he's not being hard. He needs to come in because if there's a full course caution, he can get right back up there into the front. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there's a great fight, Ben, going on right now between Shipman and Campbell out on the racetrack as they're swapping that position back and forth, trying to catch up to Alex Popoff, who's taking full advantage of all the chaos behind him, and he's trying to check out here.
Yeah, it's looking like a great battle. These cars are great to follow. It's easy to follow in these cars, and they make great battles.
Remember, in this F4 championship coming into the day, Keikai Hauaneo, 77 points in the points lead. Alex Popoff, 2nd in the championship, just 2 points behind him. So right now, that would switch if they hold on and finish in this way. And then Cooper Shipman, who is currently running in 2nd, came into the day just 15 markers down in third. So we can see a lot of movement in the points here this afternoon.
Yeah, the championship battle is on between the top three. Definitely, they're separated very close by.
And there goes Huerta headed to pit lane for that drive-through. And that's going to help out Juanillo as he moves up to fourth here. Kekai trying to hold on to that points lead. See if he can get himself on the podium. Clemente gets back up to speed and exits pit lane. But Alex Popoff with a good, almost a full second and a half, Zach, between him and Campbell, Shipman, and Juanillo. And there's Clemente getting ready to re-enter the racetrack. Campbell looking inside on Shipman, going into 5.
Shipman's
nice move, but he drifts a little wide. Shipman's going to come back to the inside. What's Kekai going to do? He's going to follow to the inside. Could he get around him as well? Going to get tight right there at 6.
We'll go watch in the truck a little bit.
Over to turn number 7. Shipman gets around Campbell, but Juanillo could not capitalize as well. And again, this just keeps moving those points around in the championship, doesn't it?
100%.
Kekai really seemed to have a grip on this championship lead coming out of New Orleans. Oh, here's a move coming into Canada. Looks like Campbell going inside. Going to retake second away from Shipman. Kekai looking inside at the next corner as they go up through Thunder Valley. And again, he still just cannot complete the pass. What does Kekai have to do here, Zach?
I think Kei's have to try and use the draft a little more because Cooper Shipman also has the draft, so I think he has to be smart. He can try and get the double draft. As we can see, he's out of the draft. He's got Campbell's draft coming into turn 1 now. I think he might have got Shipman.
He's right alongside of Shipman. That outside line, there's room to make it work here at 1. He'll get the pass done before they get there. So that'll move Juanillo up to 3rd. Now he's got to get that draft broken, which could be a problem coming down through here because you can get a good draft going into turn 5. Shipman gets around him at 3. Maybe Kekai can make something happen again under braking at 5. Looking on the outside. Juanillo and Shipman. Juanillo tucks back in behind Shipman, holds on to 4th. Boy, look at the lead Popoff has built.
Yeah,
almost a full 4-second lead.
Yeah, P2, 3, and 4 have started battling a lot, and Popoff has just put his head down, not looked in the mirrors, and he's gone.
Chasing each other through the kink. Through Kettle Bottoms and down to Canada Corner. Arbogast runs in 5th. Ty Arbogast out of Avon, Indiana. Dimitri Nolan is in 7th, or 6th, I should say. Then it's Huerta and Powers running out the field of 8. Campbell across the line in 2nd. 5.5 seconds now behind Popoff. got to be very reassuring as a driver competing in these ladder series events to be able to race cars with a full halo in them.
Yeah, the halo is obviously used in F1. It came into F1 in 2018 and just gives the driver a little more comfort knowing that his head is protected.
Did it take you a while to get used to looking through it?
No, I don't think it'll take that long to get used to looking through it. All the F1 drivers and all the drivers who use the halo in our series say that your eyes just focus around it.
Keikai using up the rumble strips there. This is a very downhill section into 8, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very downhill section. I was down there on our Thursday practices, and you don't realize the TV doesn't do it justice of how downhill it actually is. It's quite a big downhill braking zone.
Yes. Which leads into this section, the carousel.
Papa, he's probably started to ease off a little, trying to save the tires a little, save some fuel. He's got a big enough gap, and the team will probably be on the radio saying, take it easy, bring the car home.
Yeah, 5.5 seconds. We'll see when he crosses the line this time. Still in front of Campbell there, and then Shipman and Hauanio, as that battle has kind of subsided now. Here comes Alex across the line. Let's see what the gap is this time. Looks like it's going to be a little bit more than 5.5. Yeah, it's up to 6.5.
He's still chugging on. He's still pushing hard.
Sometimes when things are really working right and you've got that rhythm, it's just good to stay in that zone, because if you try to change the rhythm, sometimes that can cause the problem.
Yeah, if you try and get out of rhythm, it can cause mistakes, and one mistake can ruin your weekend.
Yeah. He probably doesn't feel like he's charging all that hard. He probably just feels like everything is just really flowing perfectly for him today. You see the gap as they come out of 5. He's already disappeared into 6. Not even in frame there. Here goes Alex into the carousel. Here come the rest of them chasing him. This track, built in the 1950s, they broke ground on it in 1955, in April of that year. The first race, which was an SCCA National, took place here in September of that same year. It was Cliff Tuft who was the man behind the push to get Road America built, just like they were doing at Pebble Beach in the 50s and in Watkins Glen in the 50s. They had been racing through the city streets around Elkhart Lake area, and they realized it's just too dangerous. We need a permanent facility where we can race safely for the drivers, the competitors, and the fans to watch. And Cliff had the idea of this piece of property over here and had a vision in his mind as to what it would look like. Is how Neo makes a move on Shipman here, trying to take over third going into turn number 1. Gets it done. So move Keikai Hauanio, the points leader, up to third for now, because Shipman is right back on him, Zach.
Yeah, Shipman will have his draft coming down into turn 5. Let's see what Shipman can make of this.
Coming into view, and they'll screen past us and get ready to set up for 5. He is right in that draft. Here they come. Keikai moves out a little bit to protect the line. Shipman will not counter here at turn 5 on this lap. So Tuft, who, by the way, was a highway engineer, drove all over the area, miles and miles and miles around the Elkhart Lake, Sheboygan area here in Wisconsin, looking at all the different corners, Zach, seeing which turns and which corners and which sections of road that were out on the different highways around here that he liked, and he took the measurements for them and brought that over here and used all those corners and sections of road in his mind to lay out Road America. And sweeping through the carousel, for example, here, this was an old gravel pit area they did a lot of work on to set up that section of corner. I don't know where the kink is around here near town, but there's some section of road, if you don't get a chance to drive Road America, where you can find Cliff Tuft's original kink that he fell in love with and brought here to America's National Park of Speed. It's a good, interesting story of how this place came to be.
Yeah, I never knew that it was taken out of parts surrounding Elkhart Lake.
Yeah.
It's a very cool story.
And Elkhart Lake itself, if you've never been here, is a town of less than 1,000 people, just over about 950 people, 970 people living in the village of Elkhart Lake. But it'll grow in size over the summer as it becomes a huge vacation area. And the racing here at Elkhart Lake will be a big part of that summertime fun. Trans Am will be back here in June. We'll have that for you live on Speed Sport 1, Trans Am, and TA2. Campbell holding on to second. Kekai has a shot here as we're less than 10 minutes to go in this one. And that battle for the points lead, which Kekai holds right now, but Popoff just 2 points behind him, running as well as he is right now, looking to take over the points lead here in our F4 U.S. Championship Series event. You see any sections on the racetrack outside of the draft where Kekai can gain some ground?
I think coming down here into turn 8, there's an opportunity to make a late dive, but I think he's too far back on this lap. Another good overtaking opportunity could be into turn 14, the final corner. You take 13's a flat corner and you open up the wheel and try and make a late dive into 14 if you need to.
Trying to work the draft through Kettle Bottoms here on his way to Canada Corner. See if Kekai can do anything here. No, still not close enough.
You can see Campbell, he's taking the offensive line. He knows that Kekai is there with a big orange car all in his mirrors.
Oh, and Campbell gets a little wide there. Kekai seems to like making moves headed down into turn number 1. Let's see if he can get into the draft here and take advantage of it. Popoff is across the line. Here comes Kekai swinging out, headed to 1. Can he make the outside move happen here at turn 1 this time? He's right there alongside of him. Each trying to squeeze the other a little bit more. Nobody giving up too much room here, but racing cleanly. Down to turn 3, no change. Still side by side as they come out of 3, headed down to turn 4, which is this quick sweeper to the right here. And then it's on to turn 5, and maybe the braking move here at 5 this time. Here we come. Kekai Hawanio to the inside. Campbell on the outside, and Shipman looking to take advantage of a mistake by either one of the two. Kekai not as deep on the brakes that time, Zach.
Yeah, Kekai almost backed out of it. He knows, he could see Shipman in the mirrors and said, I'd rather keep 3rd position than go all the way back to this little fight.
Less than 6.5 minutes to go, and Popoff has come back into view. I don't know if he pushed too hard and the tires have gone away or what, but he lost about 1.5 seconds on the last lap.
Yeah, it looks like there's some smoke coming out the back of his car.
Oh, what a shame for Alex Popoff. So what was a fight for second is quickly going to become a fight for the win.
Oh, they're coming into the kink. This could end nasty.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. Coming into the kink, Popov smoking. He moves offline. Lets the three of them go by. What a shame for Alex Popov, who's running a dominant pace here.
That was heartbreaking.
Sure is. Hopefully he's not dropping a bunch of fluids and we'll be able to complete this one before the yellow comes out, because we could have a great fight for the win here.
Yeah, if he can pull off safely, we don't have to go to a full course yellow.
Kekai really starting to push. You can see he closed up the gap again. Coming inside, going into that final corner. No, can't get it done there. But he gave him something to think about, didn't he?
Gave him something to think about. Campbell knows that Kekai is right behind him now, climbing up the hill.
And Shipman looking. Shipman nosing to the inside of Hawanio. Keikai's going to lose second to Shipman.
You can see Kekai putting his hand, just saying to Shipman, let's go, let's work together, let's see if they can get a 1-2 here. Even though they are not teammates, they're both race car drivers, they both want to get the best result they can.
Cooper Shipman out of Austin, Texas, racing for Kiwi Motorsports, and Kekai Hawanio out of Tampa, Florida, the Anywhere Transport Crosslink entry. And then you have Campbell, and there's the yellow we were fearing. Caleb Campbell out of Cambridge, Canada, and the Kids Help Phone Chemtac Properties Legacy Foundation entry. With 4 minutes remaining. Oh, it's not because of fluids on the track, it's because Alex's car has come to a stop.
Man, I feel for Alex here, who's running such a good race, had such a demanding lead, and all of this for a mechanical failure. Must be heartbreaking for Campbell.
Well, and think about this, as the race got started, he was, what, 2 points out of the lead? Yes, 2 points out of first place in the points. Had the race, he felt, in the bag, and he was going to take over the points lead, and now instead, car's dead in the water, and he sees himself falling back in the points because Kekai Hawanio, the points leader, is in a podium position here. And Campbell and Shipman's third in the points. So Alex might find himself falling out of the top three.
Yeah, I don't think you get points in F4 US Championship if you don't finish. You have to finish the race to get points. So to be a very sad zero for Alex. What a shame.
Big turn in the championship here today. In Arbogast, you see him closing back up on the field. We haven't had a chance to talk too much about Ty, driver out of Avon, Indiana, but he's been solid, staying in that top 5 all day. Hasn't been right on their tail, but he's been within sight of them all morning long here, and he's going to get a fine 4th place finish out of this if it stays this way.
Yeah, and it also looked like Nolan and Clemente Herta had a great battle going on also for 5th and 6th.
Field's starting to catch up to them. You see Nolan and Huerta at the back. And while they take care of Alex Popov's car, we will step away for a short break here, but we'll be right back for the finish at Road America.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Cooper Shipman in second, and so the checkered flag has fallen here at Road America as we get caught up with you. Caleb Campbell takes the win under yellow. Finishing in second will be Cooper Shipman, and Kekai Hawanio will finish in third and should hang on to the points lead here today at Road America. Well, it's hard to say, Zach, but you wonder, you mentioned that maybe Alex should ease the pace off a little bit. Maybe the mechanicals of the car were getting stressed a little too much under the pace that he was running. But at the same time, you feel like he was driving so smoothly and effortlessly that you wouldn't think things were being stressed.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to say what happened to Alex's car. It's a real shame. I don't think he's the type to overdrive the car and put the car under stress, but yeah, big shame for Alex. He had a demanding lead, and it's very, very unfortunate.
Sure did. Well, unfortunately, a rough finish for him. But our F4 United States Championship Series is now going to move to the Victory Lane area. Podium celebration will begin, and Ben's going to get busy. There's your winner, slotting in, Caleb Campbell, Cambridge, Canada. Takes the steering wheel off, belts off, and out he comes. Let that celebration begin. I got to unplug. Can't forget that, right?
No, you can't forget that.
And there's the celebration, Ben. All right, buddy, take it away.
All right, thanks a lot, Ralph. You can see Caleb Campbell. Take off your helmet and Haas device, Caleb. I want to talk to you, but from Canada, this is his first win in the F4 U.S. Championship. We want to mention the Kids Help Phone out of Canada, one of his major sponsors. I'll walk around here. Caleb, unbelievable. Nice job. I met you at NOLA. You're a rookie to the series. I was asking Patrick, is this your first win in the series? He goes, maybe first win ever. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels awesome. It was an awesome race. I'm just so happy right now. It was amazing, yeah.
Nice. And anybody you want to thank or any sponsors you need to mention?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Kids Help Phone for supporting me, the Legacy Foundation of Canada, my school, Victus Academy, and Camtech Properties for helping me out all the time.
And great wheel-to-wheel racing between the three of you. Were you looking in your mirrors just as much as you were looking forward in that race?
I was looking back in my mirrors ahead of me. I saw Alex Papao, and I was trying to chase him down. He was crazy fast. It was unfortunate what happened to him, but yeah, it was a good race.
Nice. Well, Caleb Campbell, congratulations. Hard-fought win. How about that, ladies and gentlemen, as I send it back up to the booth?
All right, Ben, thank you. Congratulations, Caleb. What a great way to start off your wins, huh? Winning here at Road America.
Yeah, winning here at Road America, getting a win anywhere is a great place. Yeah, great race.
Drivers will be climbing out, and the rest of the podium celebration will be getting underway. Zach, what's in the future for you? You're changing teams, but we know you'll be back with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Yeah, so finishing up Ligier Junior Formula Championship for the 2025 season, and for 2026 it's either we do Formula 4 USA or we step up to FR with Kiwi Motorsports. Yeah, looking forward to just getting back in the car at Mid-Ohio.
Well, we look forward to watching you in action. All right, let's go back down to the podium area for the celebration to continue.
Lost your second spot.
Yeah, it was a good race, you know, a good battle. Obviously not the result that we wanted, but good points for the championship. And we'll come at the next one and see if we get the win.
Yeah, exactly. Still the points leader, I think. So anybody to thank?
Of course, my whole family here, my grandfather, Anywhere Transport, and Crosslink Motorsports.
Congratulations, Kekai Hawanio from Crosslink Motorsports, your second place finisher, or third place finisher, I should say. Let's bring up our second place finisher from Kiwi Motorsport, Cooper Shipman, his fourth podium on the season. Cooper, congratulations, great race. You and Caleb had a good battle, and then Kekai was right on your heels.
Yeah, you know, it was a pretty good battle through the whole race. We were kind of swapping and changing. And then about halfway through, I decided, you know what, let me just chill here and save myself for the end. And then once I saw Alex have the issue, I was like, okay, we got to go forward now and try and get as many places as we can before the caution comes out. Unfortunately, just came up one short, but, you know, we'll get it in the next race.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, both of my parents for supporting me, Kiwi Motorsports, everyone there, and also happy birthday to my grandma.
Congratulations. Cooper Shipman, your second place finisher, his fourth podium on the season. And now let's bring up our winner. My favorite part of this job is introducing a first-time winner, ladies and gentlemen. It's Caleb Campbell. Come on up, Caleb. Caleb, well done. You're a tall guy, so I'll have to reach. Tell us about that battle between these three guys. You were just hammer and tongs all race long.
Yeah, oh my goodness, it was a crazy race. You guys were crazy fast, and I was just thankful to stay in the lead there because I felt going down the straightaway, like the draft is just crazy on this track, so once you're behind someone, then you just pass them going down the straightaway. It's crazy. So I was thankful to get a bit of a gap, and then the full course yellow came out, which really helped me out. So it was a good race.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Kids Help Home for supporting me, Camtech Properties, Legacy Foundation in Canada, and Victus Academy for supporting me.
Congratulations. First-time winner, Caleb Campbell from LC Racing. Let's send it back up to Ralph Shaheen as we got one more race to go before our lunch break. Formula Regional Americas waiting on the false grid.
All right, John, thank you very much. Nice job down there with all of the victory podium celebration. Now the hat dance getting ready to get underway. And we're going to go ahead, step away, and we'll be back here at America's National Park of Speed with Formula Regional coming up. What a great way to wrap up an exciting morning of open wheel competition here on Speed Sport 1. You're not going to want to miss this. The big guns coming out next here at Formula Regional Americas.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone.
Well, I'm here at the false grid for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. I believe this bowling up here in P1, running with Bullhorn and the Texas Orthopedic Association. Here, he can yellow helmet tied.
All right, Ben, getting ready to get this one underway. Our Formula Regional Americas Championship. Taking a look at the lineup here. We have Jet Bowling out of Dallas, Texas. Titus Sherlock in the 31 from Prosper, Texas. Battle of the Lone Star State there. Nicholas Stoddy, who comes all the way from Perth, Australia, in car 15. Bruno Ribeiro out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in car 01. Nicholas Ambiato from Santiago, Chile, in car 55. Brady Golan out of Austin, Texas, in the 80. Daniel Quimby from Sydney, Australia, in car 42. Connor Roberts from LaGrange, Georgia, will start 8th in car 46. James Lawley from Halifax, Canada, in car 88 will roll off 9th. Alex Benovitz from Naples, Florida, in the HendrickCars.com entry, he's going to be 10th in car 5. Barrett Wolf from Las Vegas, in car 13, will start 11th. Lincoln Day from Wilson, Wyoming, in car 95, going 12th. Ethan Sterling, Massillon, Ohio driver, car number 1, going 13th. Kevin Jansen from Calgary, Canada, in car 24, going 14th. And Anthony Attiello from Providence, Rhode Island, in car 07, starting 15th. So the safety crew making some last-minute sweeps of the track. So get ready for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. So these cars run the Honda Civic Type R 2-liter engine, but with a turbo, boosting the horsepower. Again, all serviced and engineered by the folks at Mountoon. 306 horsepower in our Formula Regional Americas cars. Without the driver, the car weighs 1,485 pounds minimum, and you have to be at least 16 years of age to compete in the series, running that Ligier JFC chassis in our Formula Regional Americas series. Here's a look at the go-kart track. Looks like some pit bikes doing some supermoto competition. Well, not supermoto, just some road racing on the go-kart track with pit bikes. You need a little dirt on there to be a supermoto as well. Well, looks like a fun way to spend some time in between the races. Certainly a lot of variety to circuit layouts here. Their go-kart complex. Battling there on a Labor Day weekend. And then VIR, Virginia International Raceway, in September with all three. And then the championship moves on to Barber from there. Cars are rolling off the grid and out onto the racetrack. The FR cars getting ready to go, Formula Regional Americas. This is a ladder series that you've been seeing unfold here today on Speed Sport 1, beginning with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship, and then on to F4, which we had just recently, and now Formula Regional Americas. From here, you would progress to, if you want to stay in open wheels, potentially Indy next, and then on to IndyCar, or hopefully maybe on to Formula One, do something of that level. And then if you want to do a closed cockpit car coming out of here, you start making your way into the prototype championships with IMSA. And when you talk to the different drivers in the series, they all have different directions they want to go, but those seem to be the ones that everybody's thinking about, either Formula One, IndyCar, or one of the top-level prototypes in IMSA and the World Endurance Championship. Keikai Hawanio will be joining us here shortly, after he just crawled out of his race car. Oh, here he comes. Hi, Keikai, grab a headset. Nice to have you with us.
Nice to meet you.
That was an interesting run you had there, huh?
Yeah, it was a tough battle there at the beginning and then even at the end.
Should hold on to the points lead going into the afternoon.
Yeah, since Alex had some unfortunate events, but you know, that's motorsports. So.
Yeah. That'll happen. What can we expect out of our Formula Regional Americas race here, Keikai? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I actually only watched the first race this weekend. I don't even know where we're starting, but I know Titus has been fast because obviously he's under our tent, and been hearing some good things there. But besides that, I haven't watched much of the FR sessions this weekend.
Yeah, Titus is looking to sweep the weekend here. This will be their final race of the weekend. Titus swept Saturday and looking to do Sunday and clean sweep the weekend. How is the track right now?
The track's very cold, so I had some problems with grip there throughout the whole race, especially on the front end. With the temperature dropping today, I think 10 degrees since yesterday, it's definitely on the cold side, so it's really working on trying to get the tires warm, probably what they're doing right now on their outlap here.
And you can see a couple of the guys trying to get the power down coming out of Canada corner, and the rear end just sliding around there.
Yeah, a lot of the guys in the Formula Regional coming to the grid there, they'll do like a clutch drop to get the rear tires warmed up, so when they do go to the standing start, they have the traction that they need to take off. Something that we don't really have to worry about in the F4 because we do the rolling starts.
Yeah. Standing start with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship and then with Formula Regional Americas as well. All right, here we go. Everybody rolling into position now. Couple of burnouts, trying to put some heat in those tires, getting ready to go. Chet Bowling in the 22, sliding into position. Titus Sherlock alongside in the bright orange 31. Nicholas Stoddy in the 15. Bruno Ribeiro in the brightly colored 01. Field is under the starter's control now, watching the lights. It's the last couple of cars roll into position. Field is set. Drivers focused on the lights. Here we go. Underway. Who's going to be first to turn one? The 22 of Bowling moves over to take the line away from Titus. Sherlock will slot into second place. Ribeiro's going to move back to fourth. As we make our way down through turn number 3 for the first time at Speed. Tell me about braking on these cold tires going into 5, KK.
Well, you got to hope that you warmed them up enough on the first lap there so that when you're going into turn 5 on the first lap, that they're warm and you can brake deep and brake at your marker, and so no one can gain on you on the first lap here.
You can see things dancing around a little bit for Bowling as Ribeiro sits in third. Oh, one car already suffering, looks like some sort of mechanical issue. And into the carousel for the first time. Everybody tucked right down on the bottom. Would you go flat through the kink on the first time?
Well, of course, especially if you're leading, and like Jet has the lead right now and a little bit of a gap. You don't want Titus to be gaining on you on the first lap. You want to try and keep the gap and try and drive away.
Yeah, if you have some confidence in those front tires, boy, that's a great opportunity to make up a little ground. Problems for the 88.
James Lawley.
Yep, out of Halifax, Canada. The Pentagon Properties Atlantic Racing Team entry. And the caution is out. So unfortunately, we won't get to finish this. Well, we'll come across the line at Speed, and then the pace car will be right there, the safety car, the Janetta safety car to pick up the field. So if you weren't in the right headspace going into that first lap, this quick yellow gives you an opportunity to maybe catch your breath a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely gives you like a second chance almost to regain some time up ahead of you, but also it might hurt you depending on how far back the gap behind you is.
Got a replay here. There's Ribeiro in the 0-1. Oh, there's the car. One car going off at 5.
Looks like Kevin Jansen.
That was the issue. You can see the left front suspension broken on that car.
I was happy to see him out there after his wreck yesterday. He had a big one through the carousel.
And there's the other. That's the reason for the yellow, because he got together with the 88. Yep. You can see the damage to the right front of Lawley's car. And then Lawley rolls to a stop here. Okay, well, that's the reason now and the explanation for our first caution period here with Formula Regional Americas. So while they get Lawley's car handled and get him off the racetrack, we'll step away shortly and be right back with more live action from Road America on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one. Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Lights are out on the Ginetta safety car. We are expecting to go back to green next time past the flagman. Issues to the front with the 24. That's Kevin Jansen that we were talking about, had that incident. Making contact with the 88 of James Lawley. And here comes the field with Bowling out in front. Titus Sherlock right behind him. Ribeiro.
Oh.
And then the 15 of Stoddy, top four.
Jet had some rear wheel spin there, and looks like he's in fourth now, or in second. The 3 wide going down the straightaway.
3 wide as we head down to turn number 1. Boy, that's a tight pack back there fighting over second place. Titus Sherlock getting into the lead. Bowling dropping back to second. Ribeiro right there in the 0-1. You see the 15 coming through as well. Stoddy, he's dropped back a spot. So Sherlock taking full advantage of that restart there, KK.
Oh yeah, of course, especially taking advantage of Jet's mistake there, coming out of the last corner, just giving it a little bit too much throttle and getting the wheel spin and driving off the track.
Challenges of racing on a cold day. Temperatures in the very low 50s here today. Cloud cover all over the circuit. Now, if you're Sherlock, you want to put your head down and try to put in some good laps here and pull away from the field.
Yeah, it looks like he's just right outside the draft window of giving draft to Jet, so he might be able to, if he can put some good laps down his marks, he might be able to pull away here.
Swinging wide, coming through the kink, using up some of that extra runoff space that they've given the drivers in the last couple of years here. Here's Sherlock setting up for the run back up the front straightaway. Ribeiro still in third.
Looks like we're going to have another full course caution.
Yep. Not sure what this one was for. Now, Titus is going to have to defend better than Jet did on the restart here. No word as to the reason for the caution yet. I didn't notice anybody having a major problem on that restart, did you?
No, I did not. The camera didn't show any cars going off or anything, so I didn't see that.
So KKs, we're under caution again here for the second time with our Formula Regional Americas event. Let's talk a little bit about your series. You held on to the points lead here today. You have another race coming up this afternoon. Popoff was right behind you in the championship, and he had mechanical problems, so he's going to fall back a little bit. But it looks like you got still quite a few guys giving you chase.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the championship fight's pretty close with Cooper, Alex, and now Caleb is probably going to be close in the points there. Just going to keep my head down and more focus on just getting points, finishing on the podium, first, second, third. Just to get the championship. You know, the main goal at the end of the year is to get the championship, not to make deep moves or late dive bombs and end up causing collisions or damage and then causing a DNF for us. And it's more just to finish and get the points. So, because you know the end goal is to get the championship. So, gonna use my head and try and be smart.
And the championships with these 3 different divisions that we have here today all come not just with the usual trophies and accolades, but also with a nice scholarship to move up if you'd like.
Yeah, of course, obviously, you know, you get to say you won the championship, but for me, it's more of the scholarship to try and move up to the Formula Regional class. Just because I don't have the support that some drivers do, and I'm just working off of the scholarships to be able to move up into the next class.
What's the end goal for you? Where do you hope to be?
Obviously, IndyCar would be really nice, but honestly, anywhere where I'm being paid or free ride in anything, GT cars, Formula cars, just to have just to be in motorsports, still driving is the end goal for me.
Well, you have a bright future, and we hope to be able to watch you for many years to come. Here we go, getting ready. Titus Sherlock paced the field in that final corner. Much smoother start for him than what Jet Bowling had on the last one. And it's going to be Sherlock who will have a good lead headed into turn number 1. Good car length and a half or so. Ribeiro trying to make something happen. Here comes Bowling looking outside. Can't get there yet. Ribeiro sits in third. And Beato behind him.
Looks like he was able to get the over-under there and down the inside in turn 2.
There's a strong move by Bowling on the inside at 3. See if he can complete the pass. No, can't get it done in that blue number 22. Through turn 4 now, they'll start thinking about turn 5. Neither attacking or defending under braking here. Here comes Bowling again on the outside. Sherlock is there by just a nose. Bowling's going to try to make the drag race happen up under the bridge to 6. And again, it's Sherlock, first one to the corner.
Oh, we got 2 cars off in the grass.
Sure do.
Looks like Bruno and Ambiato.
Yes, Ribeiro and Ambiato, who were fighting over 3rd place at the time, now find themselves deep in this field. That'll move Stoddy and Golan up.
Yeah, it looks like since the restart, Golan has been able to pass. He's currently in 3rd.
There goes Golan. Brady Golan out of Austin, Texas, and that a tired Tony driver development entry. So many different corners to choose from here. What's your favorite one?
Canada corner is a good one, especially going down that long back straightaway. You get a good draft if you get a good run through the kink.
See what happened with our replay here. This is a fight between Ribeiro and Ambiato, and it looks like Ribeiro and Ambiato might have maybe come together there on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, the curb there on the inside where it turns to the silver part is about half a foot higher than the orange and red curb. So that if he touched that, then he might have got tossed out into him.
Is it high enough to scrape along the bottom of the car and upset the car that way?
Yeah, so if you put your tires up on it, it might, depending on how you hit the hit the curb, it might toss the car out or bottom out the car, and then you're not able to turn. And it looks like Ambiato is coming down the pit lane now, so he might have some damage from that.
Tough break for Nicolas Ambiato out of Santiago, Chile. Through the carousel, Titus Sherlock continuing as he goes 2 for 2 on Saturday here at Road America, and now he'll try to lock up the entire weekend sweep.
Yeah, so it does look like Nicolas Ambiato had some damage there on the left front.
Yep, suspension issues there. Titus came into the event here this morning leading all the drivers in FR Americas with wins, having his second win of the weekend, third in just 5 races this season. So there's multiple races if you're new to this form of competition with the Formula Regional Americas, the Junior Formula Championship from Ligier, and F4. There's race weekends, and on each one of those weekends, KK, you can run 3 different events.
Yeah, so you have 3 individual races, and you qualify, and then that sets the grid for race 1, and then depending on what your lap times are in race 1, that sets for race 2, and same for 2 to 3. So you can gain a lot of points in one weekend, and you can also lose a lot of points in one weekend. So just gotta, like I was saying before, just keep your head on straight, be smart, not make any stupid moves, and just keep finishing because it's a long championship, and you just want to make sure that you can grab all the points that you can get in each race.
And one of the big challenges to all of that is figuring out what to do with your hand-cooked tires, because you get 2 sets of new tires each week.
Yeah, of course, and you really have to work with the engineer that we have at Crosslink and decide what we want to do with the tires, because you can use them however you want throughout the qualifying and the 3 races, which it helped us out with not running qualifying, obviously, you know, due to weather, and so that gave us 2 sets of new tires for all 3 races, and minimizing the laps that we have on them.
Titus has played his cards right all weekend. His strategy has worked out perfectly as he leads by half a second over Jet Bowling now as we close in on the 10 minutes to go mark. Colin was fast yesterday, and I think he'll be thrilled with an opportunity to finish up in the podium here in this one.
Looks like Titus is opening the gap to about a second now, so that's about 5/10 that lap that he opened up the gap.
Connor Roberts running back in 6th, about 6.5 seconds behind Sherlock. Earned a career best finish yesterday in this category. His first points of the season, came home 5th, race 1.
Happy to see Connor finish on the podium yesterday. I've known him since last season. He ran the F4 championship. He did a test with Crosslink, so that's how I met him. And he's definitely a smart driver and knows what he's doing out there.
Bruno Ribeiro was runner-up yesterday, his 3rd podium of the season. And today, after battling for a podium spot, after contact, finds himself back in 7th, trying to regain some lost positions. He's about 7 seconds behind Sherlock right now. And Beato back on track, but at least 2 laps down now. Or 8, it says now. And here comes Titus up the hill and back to the line once again as we're inside of 9.5 minutes to go.
Seems like they're just kind of like a slinky. Sherlock pulls away a little bit, and then the next lap, Jet reels them back in.
Yeah, they all seem to have found a pretty solid rhythm and are staying pretty much where they have been for the last few laps. Nobody gaining too much or losing too much. Sherlock, Bowling, and Golan, your top 3 right there. That is 6. And down here, turn 8. Off into the carousel again. What do you see Titus Sherlock doing so well as a driver?
Well, he's definitely got his head on his shoulders. He's a very strong driver, obviously, based off of winning both races. He has a lot of experience. I've known him for, I think, 2 years now. The past 2 seasons, we raced against each other in the junior series 2 years ago. Definitely a lot of experience, and obviously showing it here, and knows what to do when he's out front, just pushing, trying to get away, even though Jet is staying right with him. The gap's not really closing, it's kind of just staying the same, and it's just, I mean, even if he holds that, that's good, just so he can pick up the win and sweep the weekend.
Lost a 10th that time to Bowling.
As Jet gets closer here, the draft is definitely going to come into play, and that gap is going to close very quick.
Chet Bowling getting up on the wheel there in that second place, number 22. Blue car with the red wing. Trying to reel in Titus Sherlock right now. Less than 7 minutes to go.
The one thing about these cars, with all the dirty air coming off of all the downforce, is it's pretty difficult to follow behind. So as long as Jet can keep the gap at a good distance, once he gets to the straightaway, the draft will just reel him right in. Looks like we have, I think that's Lincoln Day.
Yeah, the 95 Lincoln Day out of Wilson, Wyoming. Tony driver development entry.
Oh. That's not good right there.
No. Oh, boy, there's big contact going into turn number 5.
With Barrett Wolf.
Yes, Barrett continued on. Looked like Lincoln thought he was going to be able to. That would bring out a yellow, and it does.
Definitely not a good thing to get out of your car.
And there must have been a reason for it, because it looked like he was trying to get out of there pretty quick.
Yeah.
He was feeling something he didn't like. Especially there, because that would definitely be an impact zone. Well, while they get Lincoln Day squared away, we're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to come right back for the finish here. Formula Regional Americas from Road America on Speed Sport 1.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
And there you see the 95 still sitting there. Lincoln Day's entry is involved in some contact there at turn 5.
Looks like they might just be leaving.
They might just be checkering this one, huh? Yeah, it looks like they're making some movement in the flag stand. And that would be a sweep of the weekend for Titus Sherlock, if that's what we're going to do here. He played this one right, didn't he? I mean, he let Jet go on that opening lap at the very beginning. He knew tires were really cold, got to settle in, let this thing go, and then they had that restart, and he pounced right then.
Yeah, definitely played his cards right in that one and saw the mistake out of Jet and took advantage of it and just led the race from there. Yep.
Checkered flag is waving. Titus Sherlock will sweep the weekend here at Road America. 2 wins on Saturday, takes the 1 race on Sunday, and the points leader will be thrilled when he gets to victory lane on the top step of the podium. Jeff Bowling will finish in 2nd, and Brady Golan in the 80 with a fine run to 3rd. Well, you know a thing or two about being a points leader. It's got to feel pretty good to have that points lead leaving the track.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully here for me, I'll pick up some more points in the next one and be able to leave here with the points lead.
Here's a look at how they crossed the line. Sherlock, Bowling, Golan, Stoddy, and Quimby, your top 5. Ribeiro was up near the front early on in this one. Slips back to 6th. Connor Roberts with another good run. 7th today. Barrett Wolf, Anthony Ottiello, and Lincoln Day, unfortunately, looked like he was going to have a solid day, but instead ends up with his car coming back on the hook from turn 5. He'll finish in 10th. And Beato, Sterling, Benovitz, Jansen, and Lawley complete the field of 15 here this afternoon. So next up for you will be, after racing here, is Mid-Ohio. Is that correct?
Yeah, we moved the whole circus down to Mid-Ohio, I think in a couple weeks or a month or so from now. And hopefully I have the points lead after leaving here and continue to gain a lot of points going into Mid-Ohio.
How do you like Mid-Ohio?
Oh, I love Mid-Ohio. It's one of my favorite tracks. I've had a lot of good luck there. Sweeping the weekend last season in the JS series. So hopefully we have the same luck going into this season.
Yeah, it is a great, very challenging layout. A lot of great flow to that track.
Yeah, that's one thing I love about it with the hills and the blind corners. It's definitely a driver's track. It takes a lot of skill and talent to be able to be fast there, and I just love that track going through the hills, and especially going down the back straightaway with all the trees just flying by you.
Yeah.
It's almost like therapy for me.
There you go. Well, these cars will be headed straight to the Parc Fermé for those that finished outside the top three. Top three will be pulling into the victory lane area, and we'll have our interviews, Ben and John, close up the day here.
I have a lot of people picking up rubber to make sure that they make weight. Something that you see in the higher series, Formula One, IndyCar. Just
Got
because.
little tricks of the trade, right?
Yep.
So when the cars get to tech inspection, what do we normally see? What's the routine?
Engine covered off, bodywork off. Just go through, make sure all your seals are correct and not haven't been tampered with or cut and put back on, just to make sure that the motors are still sealed from, in this case, the Honda motor that we have in the Formula Regional, and make sure that the gearbox seal is on there, and then check the oil, just to make sure that we have the right amount of oil in it, because if you run a little bit lower, you will find that you'll get a little bit more straightaway. So there is rules on that.
And hopefully that all goes well and none of us get a bulletin after saying there was a problem with the winner's car. All right, here they come off their circuit, up the pit lane, and as we said, top three to the podium area. The rest go to Parc Fermé. And Lincoln Day's car on the hook will be brought back around. And here's where Titus will make the right
to go into the winner's circle there with the Crosslink Motorsports team.
Jet Bowling will join him, as will Brady Golan. And the top three are in. Engines are off. Celebration begins as the drivers will unbuckle, unstrap, disconnect, and crawl out of the car. Here's the rest of the field moving back to Parc Fermé area. Here's our winner, Titus Sherlock, out of the car, celebrating here at Road America. Yeah, Titus, grab that broom. It's a clean sweep for sure. And they got the right colored broom too, don't they? All right, Ben. Third time you get to interview Titus Sherlock here this weekend as a winner.
All right, well, I'm down here with Titus Sherlock. You can see the team. They were so confident. He said he got a broom, spray painted it orange, but I guess he had some dust here because he came out of the car and swept this up. No, that's the clean sweep. 3 in a row here at Road America. Last year, he won 2. So, Titus, you've got to love Road America. How was your race out there?
Yeah, quickly becoming one of my favorites. It was really tough. Jet was really fast. I was pushing 10 tenths the whole time, and the fronts were starting to go towards the end, so it was quite tough, but happy to get it done again.
Nice job. Anybody you want to thank on this one?
The entire Crosslink crew, everyone over here, they've been great. The car's been so fast the whole weekend, and I couldn't do it without them. So everyone watching at home as well, thank you, my whole family. I couldn't do it without you.
I love it. I love it. Let's come over here. get some shots of the fans. And fans, you guys are allowed in now if you want to. But my friend Jonathan was pointing out this is an all Lone Star State podium. So Jet Bowling started P1, and I guess something happened on the restart, but finishing P2, that's good for the points. How was your race?
Yeah, it was all right. The pace was there. I just made, a small mistake, and the frustrating weekend just continues, Yeah, it's been a frustrating weekend. That was probably like one of the only mistakes I made all weekend, and it hurt bad, and I'm sorry for the team for that bad restart, but it's good points, and, I'm happy to be here always.
Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my family, mechanic, engineer. We work hard, and the results don't always come how we want, but, yeah, just everybody out there. Thank you.
I love it. I love the honesty here in Formula Regional Americas Championship. It's not often you hear drivers kind of taking credit for mistakes. Brady Golan, the last Texan on the podium. How was your race out there?
It was pretty good. I mean, we went up 3 positions, so I'm super happy.
How did you go up 3 positions?
I had some help from the 2 cars in front of me, but I made a pass going into 1, I believe, on another car, so yeah.
Anybody you want to thank?
Everyone at TDD. It was pretty amazing. We had a great car all weekend, so I'm super thankful for TDD.
Nice. So Tony Driver Development, an all-Texas Lone Star State podium here at Road America in Wisconsin. We're about to have a great winner's circle, victory circle celebration with John Phippen, but I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth to get that started.
All right, Ben, it looks like Titus Sherlock will take over that points lead in front of Ambiato, and Ribeiro was third of the points coming into the day, so we'll see if he's able to move up or certainly not slip too far back after this one. We'll be headed back down to John Phippen here in just a second. As we said, the top 3 drivers all coming out of Texas. Jet Bowling's out of Dallas, Titus out of Prosper, and Brady out of Austin. So a good day for the Lone Star State here. All right, let's go ahead back down to John and hear from all of the top 3, John.
Welcome to the podium celebration for our final race of the weekend for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Let's bring up our 3rd place winner, his first win on the season, Brady Golan, ladies and gentlemen. Brady from Tony Driver Development already has a podium, but to go along with that, now you've got the top step. Great race, Brady. It looks like you had a great battle going on with Jet, and then he fell back a little bit, and then the yellow flag came out to end the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, I felt like I was closing on the 2 cars in front, and then fell back a little under the local yellow, but I'm happy with the podium.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Everyone at TDD. They did a great job this weekend. We had a rapid car all weekend, so I'm super thankful that we were able to podium.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brady Golan, ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher for Tony Driver Development. Let's bring up our 2nd place finisher from Kiwi Motorsport, his 2nd podium on the season, Jet Bowling, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Jet. Exactly. Jet, what a great race. Boy, it looked at the end that you were running him down, and then that yellow came out.
Yeah, I was. I was kind of doing a qualifying sim, and I had the pace. Yeah, just another annoying yellow. That's like the 30th this weekend, so.
Yeah, it's been a weekend with too many yellow flags. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I just want to thank my family, my crew, Alex, Steven. It's a frustrating weekend. The results don't match the pace. I think we were the fastest car all weekend. Yeah, just thank everybody out there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you set the lap record, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, awesome. Well done. Jet Bowling, your 2nd place finisher for Cross Lake Motorsport, or for Kiwi Motorsport, excuse me. This guy either finishes on the top step of the podium or off the podium. 4 podiums on the season for Titus Sherlock, sweeping the weekend. Titus, congratulations. Was the car going away from you a little bit at the end because Jet was getting closer and closer?
It was, yeah. The front left was barely hanging on, it felt like. But, yeah, the caution kind of saved me a little bit. Jet was coming up pretty quick, so it was about to be a pretty close battle. But, Yeah, happy to come away with another win.
These race threes on the weekends are always more exciting because everybody's on the oldest tires, and we thought that it might be the case. But anyway, congratulations on the sweep of the weekend. Anybody you'd like to thank?
The entire Crosslink crew. I would name everybody, but there's too many. I mean, they've done a great job with this car. It's so fast. All my family watching at home, my uncle, my mom, my girlfriend, thank you.
We'll see you at Indy.
Appreciate it.
Titus Sherlock, ladies and gentlemen, top step of the podium. We'll go through what we call the hat dance here as we acknowledge all of our sponsors, the Ligier hats on all of our drivers as they take the first round of photographs. Ligier, of course, the builder of this beautiful race car for all three of our racing seasons. And now Hankook, of course, providing the spec tire for this series as well as the F4 US Championship and the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. So one more round of photographs. Trophies up, guys, for one more round, please. Gavin Baker, our photographer, getting the job done. One more round of hats. We've thanked the chassis manufacturer. We've thanked the tire manufacturer. Now we're going to thank the engine provider, Mountoon, who provides these beautiful power plants, turbocharged 4 cylinders, making 300 plus horsepower for these drivers. And Mountoon doing a great job keeping us running. Since this is the last race of the weekend, we've got one more award to make. It is the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. This is an award that is voted on by the stewards of the meeting, the guys up in race control that watch all the activity going on, for the driver that they feel has done the best job over the course of the weekend. And the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race watch goes to, who else? Titus Sherlock, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Titus. And with that, it's time for the final celebration that we all look forward to. These guys don't need these driver suits anymore, so they're going to get each other just a little bit wet. Let's hear it for Brady Golan from Tony Driver Development, Jet Bowling from Kiwi Motorsport, and Titus Sherlock sweeping the weekend for Crosslink Motorsports. As Ben Sissel said, it's an all Lone Star podium. All these drivers hail from Texas. That's going to wrap it up down here. Ralph, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Okay, John, and a great way to finish off the morning here with Formula Regional Americas. Titus Sherlock sweeps the weekend, takes 2 on Saturday and the lone race on Sunday, and he's got the broom to sweep up after the mess there on the podium. We've got more coming your way from here at Road America. A little more to go before we wrap up our Speed Sport 1 coverage here. So stay with us. We'll be right back to Road America.
for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, if you're a regular follower of our open wheel championships, such as FR, Formula Regional Americas, you've heard a lot about the different driver development programs like Tony Driver Development or Kiwi Motorsports and Crosslink Motorsports. Some big organizations that are really helping to prepare our younger competitors for the trip up the ladder and hopefully to IndyCar, Formula One, or IMSA. Ben Sissel takes a look at two of the biggest ones in the game.
I'm here at Kiwi Motorsport, starting the 2025 season. A lot has happened. Last year, it was Crosslink Kiwi. They had a ton of cars, always finishing on the podium, and honestly, it became a little bit too big to manage for both of the teams. Also for the series, it was hard to encourage other new teams to come into the series with such a huge behemoth of Crosslink Kiwi absolutely dominating some of the classes last year in FR and F4. So what has happened in the offseason, both teams agreed to split up, and it was an amicable split. I totally love it as a series because it gives a better opportunity for new teams to come in, for new drivers to feel more comfortable to come in, that there isn't just this huge team and then a couple of other little teams. So we've got now, there's a Crosslink team and a Kiwi Motorsport team.
It's honestly, I like it a bit more. You know, Crosslink Kiwi had such a domination over the last years. It was kind of, the team's championship was just kind of in the, up for grabs, but now it's, you know, it's there and it's hard, and it just adds a bit more competition between me and my friends.
Yeah, so the split with Crosslink and Kiwi Motorsports, I think it's good because then it puts more teams on the map, not just like Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports like last year. So it's kind of nice that we split, more competition in a way.
But something else that has happened with Kiwi Motorsports specifically, they've had a long relationship with Chip Ganassi Racing. Chip Ganassi Racing, along with Alex Palou's dad in Spain, they wanted to start a driver development program for Chip Ganassi's teams in IndyCar and his other series. So now you're going to see Chip Ganassi on the Kiwi Motorsport cars on their uniforms to work with this team, to work with the drivers, to develop the drivers, to move up into IndyCar and anywhere Chip Ganassi Racing feels comfortable. But now, as you can see, Crosslink Motorsports, also a very strong team this year. But one of the things that I'm going to find very interesting to watch, so last year Jet Bowling and Titus Sherlock, when it was Crosslink Kiwi together, they finished 3rd and 4th in the championships. Titus is over here looking very strong. Jet Bowling is over there with Kiwi Motorsports. So we're going to see what happens and follow along. Just like in any motorsports, there's a ton of camaraderie in the paddock. The two teams are still going to help each other out. If anything happens, they're going to work together to work out any of the gremlins, because all anybody wants in this paddock is for everybody to do well, to bring in more drivers, to bring in more teams, and make this thing really grow.
All right, Ben, thanks. KK, you have experience with these top organizations like this. How's it working out for you?
Yeah, so I'm currently with Crosslink Motorsports, and I was on Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports last year, and Kiwi Motorsports is a great operation. You know, Tina and Gary really set it up really good, and of course Gil, with the owner of Crosslink Motorsports, it's a good team. They're both good teams, and they decided to split, which is, I understand, with so it brings more people in, and that's good. We all want to see the most people that we can have here and watch the series grow and become bigger, so we see all these drivers come through.
And we go back to Ben.
Here at Parc Fermé, and what this means is all the teams, all the cars that finish the race have to come in here to like an impound, and unless they're told otherwise, they're not allowed to touch the cars. They're going to go through a very stringent tech process that we're going to show you. But this is the 4th place winner, all the way from Perth, Australia. the provisional 4th place. And then the 5th place from Sydney, Australia, Daniel Quimby, last year's F4 U.S. champion. Then we'll walk through. Beyond drivers, but they're all 4 corners onto the scales. They have to be within a certain weight. Then Stefan over here is going through their data, and he can make sure that the cars, that everything is legal. And then the reason I said provisional there earlier is because if something doesn't pass tech, let's just say, for instance, this car doesn't pass tech. Let me just say, nothing is telling me it won't, but just hypothetically, if it doesn't, then the next car, Jet Bowling, the 2nd place car, moves up to 1st, and then it would be Nicholas Staddy would move into 3rd. So they check the series, but you can see there's pads on here for all of the cars. They're going to check some of the wings and things like that. But back on the scales, they didn't get a good reading. But all 4 weights, like I said, Stefan is looking at the data. And then, just like the Parc Fermé rules, the other cars are back here. So we, and then we have Brady Golan. So basically what happens is the reason those cars out there were an impound, that if any of these cars don't pass tech, then it just goes to the next car, and then the next car out there has to come through tech. So usually they tech the top 5 just to make sure, just in case anything happens. But you can see the Helmig Farms on here, the Texas Orthopedic Associates, and Bullhorn with Texas. It was kind of weird to be all the way up in Wisconsin and have a Texas 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5 were all the way from Australia. Everything. Now they're going to move this rear body cover, check the engine.
All right, Ben, thank you. Interesting. And KK, always a little bit of nerves, even though you feel like your car is good. A little bit of nerves until the officials say, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I have full trust in the Crosslink Motorsports crew to, keep it where it's supposed to be, and no doubts.
Well, thanks for joining us, KK. I know you got another race coming up later this afternoon. Best of luck to you. We look forward to seeing you at the next one in Mid-Ohio.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's it for Speed Sport from Road America. Thanks for watching everything live here with us today on Speed Sport 1. For Ben Sissel, KK, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks for joining us. So long, everybody.
When you're up against the wall and you My name's Kelsey Pinkowski. I'm running the JSF series here at Road America this weekend. So my history racing, I started about 4 years ago. I just kind of jumped straight to open wheel. I started off with Bertle Ruse. I did their beginner advanced class. And from there, I did their winter series where I got 3rd overall, Rookie of the Year. The following year, I joined Lucas Oil School of Racing. And then I did that for a couple of years. I did that with my brother as well. And then I met Gil, who's the team owner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is our fan walk here at Road America for the Road America Speed Tour. And this is the Group 9. This is a really cool group because this is basically wings. That's a big wings and slicks open wheel. And these go back from like the 70s all the way up to very recent. And then from like some, pro Formula Mazdas all the way up to some very famous Formula One cars. But check this out. Josh Bowler in this beautiful STP, just bright finish, the kind of safety highlighter finish from the back in the days of Indy. But that's a beautiful chevron you can see there with the STP and Valvoline. Then we've got, in this number 4, this is Ott. Where is Ott? Ott, you got to talk to me here because I don't know my open wheel cars like I should. So explain to everybody what this is here.
It's an 87 Renard FC. So we're in Group 9 Formula Continentals. So 2-liter carbureted engine, front and rear wings, and open wheel.
Nice. And you're going to show those Formula One cars something?
I'm going to show them the back of this, hopefully, but I doubt it. So.
And am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, Dave Oddie.
Dave Oddie. Oddie, I'll get it right then. Nice. And then Plymouth Lubricants, is that Plymouth just right down the road?
Yes, it is. Yes, absolutely.
So you're representing. Check that out. Dave Oddie. Then this number 30A. This is Walter Volrath. Beautiful. Did I say it right? Correct, I'm saying? Well, Walter, come over here and tell me about this thing. I don't know my open wheel. So what is it? Looks like an Indy Lights car?
Indy Lights, well, yeah. I believe there's 4 of our Indy Lights cars in this race today.
Nice.
Okay. I've had it. This is my first year driving it. We've been working on it for 3 years. We took it down to total restoration, down to every little screw, nut, and bolt.
I love it. It looks amazing. And we can see here, he's put some tape here on his intakes because it's so cold. It's so cold outside. So both intakes have a little bit of tape just to kind of get the right temperature in the engine. So thank you so much for coming out.
The sister car to it, Mark, is right down there.
Mark Giroux.
She's right up there.
I love it. So the sister car, Mark Giroux. Now this thing, we got to talk to Dustin Hodges because this is the craziest car. It sounds amazing. It always sounds like it's doing like 20,000 RPM down this thing. So what in the world is this?
So this is the JDR Formula 1000. We've got a 1,000cc superbike engine in the back of it. This one's a Suzuki. The car weighs 1,000 pounds with the driver and can do has 200 horsepower. So it's an absolute rocket ship. We'll do about the track record around here is about a 204. So they're a lot of fun. We build them in Indianapolis and we rent them, sell them, lease them, whatever you want to do.
What is the RPM?
They shift at 13.6.
What?
13.6.
What do you mean they shift at 13.6? Like that's where that's as high until you get into the next gear?
You can, yeah. So your shift lights will flash at 13,600. That's when you pull your next gear. You really want to keep it below 14.2. That's like red line.
That's crazy. Your driver, like at 9,000, you're thinking, oh, this thing's about to grenade, and then you got a few more to go after that. That's crazy. The Rockstar Energy. Where's Mark Brannon? Mark Brannon. You've been with us a lot this season, man. It's such a pretty car. So what is this thing?
This is Indy Lights car, one of many here. Trying to get the guys to come out. Sold the other one to Steve last week, so we're here with the backup car and see what happens. Mark had me yesterday, so I'll see what I can do today.
Nice. I love it. I love it. So we got Mark Brannon. Then we come down here to Mark Giroux, who told me it's like kangaroo, Giroux. Exactly. So yeah, I guess your brother car, because he called your car the sister car, is down there. But what is this? I know you have so much fun in this thing.
Yeah, this is a Lola T9720. It was driven mostly by Townsend Bell. He won the championship in it in 2001. He also drove the other car quite a bit. Yeah, it's a fun car. It's an Indy Lights car. It's 4.2 liter, 420 horsepower. Top speed here is about 160, and we have a good time.
Nice. Well, you're in this car that's the wings and slicks and everything to it, but then you also race a Formula B the same weekend with only mechanical grip. And does it ever like drive you crazy of like which car am I in, or as soon as you're in it you know exactly what you're in?
Yeah, as soon as you get in the car you feel differently, so all the signals are different. Every now and then I'll screw it up and hit the braking zone for this car in the Formula B car, and that does not work. But in general, it's not hard.
I love it. Well, Mark Giroux going to be moving up. We are going to have to start clearing grid in a little bit, but if we can get anybody that wants to help me out with the start command to meet me back there at the number 16 box, you guys are going to be on TV delivering the start command. Then we've got Jim Booth here in this, but I need to lean on the Bruce Hamilton. So here's Jim Booth. He does own a few McDonald's. But Bruce, you got to give me some. You were giving me some great information with these cars here. Tell me what you told us about like the Turn 8 thing and everything like that.
Yeah, so 9720s are a faster car, 450 horsepower roughly. My 014 has a Mazda MZR in it, which is 245 horsepower. The 016 here is a Mazda 2.3 with about 315 horsepower. So the differences between all of these cars has to do with the amount of acceleration, how quickly they can brake, how fast they go through the corners. So it's a really interesting scenario of differences. And on any track, they can be competitive if you know where you have to do things on that track.
Nice. And so you were saying there's a strategy. If you can get around certain cars by this corner, they can't touch it.
Exactly. If I can get into the carousel before turn 8, before 9720, then he can't catch me before turn 1. And so then my laps will be fast enough to stay ahead if I don't mess up.
I love it. I love it. But, you know, you don't want to give your competitors, you know, your whole strategy before the race.
They all know it.
I love it. Now, Jim Booth, you can see here, I love my McDonald's. Large number one with a Dr. Pepper is probably my favorite meal. I love it. But you're out here, you run a Radical with this, but this thing, so tell us what this is.
It's a Swift 016. Like Bruce says, it's around 315 horsepower. Probably made in 08. I've been in it for a couple of years now. I've been in the Radicals for a number of years, but I wanted to get into open wheel. And these things are visceral. They've got cornering speeds. It'll just, I have trouble getting it to the limit, believe me. But like Bruce said, it is so prolific through these corners. And this car's faster in the straight than Bruce is, probably by, who knows, 5-6 miles an hour. So we're making it happen. It's great fun.
I love it. So Jim Booth is in the Swift, the Taylor Swift. Now we come over here to these Formula One beasts. Just unbelievable. First, I just want to say before he gets in the car, Brian, we're live on TV, and I said this in the commentary. That's okay. But I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much. You've brought these out the last 5 or 6 years here. You did Father's Day weekend with us at Indy in these two cars on the podium, you and James, but it takes so much effort to bring these cars out. So thank you so much. What car are you in? Tell us about the Benetton.
Yeah, I'm in the 97 Benetton, Judd powered, 793 horsepower, 4.2 liter. The 4 liter is in the...
Here, hold on. I'll come away because we'll never be able to hear, but you can jump on in. That's good. So we'll get some shots here of these cars warming up. I'm getting 3 minutes from Misty. So this is the Jordan of Ralph Schumacher. The cars, ladies and gentlemen, these super soft Avon tires, just unbelievable. We're going to see these cars a full song, but right now because it's so loud, we'll move over here a little bit. We've got about 3 minutes before we go out there. We got to come and look at this car real quick. So Pete, I want to mention Pete's here. Pete's has been with us this season. He came out west with us, but he has had this car since it was brand new. And then this Jatane's cigarette car back here. I absolutely love this car. So cool to have this. This is Tony Smith, who we're going to see out here quite a bit. But this is such a beautiful car with that Ford Cosworth engine, the dual Weber 45 carburetors. Just such a cool car. And we need to make sure, are the Formula One cars going to stop for the national anthem? Then we probably need to get the national anthem down here. So we're going to meet them down here then, because it's so loud. Now, that's usually a good thing, but it's hard to sing the national anthem when it's so loud outside. So we're going to walk back through here. Mark Giroux's getting buckled in. Such cool cars. I mean, this guy, Number 33 here, we were talking to Dustin with that car, but Charles Livingston, he's basically wearing that car. Like, he puts it on like an outfit. That thing's like crazy, chain driven. Now, I don't know why they're starting. They're not supposed to start. I understand why the Formula One cars are starting, but they're not supposed to be starting. But we'll come down here. John Everett from Road America is going to deliver the national anthem. Everybody that wants to give us a start command is going to be right here. We've got Anton Pittenpool here with us to deliver the national anthem. But, John, we'll do the best that we can, right? Because it's some beautiful music out here. But John Everett, we've worked together now for like 10 or 12 years. He runs the PR for Road America. Road America is one of those tracks that I get to come to twice a year. So I would like to come to Road America 4 to 6 times a year because it's one of my favorite tracks to come to. All the capital improvements you guys are doing, the track is amazing, the people are amazing. Thank you so much, but I found out this weekend he's also ordained to deliver the invocation. So if you'll take the mic and deliver an invocation for us.
I'd be happy to. Dear friends, as we gather here today, let us take a quiet moment together. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, for the spirit of competition, and for the fellowship we share. We ask your blessing over each driver, crew member, and official. Guide their hands, keep them alert, bring them through this day safely. We lift up the brave men and women of our military and first responders, those who serve, protect, and sacrifice so that we may live in freedom. Watch over them and their families. Give us all the patience, courage, and kindness on track and in the stands. Let this day remind us of the good that comes when we come together. In your name we pray. Amen.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John, and thank you for having us back, and I'll see you in a couple weeks with Trans Am. Ladies and gentlemen, I love my music. You know that. This guy right here has one of the best voices we're going to hear all season long. He was with us last season. He's kind of famous in these areas. Anton Pittenpool, deliver the national anthem, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice job, Anton. Thank you so much. Ralph, back up to you in the booth.
Great rendition of our national anthem, and we are about set to get this one underway here. Getting close to starting up the activities on this Sunday afternoon here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Thrilled to see these Formula One cars in action again. If you did not join us yesterday, boy, what a sound they make. Just spectacular. We're going to take a quick break now and then come back to fire up the engines and get this one underway. Stay with us. We'll be right back to Road America after this.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, we're back here at Road America, ready to fire up some engines. So let's go down to Ben and all of his friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with some fans from Road America. Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Are you guys excited to be here? Nice. I love it. Second in the state basketball championship. So we've got some athletes down here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Are you cheeseheads ready? All right, come on now. Let me hear you. Let me hear you loud. Come on now.
Start your engine!
Come on. Nice job. Nice job. That was really loud.
Well, you can hear those F1 cars in the background, flipping the throttle.
I'm going to go to the booth.
What a sound out of those V10 Judd engines. One in the Ralph Schumacher driven yellow Benson and Hedges sponsored Jordan. And another V10 Judd in the Benetton, the blue and white car behind it. That was a Gerhard Berger car, the Benetton. Don't forget, we will be back here in a month live on Speed Sport 1 with Trans Am presented by Pirelli. We'll have the Trans Am Series and the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Championship here as well. That will be here June 26th through the 29th at Road America. Our next stop, of course, at Trans Am is at Lime Rock Park next week You can see all that action live on Speed Sport 1 on Saturday and Monday. Don't forget the 26th is Monday. You cannot race in Lime Rock Park on Sunday, so we race on Saturday with TA2 and then Trans Am on Monday. So you can enjoy all the action from the Indy 500 and not miss a lap of Trans Am. Then we stop by Mid-Ohio, twisting, turning road course there before we make our way back here to Road America. Then it's on to Watkins Glen, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, Virginia International Raceway, Barber, and closing out the season at Circuit of the Americas. Western Championship will be back in action in July at Portland International Raceway. That'll be a doubleheader there. And then we'll see them in action at Thunder Hill for another doubleheader, and then they will be joining us once again like they did at Sonoma at COTA at the end of the year. Cars are rolling. Even though we have a bunch of open wheel cars here and those two Formula One machines, they're all, some of them used to doing standing starts. This will be a rolling start for Group 9. Group 9. Benetton and a Jordan, by the way. It's a Benetton B197 and a Jordan 197, both from the 1997 F1 World Championship season. And that is chassis number 6 for the Jordan. Sadly, the great Eddie Jordan, who was the man behind the brand, passing away not that long ago, just recently. Colorful character and a great addition to the Formula One paddock and television commentary as well. Here's a look at your grid lineup. James French in the 11. That is the Jordan. Brian French in the Benetton, number 8. Bruce Hamilton in car 06. James Booth in the 63. Mark Giroux in the 30. Mark Brannon in the 5. Charles Livingston has the 33. Walter Vollrath will be out in the 30A. Dave Ott in the 4. And Josh Bowler rounds out the top 10 in car 119. Then it's Michael Popp in the 13, Dan Kane in the 24, Jeffrey Peets in the 80, Matt Daniels in car 27. The 15 will be driven by Tony Smith, William Walschlager in the 3, and Patrick Donnelly's behind the wheel of the 6 with Jeff Antonelli rounding out the field in car 71. Which is a Star Pro FM Formula Mazda. And joining me back in the booth, Taylor Swift, huh? You thought that was going to slide through, did you? Oh, yeah, I'm not going to miss that one coming from you. Ben Sissel with me in the booth.
Looks like they're coming to take the green.
There's no Kansas City Chiefs here, so you wouldn't have a Swiftie. All right, getting ready for the rolling start. Yesterday it was the Jordan that jumped out to the early lead, and they are on a hot drag race down to turn 1. And it looks like the Benetton is going to get there first, which means that is going to be Brian French.
Look at that gaggle.
The Benetton out front. Berger leading Schumacher, if you will. Been a while since we said that, huh?
Yeah, but man, look at those things. How cool is that? as they come through the Sargento Bridge down to turn 5. Now, tires aren't super warm yet, especially because of the ambient temperatures. And Bruce Hamilton was telling us that if he can stay ahead by turn 8, then the other cars behind him don't have a chance. So let's see what happens here with Hamilton in the 06 car, the 2001 Swift 014.
Well, the two F1 cars are moving away rapidly, as you would expect. But yes, in all of the races that we saw earlier today, our open wheel categories, every driver that came by the booth said the same thing. You need 2 hardcore laps to get those tires warm enough to feel confident with what you're doing.
Yeah, and I know that the Frenches up front in those Formula Ones with those real soft Avons are going to probably, we're not going to see some huge lap times out of them till probably lap 3 or 4 if they stay out there. But man, those cars sound so good. We've had a big change, I think I saw. Brannon, is this first car Brannon here? Because that's Hamilton behind him.
It's got to be Brannon.
That's a Rockstar car, which is what he was in.
Yes.
So,
Mark
Hamilton
Brannon
might have his work cut out for him, because he said, if I could just stay ahead of him here, then they can't get me. And it's something to do with the aero. But here we go. The Frenches come up the hill.
Yeah, here comes the fun. We'll lay out here and let you hear them. What a sound. We said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today, Ben. While we can enjoy these cars, why Formula One ever moved away from the V10, I'll never understand from the marketing perspective. Such an incredible sound. A signature, really, of what Formula One should sound like.
Yeah. We have a lot of great sounding cars in this class alone, but look at here. Looks like James French just kind of keeping that gap, staying in the DRS zone, if you will. They're just watching their temperatures, getting their tires to them, and I think when they pass the start-finish line, maybe this time or maybe the next time, then they're going to start going, I think. But we saw great side-by-side racing with these two yesterday.
Sure did.
And I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, Ralph.
No, but it's great to see them not just bringing the cars out so that everybody can enjoy them, but to actually give them a workout and let us see somewhat of what the car was truly capable of.
Going around the carousel. Now, this is their home track. They know this track very well. They know what these cars can do on this track. And we're going to see James French out later on today in another car, in a LMP3-looking car. But look at this. They've definitely picked up their pace now to the kink.
You could tell.
It's so cool. Thank you so much to the French family and all the mechanics and crew that make this possible for us, just to have some fun. And it is fun. Like, this is really cool to be a part of this, isn't it?
Well, and you know how much fun you and I are having watching this, and hopefully our friends at home. But you can only imagine how big the grins are inside those helmets. Mm-hmm. What a rush it's got to be driving one of these cars here at Road America. Track perfectly set up.
Here we go.
Here comes James now.
So we have a pass for the lead in SVRA Group 9.
And the titanium sparks showering out behind the Benson and Hedges branded Jordan.
James French, a very accomplished driver, runs IMSA LMP3 cars, a little bit of everything. He's in our paddock quite a bit as an instructor as well. But he is really exercising that thing now. I wonder what the lap record is here at Road America and what kind of car holds the lap record.
You gotta bet it's an Indy car.
Yeah, probably. But we had that Ferrari F1 car at Road Atlanta a few years ago that broke the record, obviously. But here we go, James French looking back. I mean, Brian French looking back at James French. Maybe going to make a move somewhere, maybe into Canada corner. I mean, it's almost like they've just
said we're going to keep a 50-foot distance and just hold it at that.
Well, as of 1998, it was Alex Zanardi in an Indy car, Reynard 981. He lapped it at 141.874.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's moving.
Coming around Canada corner. Up this hill. That is such a cool sight, isn't it?
It really is. Through the gearbox once again.
Yeah. And here comes Brian. Side by side across the line.
That'd be a great shot. I hope somebody snapped that pic.
Look at that.
And Eddie Jordan involved, obviously, with the yellow Jordan, and Flavio Briatore involved with the Benetton. Two of the most colorful characters you'll find anywhere in sports, let alone motorsports.
So this is our SVRA Group 9. There are from cars from 97, 2001, 2013, all the way to 74, 79. Wings and Slicks. There's Mark Giroux in the Indy Lights car.
That was a Townsend Bell car, I believe.
Yeah. And actually, Townsend drove both of these cars out there, but Travis Engen, unfortunately, had a little bit of some minor engine problems. That's why he's not out there right now. But I'm sure he's cheering on his buddy Mark Giroux. I like that age of Indy car. That's a cool looking car.
Yeah. Indy Lights are always a flat bottom car, right?
And then what did Dustin say the RPM of the car behind him, Livingston's car?
13,000. It's a motorcycle engine, right?
Isn't that crazy? So that thing, 13,000 is where they shift.
Yeah.
He said they can get up to 14,000, but he doesn't recommend it. The motors for my cars, you go to 9,000, they're blowing up, throwing shrapnel everywhere. Mark Giroux through the kink. And a lot of these drivers, because of the downforce, if they're confident enough, in fifth gear, they can go flat out through the kink. What a sound. Yeah, we are getting some terrific music here. You know, we've had some really good national anthems this season as well. Anton nailed it.
We'll see this weekend singer back when we come back with Trans Am in July.
Yep. So that is Charles Livingston in that JDR 002. Arrive Drive Motorsports. Dustin was saying they have about 12 of those in their shop. And he was telling me what a weekend is, and it's very reasonable. Way less than I was anticipating, actually. So give them a call. Look at that. That's Michael Popp in a 1997 Van Diemen RF 97. So a lot of different ways, a lot of different categories of racing in open wheel wings and slicks in Group 9.
Yeah, a lot of different thoughts to it, huh?
That's William Walschlager in a 1997 Van Diemen FC.
A lot of different generations and eras out on the track right now as well.
Yeah. But there were so many iterations of like Pro Formula Mazdas, and then there's the Formula Atlantic, the Formula Continentals, then there's like F2, 3, 4, 1 Formula, you know, it's
Indy Lights.
Yeah. It's a lot of different ways to do this. Formula 5000, which are just the craziest.
One of my favorites.
The F5000s? Yeah. Oh, man, it's crazy. It's like Can-Am. It's just like somebody thought about it and like, why not?
It was actually what led to Can-Am.
That's Josh Bowler in that 1975 Chevron B29. It's the year I was born. That's why I like that car so much.
It's old and worn out too?
Yeah. It looks a lot better than I do. So we've got French, Brannon, Hamilton, Booth, Giroux, Livingston, Volrath, Oddie, and Antonelli. Antonelli came to the grid late, last on the grid, but already up to 10th, already in the points. That's the sister car to Mark Giroux's car. So Bell would have driven that as well. That's Walter Volrath, 1997 Lola T9720.
So you get a lap in any F1 car in history. Which one are you taking?
I'd have to go with one of Fangio's or Nuvolaris.
Really? You're going that far back?
Yeah, because I can't process information fast enough for like these guys. And I just have always loved those cars.
Well, that's a great era. I think I'm going with, no surprise here, Mario's championship car.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if he came up to me and said, you want to take a few laps, you know, I'd do that. I wouldn't say no. Some great shots here from the drone as they come into turn 5.
At one point in time, I don't know if it still exists, but there used to be in the UK a company that you could go drive and experience a Formula One car, whether it was Donington or Silverstone, one of the tracks over there.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, here's the leaders, the Formula One. So Brian French out front going into Mission Foods turn 3.
Slicing through the traffic.
These things are now at full song. And if you're joining us in the comments, tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and if you have any questions or if you have any insight, let us know. That just looks like so much fun, doesn't it?
Oh,
and again, thank you to the French family, all the crew that put this together to come out here to Road America and just make everybody smile. And make our teeth rattle.
Nobody's going to leave here disappointed after watching these two.
See how they handle this carousel.
Tuck right down on the bottom.
They're going to meet that car at the kink.
Hope he's looking in the mirrors. Here they come.
Yeah, the French is very good drivers. In any vintage racing, it's always the job of the overtaking car to make a safe pass. It's the job of the car being passed to just keep a line, just be very predictable and let the other cars around. And all three of them did just that. It's a nice job. I believe that's Pete's.
Yep, the 80.
He was out with us out west, and he has had that car. It's 2008 Van Diemen. He's had that car since.
They're going to get around him by the time they get to turn 1.
A new leader with James French.
Change the view up a little bit, right?
Yeah. The car was moving a couple inches to the left and the right down the front stage. You notice that? So these are Formula One cars from 1997. A Jordan 197 is the yellow car you're seeing there. And then the Benetton B197 is the blue FedEx car of Brian French. If you go to our YouTube, SVRA YouTube, James let me put some cameras on his car for a couple laps here at Road America, and it is impressive. It looks like I sped the the film up. So now James is slowing down for his dad. Like, where are you at? I'm pretty sure they can talk to each other in their radios. Pete's is probably like, hey, what's going on here, guys?
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Normal.
Yeah. Just hold your line, Pete's. They'll get around you.
Look how quick he accelerates away in the Jordan.
Through the trees.
Down through Kettle Bottoms over to Canada Corner. Summit Racing, Canada Corner this weekend.
Look at those sparks.
It's really cool.
He covers so much distance in such a short amount of time. Looks like he's coming in. Or maybe waiting for his dad.
I like the STP car a lot.
Yeah, I do too. This is Antonelli, I believe. He came to grid in last. Yeah, Jeff Antonelli, 2006 Star Pro Formula Mazda. There's an Antonelli in Formula One now, isn't there?
Kimi. That kid is quick.
Yeah. But Jeff Antonelli's in the points, 10th place right now, starting from last, not bad. And that's, I'm just kidding, by the way, people. SVRA doesn't score like Formula One, but if this was a Formula One race, he would be in the points. But, you know, this is for fun and to win some red hats. Here we go. Amanda Plore is saying, love watching the Frenches during the WeatherTech event in July. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Always kind of the hit of that event.
I need to get up here for that one year.
It's a great event.
I haven't had the chance.
That was my first event at Road America. It was unbelievable. Then I came up here for a Can-Am event a couple years later. So that's Jeff Antonelli, the 2006 Star Pro Formula Mazda.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Brian French in the Benetton that squeezed out the win yesterday.
Yeah, by what,
Just
maybe a
about.
foot and a half? Yeah.
Polar headed up the hill. That's Chevron B29.
Uh-oh. See the right front on that Indy Lights car? The right front has a weird tire wear. Coming into turn one here. Yeah, see this red car? Watch the right front. See in the middle of the right front, there's a little degradation mohawk. So that should be Brannon. There's Jim Booth. He owns a few McDonald's franchises, and I'm going to have a #1 in his honor on the way home.
And #1 in a Diet Coke.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. Oh,
I need a Diet Coke, yeah.
I need a Sprecker's root beer since we're up here in Wisconsin. That's some good stuff.
So Jim Booth has been in Radicals with us in some prototype cars, but he wanted to give these Indy Lights or these open wheel cars a chance, and doing really well on that car. Bruce Hamilton just ahead. One of the Frenches has come in to pit lane. I don't see him. I think it was Brian French. So James kept waiting for him, but yeah, I see Brian French's car down there. Hope everything is okay. Sorry, I stepped on you.
Oh, no.
White flag is out, he said. There's the 30. So that would have been a Townsend Bell car as well. Well, how cool is that? Well, if up,
checkered flag. There it is. And
he gave a look over to the pit lane to see if his dad's car was okay.
Yeah, James French taking the win in that stunning 1997 Jordan 197 that Ralph Schumacher raced in the World Championship.
He waved at you. See that?
Yeah.
He's waving at you, Ralph. They love, the Frenches absolutely love Road America, and Road America loves them.
How could you not?
Yeah.
If that's the car you own, love this place.
So Bowler and Peets. That should be, is that Hamilton there?
That's your McDonald's car.
Oh, that's, yep, Jim Booth. I like the side pods on that car. Look at the big, thick rear tires on the 70s cars. Mark Giroux, one of the nicest people in the paddock. Ooh, look at this.
Right at the line.
Yeah. There's Peets. Man, Jeffrey Peets, just that car just keeps going. Nice job.
Can you do the flags as good as our flag man here?
No, it's good. The double flags, that's coordination.
Yeah,
there goes
it is.
Michael Pop. Well, here's our results, Ralph. Walk us through this.
James French in front of Mark Brannon, Bruce Hamilton, James Booth, and Mark Giroux in fifth. Then it was Charles Livingston, Brian French in the Benetton, Walter Volrath, Dave Ott, and Jeff Antonelli, no relation to Kimi, in 10th. Bowler in the Chevron STP car, William Waschlager, Jeffrey Peets, Michael Pop, Matt Daniel take care of the top 15. Then it's Dan Kane, Tony Smith, and Patrick Donnelly. And with that, we close out Group 9, where James French thrilled the Road America fans as he brought the Jordan 197 to America's National Park of Speed.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back at America's National Park of Speed, Road America, where next up is going to be Group 6, 8, and 12B. Noise of a different variety.
Yeah. Usually our fan favorites, but I don't know about you, Ralph. I don't know what's happening with me, but just saw that Mission commercial and
getting hungry,
I'm just
buddy?
hungry. Yeah. I might have to do Mexican and McDonald's tonight. And we drive from here. My son and I are going to Lime Rock, and we'll see you at the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock Park, another one of our great events. That's a fun one. That is also a fun one. But this is, like I said in the last race, this is a track I don't mind coming to twice a year, Road America. I wish we did it 4 to 6 times a year because it's just so much fun. Such a great track. And then we'll be back here in about 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, Trans Am.
With basically the mayors of Wisconsin, the Menard family will be joining us.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely Paul's house, huh?
Yeah, and as a Midwest boy myself, I always feel like I'm with like celebrities or royalty, you know, when I'm hanging out with the Menards at some of our races. So it's really cool. And they're just the nicest people.
Very nice.
Just like the whole population of Wisconsin.
Yeah. Haven't met many I didn't like here.
So right here, the Sargento Bridge, there were brake markers up like you see with the Mission. We were here with NASCAR Xfinity and a driver, I can't remember his name now. Maybe it was Bilicki, but he's from Wisconsin. He hit the Sargento brake marker. The camera stayed on it for the whole lap because the marker stayed, the Sargento stayed on the front of his car, wouldn't blow off.
Was it Brad Keselowski?
No, Bilicki or something like that. But the next year he had a Sargento sponsorship. Yeah.
Hey, whatever you got to do to get it, right?
Yeah. So Group 6, 8, 12B, SVRA. This is Group 6 is big bore production-based cars from 1973 or older. Group 12 is big bore production-based cars from 1973 or newer. And then Group 8 is kind of medium bore production cars. Production cars. And we've got some great ones out here. So from 1959 all the way to, actually from 1965 all the way to 2003 is this group. So Jonathan DeGaynor out front in that 1959 Devon Evolution 6 GT car. Then in the blue 42 is Rick Mooney, 1968 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Tim Cornelius in a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Travis Frang in a Group 6 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Scott Graham in that beautiful Pontiac Firebird. Daniel Parr, Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Scott Shadle in a Chevy Camaro from 1969. Fritz Seidel in that 1972 Porsche RSR. Then Lisa, and that's a Group 6 car, the Porsche of Fritz Seidel. Group 8 starts with Lisa Hansen, Porsche 911S from 1969. George F. Balbach in the 1966 Porsche 911, and I expect those two to switch positions at least 3 or 4 times in this race. Zachary Tenorio, our first Group 12 in the 1995 Ford Mustang. Dawn Myers, we've seen her boys and her father on track today, but not yet her in a 1969 Porsche 911. Kellen Weinberger in a 1969 911. Matthew Getzinger in that beautiful 1970 Le Mans 911. Bill Swoboda in a BMW 330 Ci. Jessica Jonk in an E30 BMW 325. Randall Castling in a 9146, Porsche 9146. Randy Alexander in a Datsun 510. Robert Blaine in that Ford Capri that you just love. Larry Lunda in the Porsche 914. Alex Rourke, Lotus Elan, the 1965, the second oldest car in the field. Jamie Horner in a Triumph TR6. Justin Pauley, Porsche 911. Patrick Riley in a 1989 BMW 325. Michael Origer, I hope he makes the start. I didn't see him out there yet. And then 969, 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. And then Tom McGlynn, who went out yesterday in the hippie Porsche. Hopefully he can make it back out there. And then I don't see Lee Giannone out there as well. But what a group of cars that are coming through here.
I saw Lee here in the media center earlier today, but no word is.
Well, he's been running it. His brother, Steve, has been running it here with us this weekend. But Lee, I like watching him walk around the paddock. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
I don't know if that's him or his brother Steve, but he always just has a huge smile on his face because he, as a vintage racer, is just living the dream like the rest of us. Here they come, Ralph.
Up the hill now, looking to the starter stand. The hippie Porsche has made the call, Ben. Green flag is out, and we are racing towards turn number 1. Into the early lead goes the Devon, the 111, Jonathan DeGainer.
Tim Cornelius out there in that beautiful Camaro, and Travis Frang, and then Daniel Parr, Scott Graham, and there's the Fritz Seidel. That's not his new car. I misspoke. That's his Group 6 car. Then Shadle in that Camaro right next to Fritz.
It's a 1972 Porsche RSR.
It's John DeGainer bringing it down with Cornelius, Frank, Graham, Parr, Shadle, Seidel. Shadle around Seidel, actually. Ooh, look at these shots here.
There's that beautiful Pontiac Firebird, 1969, owned by Scott Graham.
I've known Scott for quite a while now, and he just throws that thing around. He's got very good control of the car and has to use, just like any muscle car, the rear wheels to steer it sometimes. I believe they're from the Green Bay area. Fritz Seidel. It's funny because when I interview our Group 6 drivers, you'd think the Mustang guys, I would say, what car do you hate being passed by? You'd think the Mustang guys would say Camaro, the Camaro guys would say Mustang or something like that. Nope. All Group 6 people hate to be passed by the Porsches. And here come the Porsches. One Group 6 Porsche, and then the 2 Group 8 Porsches right behind it. Jonathan DeGainer, he and his dad had that car in the early 60s. They've been developing it ever since. There's Lisa Hansen, one of the fastest drivers in vintage racing. She won the SVRA Driver of the Year award maybe 4 or 5 years ago. That is a Group 6 GT Devon Evolution car with, I believe, a 327. Uh-oh, Cornelius is smoking.
Out of Cornelius' Camaro, huh? Let's see.
Uh-oh. Get off. That's an engine.
That's
Get off
not
the
getting
line.
any better.
Get off the racing line. Don't drop oil. So leave us a comment. Are you Ford, Chevy, Mopar, or do you like the little European cars? Oh, see, Timothy G. Elliott likes the hippie car.
Yeah, that's a good-looking 914.
And Chicago Todd is saying, go Lisa. I agree with that. Yeah, that's a That's an engine. That's the left side of the engine. That V8 is leaking smoke. Look at this, though. I said George F. Ballback and Lisa Hansen are going to go at it, and that they are. That's our leaders in Group 8, and they will exchange the lead a few times. Very good friends, these two.
Oh, boy.
He got in his own oil, I think.
Yep. I was going to say, it looks like some things are getting down onto the tires.
Get off the track. Just get in the grass. And behind the wall. It's not a great place for that. If he can get behind the wall or underneath the Mission Bridge, we can keep racing. Oh, Fritz! What are you doing? You see him waving the white flag. That just means a slow car on the course, which is great. Johnny on the spot. These flags. Fritz is desperately trying to get around Shadle. Making some moves to try to do that.
Yeah, but that Camaro's pretty quick. He's been running with us a bunch here lately, and it's a quick car. Up inside of Canada. Got it done.
So DeGainer's like, well, where'd Cornelius go? And he's got Frang and Graham right behind him. And then watch out for Fritz in that RSR Porsche. You wouldn't think that Road America would be a great Porsche track, but he's so good here that he's going to be able to get these really, really high horsepower cars. The rear end of that car is from the frame of an MGA, and I think that might be the fastest an MGA part has ever gone, unless it was dropped from an airplane.
And Ben, if we stay on this shot right here, I think you will see Cornelius having made a run back.
Like the engine healed itself?
Is. Or not Cornelius,
That's
I'm sorry,
Shadle.
Shadle.
Yeah, Shadle is making a run back.
Shadle making the run, setting up to come to 5.
Handling versus horsepower. So Fritz is going to have the advantage at some parts, but now Shadle has the advantage down this long straight. Probably about a, 150 horsepower advantage. And then these two Group 8 Porsches.
Up the inside at 5. Right alongside, door to door. And he'll get it done.
Parr, great driver with black tie. Good heads up there by Parr. Just knowing, hey, it's not even his race. You know, that's a different group. That's Group 8. He's in Group 6. Let them go around, and he's probably wondering where Cornelius went.
Yeah.
That's his that's teammates there. Look at this.
All back in that 6 in the 0. 1966 Porsche 911.
I believe the 2.5 liter twin plug Porsches, those two. He was talking to Aaron with a Curie. I think that's what he told me. And Fritz around Shadle again, but now once they get up the front, so Fritz right now is trying to make the biggest gap he can.
Oh yeah.
Coming out of 14 because he knows Shadle's going to be right behind him, trying to get him in either into 1 or back into 5. And that is the cat and mouse game. You do all this work to get around a car, and then it gets around you. And you got to do all this work again. Travis Frank, Sign Country, local sign shop here. Back in the day, that was like the Porsche, you know, that RSR, the big, well-built racing
collectible.
Porsche. Ooh. George F. got a little squirrely there. That's going to cost him some momentum. So look for Lisa Hansen to try to get around at Mission Foods, Cube 3, turn 1. Scott Graham behind Frang. Then Seidel. Seidel's going to be catching up to him here, but let's see if Shadle's going to be able to have enough coming out of 3 to reach Graham. Tom McGlynn still out there now in 10th. Started from the back, worked his way all the way up to 10th in that Porsche 9146. There's Frang.
Frang just enjoying the big horsepower of that Corvette Roadster.
Yeah. He's here with Stuart Black this weekend, helping them prepare the cars and doing really well. I'm sure he's going to be at the WeatherTech event here in just a few months. Another great vintage event. So if you want to get into vintage racing, there's probably 2, 3, 4 great vintage events just at Road America. And almost every iconic track around America has 1 or 2 great vintage events to go check out. And if you're into cars at all, you need to go see these things. TR6 versus a BMW. You don't see that too often.
Not too often, no.
Both of those though would be straight 6s, right?
Yes. I do like to look at that TR6.
Yeah, I like those cars. I had a black 73 with overdrive. But what happens is we go to like a car show or something and somebody makes an offer, and if they make that offer in front of my wife, that's no longer my car.
Yeah, the car's going somewhere
because I've told her what I have into the car, and that may or may not be the complete honest truth.
Huh.
You know, just like anybody.
Weird.
Yeah.
Shocking how that happens.
Luckily, she doesn't know that I announce live streams and never watch them.
Never listens.
Good. Yeah. Jessica Jonk there in that BMW E30. I have to brag on her. One of my favorite people in the paddock, in any paddock, but she is now the photographer and media and content creator with IMSA, with HSR, with the Porsche Carrera Cup, Penske, lots of Porsche teams. And I follow her on Facebook, and it's so cool to see your friends also living the dream. But Jessica, let's see if you can pass the boss, Lee Giannone, right in front of you. Can't see Lee's helmet to see if that's him or his brother Steve. But remember, Steve was out in it at SVRA, and look at that Lotus. This is like ADD theater for me.
Yeah.
There's just so many shiny things. I can't complete a thought, Ralph.
Squirrel.
Yeah. Timothy G. Elliott is saying nice camera shots. So I hope the production crew around the track and behind us in the booth can hear that. I agree. The shots today, the production we're seeing today is unbelievable.
Live Race Media, the company that produces all of these events.
Let's see if this thing's around. So Jessica John, longtime racer, but her
the hippie car's off.
I see that Lotus Elan just putting his hand up like, I see you. Oh, he's coming in. Good heads up by the BMW to see that he was coming in. Not trying to force the issue, but now they're going side by side again. Looks like the 99 of Larry Lunda got around Jessica John.
Kind of surprised with this class that our producer Cam Leung, who is such a huge connoisseur of Camaros, hasn't just locked the cameras down on the Camaros up near the front of the field.
Did he say Camaro? I thought he said El Camino.
No, he's a Camaro guy. He brought his 50th anniversary one here this weekend just to rub it in our face.
Nice. When
like
was
some muscle up on the hill there too.
Yeah. When was the 50th year of Camaro?
Well, that would have been
66 plus 50. Were they 66 or 65?
2017.
Okay.
Was
67.
the 50th.
So these two cars couldn't be more different, except they both have an inline 6, and here they are going back and forth together. The race, the fight that I want to see, though, is the ballback Lisa Hansen, the 2 Porsches in Group 8. There's the 76. Struggling here to find the numbers. Vicioso in that beautiful Ford Mustang. And here goes that Camaro. Now that Golf liveried Porsche broke the transmission, so they went and took a transmission off their shelf at a Curie, but it was a street transmission. So he's having to kind of short shift and not be able to get the speed that he wants coming in and out of corners because it's not set up for Road America. It's set up for country road driving. Then there's our Group 12 Mustang, 1995 of Zachary Tenorio. There's the 96.
Par.
Yep, because Cornelius is out, unfortunately. But he must have pulled into a good spot. So thank you, Cornelius, for pulling into a good spot that we keep the streak alive. No full course yellows in any SVRA races this event. And it just jinxed us. So where's Fritz? Shadle looks like he's either gotten away from Fritz or Fritz has gotten away from Shadle. Giannone just pulled a 1:48.830. That's impressive. Or was that the gap? Let's see. Yeah, it's a 2:44.64. As I said, he just took a minute off of his time. A shortcut. Coming into Summit Racing, Scott Shadle, who was with us at Sonoma and Laguna. And just drove it here. It's cool to have him out here. Ooh, look at this. Two beautiful Porsches. There's the Toad Hall Le Mans car.
Yep.
And then Don Myers. So Getzinger there. Matt Getzinger in that 1970 Porsche 911. And Don Meyer in the 901 shop prepared 911. Don Myers.
And that was the backup car to the Le Mans class-winning Porsche from Toad Hall. And of course, you know what Toad Hall was? Toad Hall was the home of Mr. Toad, as in Disney's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yeah, and The Wind in the Willows.
Yes.
There's a part in Mr. Toad's Wild Ride where they do train sounds and they put a bright light facing you.
Yeah.
I know it's not, the train's not going to hit me, but every time I do
Catches you.
It does. It's just something psychosomatic about it. It's like, but what if there is a train?
I've always enjoyed that ride. One of the more kid-oriented rides at Disney, and I've always thought Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, which is only at Disneyland, is fantastic.
So Don Myers gapping gets in it just a little bit.
Of course, Michael Kaiser was the man who owned the car and formed the team and ran with Jürgen Barth, legendary Porsche man.
I like the stripes turning into arrows. And
yeah.
You can see it's got the Le Mans orange light on top. It's got the little license plate reader lights on the side to read the numbers. Exactly how it would have raced Le Mans had they had to pull out the backup car.
And you know, the original, after a while, disappeared and was found in a salvage yard and brought back to life.
I love that. I love hearing those stories. Under the Sargento Bridge. We've seen some great racing from the Myers family this weekend, and Bill Treffert. So Doorkeeper is saying, I'm German, but I like the U.S. cars a lot. And then All Motor Civic is saying, Pontiac is king. Here we go. Justin Pauley in the 1965 911. Here's Lee Giannone. I think Lee is in that car. It looks like it. Oh, we got white flag out, Ralph.
Here we go. One to go.
Okay, there's Lisa. Lisa has, I think Ballback is about 6 seconds a lap behind
Further
her.
behind,
yeah. And
there's
then there's
our
the
race
leader, John DeGainer, around Jonk. So if you like great sports car photos, you need to follow Jessica Jonk on social media, JOHNK. Her mom and dad are also here this weekend. Great people. Her dad used to race that yellow Austin Healey that was with us all weekend. And now he's here just kind of helping out with it. But there goes John DeGainer around the carousel. Big gap now over Frang. 8-second gap. He's got a few more to do, and he'll have a successful weekend. They were just planning on coming here and testing. They weren't planning on doing the race days. And I think he and his dad and the crew looked at each other and said, why not?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'll be happy they did now. Gainer making his way around to the final flag of the day for them. Checkers await as they come down into Summit Racing Equipment Canada corner.
John Gainer, I'll buy you an ice cream cone if you can pass Lee Giannone by the start-finish line. I think he's a little bit too far ahead, though. I might be safe, Ralph. Ooh, he's in his sights. You don't know.
He's right there.
This is for an ice cream cone. Oh, but he got a good run out of 14. I don't think he can do it.
Porsche's pretty quick up the hill. He's closing, though, rapidly.
Uh-oh.
If you'd have said by turn 1.
Oh, but I don't know who took it.
We had the wrong angle to see.
Yeah.
All right, Cam's looking for the replay.
This is for an ice cream cone. It's a double scoop ice cream cone. I forgot to include that, John.
Wow.
Yeah.
I need to start betting with you. You put up some good prizes.
Zapata Racing, who I race with, the loser of whatever race on the way home has to buy Cracker Barrel. That's the whole deal.
Gotcha.
For everybody. So the BMW and the TR6 going across the line at the same time. That's why this is so much fun. And vintage racing is supposed to be fun. Here comes Shadle up the hill. That's that opening shot of the Paul Newman movie Winning. Yep. And it sounds like a swarm of bees, and then all of a sudden they all pop up.
Yep.
Lisa Hansen. If you go to our YouTube, one of our most highly viewed videos is her footwork. It's unbelievable what she can do with her feet, the heel toe, all the stuff that goes into putting together a fast lap at Road America. If you want to know how to do the dance, Lisa Hansen is a very good example of that. I was looking for a white floorboard car that didn't have a transmission tunnel, so I've done it on a Mini Cooper with Greg Wold. But she, and knowing her talent, I was like, well, this is going to be interesting. It was very impressive. Even as a drummer, a professional drummer, I don't know if I have that kind of coordination. There's the number 36.
Rest of the field coming across
Kellen
the line. There's the Capri.
Yeah, I love that. We didn't get to see that too often.
We didn't get to see much of that today, did we?
And is that a European Ford Capri?
Yes. It's the GAA Cosworth. So it is a real Capri. Rob Walker, having gone through that car, the Capri guy in the UK.
Well, Jonathan DeGainer, I owe you an ice cream cone when we're back here in a couple of weeks for the Trans Am, the Cheesehead Challenge. With Trans Am, we're going to go to Gessert's, and I'm going to buy you a double scoop of whatever you want. And then we'll take a picture and put it on social media so that everybody knows I'm a man of my word.
I might just have to come with you just to make sure.
Yeah, just to make sure
that it happens.
I'll get you one too, and hopefully they have bubble gum by then. Oh. But sorry, Cam, I'm sorry, but if we can go back and I'll run through the standings here. I got distracted by ice cream. My meds have worn off a little bit here now. Jonathan DeGainer first place. Travis Frank second. Nice job, Travis. Fritz Seidel in that Group 6 Porsche third. Scott Graham, that Firebird, representing Pontiac fourth. Scott Shadle, nice job, Scott, fifth. Lisa Hansen sixth, first in Group 8. Daniel Parr seventh. Henry Vicioso first in Group 12, eighth overall. George F. Ballback in 9. Zachary Tenorio in 10th. Kellen Weinberger 11th. Don Myers 12th. Matthew Getzinger 13th. Robert Blaine 14th. Lee Giannone cost me a double scoop of ice cream 15th. Larry Lunda 16th. Jessica Jonk 17th. Kim Meyer 18th. Jamie Horner 19th. And Justin Pauly 20th. Alex Rourke 21st. Tom McGlynn 22nd. Tim Cornelius in that beautiful Camaro 23rd. And Randy Alexander 24th. That was a fun race.
Yes, it was. And up next will be Group 2. as we continue with our Mission Speed Tour event here. Sports Car Vintage Racing Association at Road America. Coming back for more after these words.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look on, Miller, look on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the Road America Speed Tour. This is our Group 2. I was busy texting John DeGainer that I owe him an ice cream cone. This is Group 2. We've got Formula Bs and Formula Fords. Two different classes. Yesterday's race was fantastic in both classes. So Bruce Hamilton out front. We just saw him in the Group 9 race. Pierce Rader in a Lotus 69B from 1971 is starting second. Steve Grundle starting third in what I found out today from Travis Engen is basically the sister car. They were raced raced against each other and with each other all the way back in the day. So Steve Grundle in the B-17 race livery as it would have raced, and then Travis Engen in a 1970 B-17B. Mark Giroux in a Brabham BT-29. Then we go to the Club Fords, and this was quite a race yesterday with Daniel Arians II in a Crossley 32F. Jeffrey Chilch in a Lola T440. And see there in the number 6, Jeffrey Chilch, I always give him a problem. Like, he needs to buy a vowel.
Yeah.
We need Pat Sajak here to give him some vowels in that thing. Great guy, though, out of the Chicago area. Dan Rhodes in a Tiga or Tyga FF. And it's about 50-50 how people say it. And even people that worked at the factory said it both ways.
Is it tomato, tomato, huh?
Yeah, I think so. But maybe somebody in our comments section can clear that up for us. Jacques Dressang in an Eldon PH-10B. And I've been in this for a long time, but I've never heard of an Eldon. So I hope we get some shots of that. That's the number 21. Benjamin Ficht in a Crossley 25F. Jeff Fritz in a Lola T204. And Thomas Lopez Roca in a Crossley FF. So there it is right there, the Eldon PH-10B. Never seen that car, I don't think. That's what I love about this. You know, I've been a car person my whole life, and I come to these events, and I'm like, what in the world is that thing? Because back in the day, there were just car manufacturers, sometimes one-offs, you know, and it's really fun to see. I'll tell you what.
Guy built the car in his basement.
So Pierce Rader in that beautiful Lotus 69B. The Echidna that we were talking about yesterday won the SVRA Spirit Award. Lights are out. This is going to be quite a race here. Looks like Giroux didn't make the call.
Yeah, don't see him.
4 Bs out there.
Bit of a gap between the first row and the second row.
The two sister cars right next to each other there in the second row.
Here we go, waiting on that green. There it is, we're racing. That gap quickly closes back up. Hamilton on the inside of the 76, first one to turn number 1. And Reeder in the 68, Pierce right there with him in the Lotus 69B.
I just think those two chevrons at Road America in 2025, side by side, they might have been side by side on tables in the factory.
Yeah.
You know, back in 1970. So 55 years later, they're side by side at Road America. That's cool.
Very cool.
Rader going to the left, driver's left of Hamilton, makes the pass. And up that hill. I mean, turn 5 is just designed to destroy transmissions and rear ends.
Yes.
From top gear to low gear, back to shifting up through the gears. Then you've got that hard turn just ripping the differentials out.
Yep.
Downhill, Bruce Hamilton now making a run.
They might start swapping this top spot pretty quick here.
Did I just see our drone change zoom lenses? That was cool.
I missed that.
Here they come. A little bit downhill into this kink.
Off to Kettle Bottoms, which is a run out of the kink down to Canada Corner.
Great passing zone. Do you have a favorite viewing area at Road America, Ralph?
Kind of like the one in the booth. It's because it means we're working, right?
Yeah.
And it's a really nice booth here, I got to say. Like everything else at Road America, they've done a great job with the booth. I think if I was just to go as a fan out to watch, I think, as you said, Turn 5 would definitely be a spot I'd want to watch from, because same thing at Canada Corner, because they're so hard on the brakes. It's such a great passing opportunity, and they're coming into both of those sections at such a high rate of speed.
But there isn't a bad place to watch.
No, there's not.
And the people are so nice. But man, this is really heating up here. These top 4 in Formula B. As they come under the Sargento Bridge. The draft ever so important in Formula B. So another change for the lead. Hamilton out front. Rader, Grundle, Engen. Travis looks comfortable back there. I think he's a calculating driver, is Travis Engens. I think he's just trying to stay with this group and see what comes of it. Ooh, gosh, look at Grundle closing that gap on Rader. Private Rodeo's asking who here is at the track now. I am. Ralph is. Oh, here we go. Jacques Dresang's Eldon is an homage to Michael Argetsinger, son of the Watkins Glen Argetsinger, who raced an Eldon like this one in Europe, IIRC. Mike's brother Peter, Artzinger was one of our instructors, raced Mike's Eldon. So see, we've got some great info from our comment section.
I believe it's Argentsinger.
Argentsinger.
Yeah.
Well, then I called our instructor the wrong name 10 years ago.
Easy for me to say.
Here we go up the hill. Watch how close this is as they rise up over the hill. Now Grundle behind Hamilton. See how Travis he just looks very put together and comfortable. He's not driving it at its limit like the other two cars, but he's staying with them. But Grundle's going to make a move here, Ralph.
Mm-hmm. Up the inside, headed to 1. Right alongside of Hamilton. Switches back to the outside. Boy, he's giving him a lot of looks in the mirrors, Ben, as they head to 3. Here they come out of 3 now. Oh, and he's right back up underneath him again. Grundle working Hamilton. And Engen and Rader. Here comes Rader making the move.
Yeah, Engen must have gotten around Rader at 3. What's going to happen here?
Under brakes at 5. Grundle, Rader. Hamilton will come out with the lead. He'll hang on to it. Engen staying just in front of Rader as they go to 6.
We have had some fantastic Formula B races over the years. We had 3 Brabhams, all 3 of them in Brabhams at COTA with Tonus Casanets, and they exchanged the lead like 3-4 times a lap. So Matt Brabham, Jeff Brabham, David Brabham were with us, all in Brabhams.
Just playing.
Really cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they're going to do it again, too. They come down the carousel. There go the beans. Well, we've got it. I think they're going to catch up to some lap traffic here. Right in front of Bruce Hamilton. You see that? There's there's a Ford up there, and they're going to catch him right at 14, which somebody might use that as a pick.
Hamilton, first one around. Oh, got the Ford a little loose.
I don't think that Ford knew they were coming. That looks like that was Thomas Lopez Roca. Did a good recovery, but here's the battle for the Fords, and look at this. There's 4 of them with 1 in tow, just like the Bees.
So they're headed down to Canada as the Bees cross the start-finish line here.
So Chilch is actually the 4th Formula Ford, where yesterday he was in 2nd almost the whole time behind Arians the 2nd. I wonder if our comment section knows if Arians is related to the Arians of the lawnmowers that take care of the lawn here, and the Arians Bridge at turn 2. So they come up the hill. Ficht trying to close up this train, but we may have a pass for the lead in Formula 4.
Yep. It's looking that way.
And remember, yesterday Rhodes tried to make that pass at 14.
Yes.
And ended up, was in 3rd, tried to make a pass, didn't work, and stayed in 3rd. Yeah. But Arians going under the Arians Bridge.
And Arians got the win yesterday.
Yeah. I like that car of Arians. I told him this at
too.
Indy. It just looks very power 70s.
Yes. You're going to drive that, you need bell bottoms on your driver's seat.
So that is a 77 Lola T440. Still don't have an answer if it's Tiga or Tyga. But now Rhodes, Arians, Rasang, and Chilch. Years ago, Chilch had a GoPro camera on his car, and it fell off at the kink. And I went out there and found it, looked at the video, figured out what car it was, and then mailed it back to him. But the thing worked the whole time.
Huh.
Oh, here he goes. Chilch is catching now. He's out braking. Now, the cool thing about these Fords and like Group 1 cars is you can usually run a whole season on a set of tires.
Yeah.
They're just so light. Coming down the hill into the Dave Davies. He was the lead singer of the Kinks.
Yes.
Just a bad dad joke for my music fans.
Dave and Ray, right?
Uh-oh. Third is going to try to make an overtake on Arians. So Rasang, see that getting right behind, but that's putting Chilch right there as well. So 2 great groups of racing here with the Formula Bs and the Formula Fords. Chilch right behind. Somebody's going to try to make a drafting move here into 1. Who's it going to be, Ralph?
I think you're going to see Arians make a run here. Here he comes.
Up the hill. And then.
And they're going to swing out and be 3 wide before they get to turn 1.
And Chilch is just waiting. Who do I get behind?
Yeah.
Who's going to take this?
Well, it's going to be Arians' first one there.
And Rhodes all the way to the back.
Yes.
That shuffled him all the way to the back. That's got to be so frustrating. Chilch was telling me that next year he and his group would like to do that West Coast swing with us. So that'd be a lot of fun.
That would be great to have.
They had a Formula Ford reunion here a couple years ago where I think they had something like 70 of them. That was fun to watch. So Arians out front.
Well, there's so many of these cars out there.
Yeah. But there's that Eldon of Dressang. PH10B. So, 4NLA4D gave me the information on the Eldon, but where were they made? And Timothy Elliott saying I ran an 83F in the late 90s. will come back. So Arians, then that Eldon. Eldon sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings. Arians, Dresang. So it's Arians, Dresangs, Chilch, Ficht, and then Fritz. I like that shot there as they come over that crest.
Yeah, coming right at you.
All right, let's see. What do you think here? Who's going to take turn one?
Well, I think Arians is going to, he's got a pretty good gap here.
The Eldon's fallen way back. Yeah. Dresang is going to lose the train if he's not careful. Come down turn 3 under the Arians side towards the Sargento Bridge. Long straightaways here. Because now they're side by side going into 5. A little bit of a pass.
Whew. Brakes coming of Arians. Gone a little deeper than he wanted.
I like those gold mini light wheels on Rhodes' car.
We got to be getting close to the point of winding this one down, I would think, Ben.
Yeah, I think so. The Formula B battle is heating up as well. Here they come. Look at that.
Oh, boy.
So this is for second, third, and fourth. Bruce Hamilton is pulled out, but this is for the podium.
Rader, Grundle, and Engen.
Just some good battles throughout the fields here. Arians is pronounced similar to Aaron's. Okay, we'll do our best. I like that. It's getting all kinds of information. That Lotus up close and rated is just a beautiful car. And here's the 2 chevrons going back at it. Which 80s video game did you play from the top like that and the cars looked like that? I forget what it was.
Oh.
But it was like an arcade game.
Yes. Oh, off course here. Rader gathers it back up and loses 2 spots.
So now Travis Engen.
Back to 4th.
Is in 2nd.
Pole position.
Yeah, yes, that's what it was. But Hamilton just absolutely took off. They come down to the Canada corner. Grundle trying to make a move on Engen.
Yeah, if you're going to get it done, this is a spot to do it.
And Rader's going to want that turn 8 back. Here's my favorite shot. Right here. Up the hill like that, where they just appear out of nowhere. That is pretty cool.
I think I'm going to have to download Winning for the flight home.
Yeah.
Watch that again.
Oh, here we are. So
white flag is out, Ben. 1 to go.
Uh-oh. And Aaron's out front.
And Grundle making a move as they head to turn 1 in the B category. As we watch the Fords here.
Okay, now they're coming up on lap traffic. Ahrens, Rhodes, Dressang, and then Chilch. You don't want to meet lap traffic in the carousel.
No, certainly not the kink.
Because you go offline in the carousel this late in the day, there's just marbles everywhere.
Everywhere.
So
I'll try to storm by through kettle bottoms here.
But that is a Ford they're passing, and they're in Ford, so they're pretty equally yoked with their lap traffic. But the train is faster than a single car.
And everybody got by.
Yep. Nice job.
Nice job by all 5 drivers.
So now Ahrens is going to come and take
white flag.
The white flag, but it looks like he's pulled a little bit of a gap to where it's going to be hard for Rhodes and Dressang to jump in the draft, and Chilch has got to turn it up a little bit. And they're going to be happy to see the white flag. It's been a long race.
It has. White is out.
Uh-oh, Rhodes making a run into turn 1.
Here come the bees.
And the bees are coming to take the checkered. So Bruce Hamilton has probably a 6.5 second gap, but let's see if Engen can hold on. So now it's Rader, Grundle, Engen. So Engen, come on, let's see if you can get on this podium. Should be coming into 14 here. So this is Rader. The maroon car is in second. Bruce Hamilton will have taken the checkered.
Just
Grundle,
did right now.
Grundle coming around. What's Engen going to be able to do?
Oh, nothing. They're both going to get around him, it looks like. Did he have trouble getting off that final corner? He's going to Rader's going to lose both positions.
I don't know. That was a photo finish. We'd have to see that.
I can't believe Rader ends up in third. I'm shocked. It sure looked to me like Engen had him at the line.
Waving to the corner workers. I love that. Little wave there, but
all right, now the Ford finish.
The Fords have got to be coming into about Canada.
I would think. That's the carousel.
One of our photographers out there. Oh,
here they are.
So it's Ahrens, Rhodes, Dressang, Chilch. I'm going to go Rhodes on this one.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sticking with Ahrens.
All right. You've been right this whole weekend. Timothy Elliott saying that was a great finish. It was a great finish. Let's see what kind of finish we have here.
Ahrens protecting the corner.
Now we saw Rhodes make a risky move last time. Yeah, he's not above that.
No, he's not.
And you know Ahrens knows that. But
and he did it going into 14, the final corner.
He's got to run here. He's got to make it run here.
No, he thought about it, didn't he?
Come on.
Can he make something happen up the hill?
I think I can.
Oh, he's getting into that draft.
Yeah,
here they come.
Uh-oh. Come on, Rhodes.
Oh, right
side by side. Oh, I don't even know.
He got him.
That's
yes, he did.
That's what we call a transponder race. Look at that. Whose transponder was up front? They look at the thumbs up from them. That is what vintage racing is about. That was so much fun to watch. And then the camaraderie and the high fives. They're gonna have a lot of fun tonight talking about that. So we have 2 photo finishes. I think that was Walter Payton's car. I just saw Walter Payton's signature. Walter Payton did run Formula Ford, and I think Rhodes is in the Walter Payton car. So Sweetness doing it here. Now, you know, Bears and Green Bay Packer fans have a problem, but Sweetness Walter Payton car may have just won at Wisconsin.
Well, even here in Packer country, they respect the great Walter Payton. Here's that first finish, Ben, where we weren't sure what happened. Now look at Rader here right at the line.
2 photo finishes. And is it the yellow line? Is that the – oh, my gosh.
I mean, how close could it be?
That's amazing. That's a transponder race. It's who's transponder, because we don't delegate where the transponder goes. And here's the next one.
You thought the other one was good. This one might have been even closer.
Oh, my gosh.
Look
hey, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? A round of applause for the production crew for putting that together. Nice job.
That was some exciting stuff, buddy.
Yeah, that's awesome. So here it is. Bruce Hamilton, first in Group 2. Steve Grundle, Pierce Rader, Travis Engen. Then they're giving it to Aaron's, though. And then Dan Rhodes, Jacques Dressang, Jeffrey Chilch, Benjamin Ficht, Jeff Fritz in 10th. Wait. Now they gave it to Rhodes. They changed it right before our eyes. I don't know how they did that, but that was amazing. And then Thomas Lopez Roca. Well, that was crazy.
Well done by all of our competitors in our Group 2 race.
I got a shout out to the broadcast crew from Timothy G. Elliott.
Well, thank you, Timothy. We're having fun. We hope you are as well. We got more coming your way, Timothy. Don't go anywhere. We've got Group 5A, 7, and 11 coming up from America's National Park of Speed, Road America.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is SVRA Group 5A, 7, and 11 at the Road America Speed Tour. Ralph Shaheen will be joining me here in the booth, but this is Group 11 are more modern day prototypes. Group 7 is kind of like the Can-Am type cars. Group 5 S2 are the S2000. So Travis Engen, who was just out there with us in the Formula Bs, is out there in his Group 11 Audi R8 LMP. Brian French, who was out there in the Formula 1 Benetton, is here in a Ligier JFC 320. Mark Brannon, who was out there in an Indy Lights car, is in an Elan DP02. Jim Booth is in a Radical SR10. I'm loving it. Tony Smith, who was out there in Group 9, is in a 2020 Ligier JSP 320. Awai Sadiq is in a Norma M20 from 2014 Group 11. Jim Cope is in a Group 11 Elan DP02. Then our Group 7, Joel Weinberger in a Chevron B21. Gary Gray, a Group 11 Radical SR8. Fritz Seidel in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Walter Vollrath, who was also in our Group 9, is in a 1972 Group 7 Lola T290. Kevin Leparski is in a Group 5 S2 Carbier CS2. Mark White in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Frederick Seidel in a Carbier CS2. John F. Boxhorn in a 2010 Carbier CS2. Scott Kuhn in a Group 5 Swift DB2. Ron Pace, what a great name for a racer. Group 7 Lola T492. Tim Burkhart, Group 11. And then Jeff Miller. We got to watch out for Jeff Miller in that Lola and Ron Pace. These are the Miller two-stroke cars, the Kohler engine cars. Here they come, Ralph, to take the green.
Green flag and underway. The Audi trying to sprint first down to turn 1.
Look at that shot.
Oh, one car around.
Oh, and Brian French is going to take over.
And we're under yellow automatically.
Travis Engen, oh, but they didn't. We might not be under yellow.
Yeah, got a yellow wave in here.
Oh, yeah, but that's not a full course yet. That's
not
just
yet.
That's a local yellow. He may fire up. That's that Kodak car of Walter Vollrath. Did you, if we can go back to that shot, did you see the tire marks behind it? It was unbelievable. There we go, Travis Engen. Luckily, that was a single car incident. You can see the emergency staff running out at 5, and then they might take the shortcut to beat them out there. Yeah. So Travis Engen, you know, if that car fires up, they'll be able to stay green. And if it doesn't, they're going to have to go yellow here as they come out of the kink probably. To give them time to slow down. And that's not good because it takes a while for that Audi R8's tires to come to it. As we see here, Brian French going side by side. Oh, here we go. But Brian French sees the full course yellow.
Full course.
And I think Brian French wisely just kind of gave the spot back to Travis. Two very good drivers. See the tire marks there?
And now he gets rolling.
I haven't heard if they sent the pace car out yet. The safety car. All right, sounds like the full course yellow is out, but there goes the safety crew, but they may be able to get started this time or make them come back around one more time. Listen to race control on the right here. So if you're joining us on YouTube, leave us a comment. Tell us who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. I've got Amanda 24 saying, let's go, Joel. Joel Weinberger. I like that, Amanda. Thanks for joining us. But this is fun. Vintage racing is supposed to be fun.
And the green flag is waving, Ben, so we
crazy.
go right back to it.
All right. They don't waste any time. Here comes Jim Booth in the McDonald's car. Brannon in that DP02. And French was just trying to catch Travis with not yet warmed up tires. But by the time Travis gets to turn 7 or 8, I think his tires are going to be warm and he may take off. Under the Sargento Bridge. Oh, ME Photography saying greetings from Austria. Well then, good day, mate. The intro to Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
Travis saying, oh, we got Vollrath off again at the exit of 6. That's not good. That's going to be a double yellow place too. That's an impact area. And you can see Engen even kind of slowing down, almost anticipating the yellow. Coming around the carousel, lots of downforce in these two cars. That Audi is a 2005 Audi. And then a 2020 Ligier JSP 320. I say that Ligier has a big block. That's the car that James French was in earlier in the week. It's got a LS motor in it instead of a Nissan that would have come with those cars. And then the DP02 of Brannon, which I was saying, somebody described it to me, and I agree, is an Indy Lights car with clothes on. It's like they took an Indy Lights car and then they made it closed wheel. And you can do it both ways, and it's not hard to take a DP02 into an open wheel car.
Well, we're staying green.
Yeah. Did you get to announce any races that these Audis
Quite a few.
Dominated in for about 10 years?
Yeah, quite a few. Back in the old Speed Channel days, we had all those races on.
I like when we go to Sebring. There's the year and the flags, and there was just like a 25-year period where it was just Porsche or Audi.
Yeah. In fact, got to do a few of them at Sebring.
That'd be neat to see. Now, Audi did confirm that that is the most winning Audi. That car there.
That chassis.
Which no, that car, because that was just a backup car to the
saying.
team back in the, but that, because of all the SVRA, HSR, all the vintage races that Travis has done, and he's brought that car worldwide. He did a European tour a couple summers ago with that car. And that is their most winning race car ever, according to Audi. Now, the person that was over that car, I forget his name, I'm so sorry, but at GMT, stays with the car. He was the crew guy. Yeah, he was the crew guy back then, and he has stayed with the car.
Yep, was chatting with Greg this week.
Just a wealth of knowledge, too.
Full Wrap has made his way back to the pit lane. It's had an eventful couple of laps.
So have the one of the Kohler cars. Jeff Miller in his Lola T496, one of the 2 strokes.
One of the things that's so cool about that Audi number 2 is all the names of those that have driven the car on the side.
It's like a who's who.
Just below the roll hoop there, yes. Obviously, Engen's name is on there. Aiello, Ara, Michele Alboreto, Dindo Capello, Davies, Herbert, Koffer, J.J. Leto, and Frank Bila. Frank Biela used to be hilarious to watch when he would get out of the car. He would get right out of the car and immediately light up a cigarette.
Here's one of those two-strokes, the car in the lead going under the bridge now. That's one of those Kohler two-stroke motors. That should be Ron Pace in the number 6. That's a 79 Lola T492496, but it does have a two-stroke motor, I believe, two-stroke engine.
And if you have a passion for the Audi and what it was like being a part of that factory team, Tom Christensen's book, Mr. Le Mans, is very, very good, talking about all that and the success he had at Le Mans.
John F. Boxhorn in that S2000. Here comes the two-stroke Kohler. Jeff Miller has been developing those cars for a long time. Uh-oh. Might be getting past here, though. Got the grunt. We've had some close races here this weekend.
Unbelievably close.
That big air intake snorkel at the top. Now these are different classes here. That blue car is a Group 5 Sports 2000. The number 6 car, the Kohler car, is a Group 7 U2. There's Gary Gray. Radical. Ooh, followed by Fritz Seidel. Watch out, Gary. And then who's behind Seidel? That's White in an appropriate white car. Both in Carbier CS2s. Leparsky behind them in the 262. Sports 2000 is one of our most competitive drivers classes in vintage racing. It's a semi-spec series using a 2-liter Ford Pinto engine. There's Gary Gray. I just got word we've got about 10 minutes left in this session. And I believe to the schedule we have the Ligier Junior Formula Championship up next. Then we'll have SVRA Group 10 and 12. And then we finish out with the Formula 4 United States Championship. So this is where Gary should be able to gap these cars. What is that orange car up there in the stands you pointed at? It looks like a Mopar.
Couldn't tell if it was a Mopar or old Pontiac. Didn't get a good enough look at it.
Robert Rodenkirk is watching from Plymouth, Wisconsin.
There you go.
Well, man,
he's right
you
down
can
the road.
probably hear us.
Should have been here.
Yeah. When we're here in a few weeks with Trans Am for the Cheesehead Challenge, we're going to be going to the cheese capital of the world of Plymouth, Wisconsin, with all of our Trans Am cars and making some noise for a little downtown parade. Going to eat some squeaky cheese curds.
I was going to say I didn't do any cheese curds this trip. Got the brat, got the ice cream.
Yeah, Michelle
no
from our hotel brought us a lot of cheese curds. We appreciate that. Yeah.
At the wrong hotel.
And she went out and did the car laps, and my son Lincoln got to ride with her in her Audi TT.
Huh.
And Torque Drive is saying, awesome to see Travis bringing such a special car. It really is. Like, we're talking about the Frenches, but Travis Enkin, who I consider a friend, thank you for bringing out that Audi R8. Always a great show. Love seeing that car. We've had some really special cars here this weekend. But man, watch out, Gary. You got Fritz Seidel right behind you.
Mm-hmm. Coming right alongside, maybe.
Gary Gray is just always giggling. So I'm sure he's in his helmet right now giggling. I love, watch the front of this car, the Cannon car. The stripes are film. See that?
Yeah.
And then our friend Oscar Kovaleski, who used to own
yeah.
Auto World, he used, there was a something in Can-Am back in the day that you couldn't put sponsors, but he owned a slot car company, Auto World, so he made his stripes slot car tracks, and he got away with it because he said it was stripes. But if you look close, it was actually slot car track, and then that's beautiful. Like, see the film strip? So we've had a Canon car out there in this group and a Kodak car. But I love when the, when your sponsors got creative like that. Oh gosh.
Watching Joel Weinberger work his way around. Here's a fight for the lead, which is tightened up again here, Ben.
It sure has. Brian French, who we saw out there in the Benetton earlier, right up behind Travis Engen. Now, Travis should motor him here. But Brian French, this is his track. He's got a lot of laps here. And knowing Travis, he's loving this. He doesn't often have cars that can stay with him.
Oh, a little smoke up the back there.
That looked not like tire smoke, though. But it's cleared up.
Yeah.
Might it's been shifting, I don't know.
You're asking a lot of French's car, though, that Ligier, to run with the horsepower of that Audi. Especially on the last lap here, if Engen decides he needs to spool it up a little bit.
Yeah. That's Frederick Seidel in the yellow Sports 2000. Did you say it was the last lap?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, then I imagined it. Here they come through Kettle Bottoms. So where is that Ligier catching Travis? Is it these twisty bits coming up?
I think it was the tighter stuff through like 6, 7, 8 through there.
Let's see how he does here. 14.
Should be good through here.
Here we go.
Although I'm not really sure there's any spots where the Audi's not great. Still no white flag.
Look at that shot. That's amazing. Oh, white flag. Next time by, I'm hearing from Janet in timing and scoring. So you got about 1 3/4 laps left.
This is where we should see French make up some ground.
Yeah, and he did get caught behind the lap traffic going into 8. So let's see. Look at those lights.
Getting late in the afternoon here, 3 o'clock here in Elkhart Lake.
Both doing 2:02s that last lap.
Yeah, you can see French making up ground through here. Eat cheese curds at room temp for the best squeak. Just getting some advice. Yeah, I love it. Who knew? File that one away.
That's what Robert Rodenkirk says.
Thanks, Robert.
Here they go. This is it, guys. They're
down to Canada.
Take the white flag. They got some lap traffic. I hope he does see him. Okay, good. It's the 262. Kevin Leparsky. French is closing the gap, isn't he?
He did. And he should do a little more through here. As sleek and slick as those Audis are, they look like a big race car, didn't they? It just looks big.
Well, Formula One cars today are the size of Chevy Suburbans.
Oh, no doubt about it. Too big.
You look at the cars that Monaco was built for, where they could go 3 wide, you know, basically the size of our Formula Bs.
Pretty much.
And then now they're trying to put a couple Chevy Suburbans out there.
Yeah.
Track
doesn't
real
work
small.
too well.
Yeah. Here we go. We're on the last lap here for our Group 5, 7, and 11 race at Road America. It's been such an honor to be here at Road America with Ralph Shaheen in the booth. And we've seen some fantastic SVRA racing this weekend.
We've had a great weekend of racing for sure. I mean, we had a lot of challenges with the weather and all of that, but you know what? The racing action definitely kept things energized around here, and constantly looking forward to whatever group was coming out next for another good one.
What if the Wisconsinites have a huge practical joke where they tell visitors to eat this kind of cheese that squeaks, and then they just laugh about it without telling us? That'd be a really good practical joke. Maybe Cam with his El Camino can tell us if that's the case. There are some cool rushes out there too, those little rush cars. Those are a lot of fun, but here we come. Just a few corners left. Can Engen hold on to the lead as they go through the lap traffic into Canada, Ralph?
He's pushing hard because he's got French right on the tail. A little bit of traffic coming out of Canada corner.
That's Gary Gray in front of them.
One more car in front of them as they head to the final corner.
Okay, Gary, you got cars behind
Greg
you.
gets out of the way. Oh, he didn't realize French was right there. Uh-oh. Comes back, gives him room. And this is where the Audi should take over and just pull away up to the checkered flags, and does. So the winningest R8 in Audi history has won again.
The French just a half a second a lap behind them. Had they not caught lap traffic there at 14, that might have been a different outcome. But I still think Travis would have taken it. So those two gentlemen right there, thank you so much for the cars that you brought this weekend, because it's been a great show. There's Leparsky.
With that it has.
So our Brannon was Group 11 in third. And then Weinberger would be our first Group 7 car across the line in that Chevron B21. So congratulations there. And then Seidel is our first. There's Jim Booth. Seidel is our first Group 5 S2000 across the line. I do like the double checkered flags.
Oh, yeah.
Brian has so many laps here and originally on bikes. He's a little bit older than me, so he gives me an ambition to continue. See, there you go, Timothy. That's good. Thank you for that. Timothy Elliott, little comments from him. There's that DPO2. Those cars are so low. Well, I've got to run, Ralph, because I'll be the pit reporter for this next Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Yes, you will.
And then I'll be back up here for SVRA Group 10 and 12A.
Which will close out our vintage portion of the weekend. 2 Formula races yet to go. We've got Ligier Junior Formula Championship up next, and then Formula Regional Americas close out the weekend here at Road America. There's a look at the results. Engen, French, Brannon, Booth, and Smith, your top 5. As you look at the rest of the field, we will step away just a few minutes from here at Road America and be back with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Stay with us.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
I'm running the JSF series here at Road America this weekend. So my history racing, I started about 4 years ago. I just kind of jumped straight to open wheel. I started off with Berto Ruse. I did their beginner advanced class. And from there, I did their winter series where I got 3rd overall, Rookie of the Year. The following year, I joined Lucas Oil School of Racing. And then I did that for a couple of years. I did that with my brother as well. And then I met Gil, who's the team owner, and I also met Nick Johnson, who's also my coach, who invited me onto the team. So I've been working with them for a couple years now. So I just came back last week from Japan. My coach actually offered the opportunity to meet back in February. It was all last minute. Called me on a whim, was saying, hey, huge opportunity for you out in Japan. Let me know if you're interested. You have a couple days to tell me. So, of course, I gotta do it. It's in Japan, so luckily I was given the opportunity to go out in Japan. We tested up until March, and then just this past week I had my first competition. So it went pretty well. Stayed on the track, kept it clean, so went well. What it means for me to be here, it's all learning opportunity. So this is my first year running with the JSF series. So just kind of take into account how the drivers drive, what they're like, just getting a feel for how the weekend is. It's just been a huge learning experience, and everyone here has been really kind to me. Huge opportunity as well with everyone. So I think the type of driver I am, I kind of more analyze between each corner. So braking points, when I need to turn in, when I need to accelerate. One of my biggest things I'm working right now, especially, is my braking. So I've just kind of been analyzing that all week. It's my first time on this track, so I'm still getting used to the feel of how it is in the actual car instead of the simulator. So really just analyzing each corner and how I can overcome those and just kind of working from there. It's hard to say which driver is my role model because, I mean, everyone on the team here is really great, really experienced. So I'm kind of just asking around, seeing what they've been doing and how they've been learning, I mean, from previous years as well. So I kind of look up to them a lot for guidance, and even with the people in tech, just kind of analyzing data and making sure that I'm really hitting each point. So I'm just kind of analyzing everyone's driving experience here and just kind of learning based off of that. I'm hoping, I don't know, this is a hard question. There's so many opportunities to go, but honestly, I'm hoping probably for Indy. If Indy doesn't work out, then hopefully travel more out in Europe or maybe even Japan, just more international stuff. Yeah, it was definitely hard in the beginning for me between going internationally and in-states with the 14 to 12-hour difference. It's gotten much better, but I mean, with jet lag, for me personally, it takes just a couple of days to adjust and everything. So with traveling, we like to plan out for a couple days in between just so we can reset and just kind of get back in the America groove a little bit. But again, it's gotten a lot easier. This past trip, I only had a day to adjust. So I just kind of had to jump back in schedule. So luckily I was able to do that pretty quickly. I'm still kind of getting used to it. I mean, I have to run out international the entire year. So that's just kind of up from here, so.
Cars on track now for the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Ralph Shaheen and Barrett Wolf here with you. Barrett is one of our regular competitors in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Barrett, how's your weekend been going?
Good. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if it was me or not. Yeah, it's going good. Definitely not what we expected after New Orleans with that podium and fighting for a race win, but I'll take what points I can walk away with this weekend.
Absolutely. Now you're going to be running in the last race of the day. I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on the track. A lot of buildup with tire rubber on the outside lines. If you get offline here late this afternoon, it's going to get pretty slick pretty fast.
Yeah, the marbles, especially through places like the Carousel or Canada Corner after the kink, it gets quite messy, especially turn 1 as well, as we saw in the last race of the day around 11 o'clock. It was pretty rough on the outside line.
So these Ligier Junior Formula Championship cars, what do you like about them as far as it being the first step in a ladder series?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's low power. There's not too much aero, but you learn how to drive a downforce car. Everything about them is just great. I raced it 2 years ago, and it was a lot of fun. I kind of miss it, to be honest. It's easy to drive, but very competitive, very close racing.
Car weighs 1,235 pounds without the driver, running the Honda Civic Type R 2-liter engine, normally aspirated, serviced and engineered, of course, by the folks at Mountoon, pumping out 160 horsepower. Everybody on the Hankook slicks, and you get 2 sets of those for the weekend. You can see a few folks have their final set on here. And here is our starting lineup. Daniel Carra on pole. Augusto Pachetta alongside in the 27. Habir Das in the 23 will start third. Cash Felber in fourth. Drew Such in fifth. Gaston Arazu, who is the points leader, in sixth. Maximo Karam, seventh. Roman Felber, eighth. Ava Hansen, ninth. And Michael Fatuda in 10th. And Drew Such did make it out. That's him there with the silver with the orange down the back of the car, because that car got destroyed.
I'm glad to see that he got out there. That was a pretty rough. You can see on the side of the pit entry there is where he hit the wall.
You can see the tire marks going straight at it.
Yeah, super unfortunate crash at the end of the race for him.
And that car was incredibly heavily damaged.
Yeah, I'm glad he made it to the grid.
Tip of the visor to the folks at Berg Racing and getting that car for Drew fixed and back out on the racetrack and ready to go. See if you can finish it off with a bit of a positive note here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last race of the weekend, things get crazy, and that's when you get your best opportunities.
This will be a standing start. Tell me about the process of when standing start with one of these cars.
With this car, there's not a lot of power, not a lot of wheel spin. You want a little bit off the line. So my strategy, and it always works for me 2 years ago when I drove this car, was just dump the clutch, get it out as quick as possible, and you'll jump a few cars off the line usually.
Look how much cleaner the line is in front of Pachetta than it is in front of Daniel Cara on the far right.
Yeah, that kitty litter, the Speedy Dry, has been down there for 2 days now.
There's a whole bunch of marbles over there as well.
Yeah.
Cara on the far right. Pachetta alongside, watching the lights. Here we go. Cara gets the drive and quickly moves over. Here comes the 23 as well. Javier Das going to make it up into second. And Das has had a good weekend so far and looking for more here this afternoon. And Such trying to gain back points lost in that last race. There he is on the inside, fighting for fourth with one of the Felbers. I believe that's Cash. Headed down to turn number 5. Cold tires, cold brakes, and a heavy braking zone.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to lock the rear tires coming into this if your bias isn't set right. And the fronts as well. I've seen and been involved in some incidents where a lockup happens and you just get taken out.
Such was on the outside, cuts back to the inside. Might gain a spot by the time he gets to 6. So we shift to the drone, watching the leaders pull away. That's Javier Das right there in the silver car. Das running up in second. And there is Drew Such. He's made his way up to third, which is not a surprise because he was running at the front, challenging for the win here all weekend long, every time on course. It looked like Pachetta got very loose coming out of 6.
Yeah, and it looked like, I think that was Roman or Cash Felber, one of them, that touched him on the rear there and lost a part of his nose cone, it looked like.
Not something you want when you're headed towards the kink, is it?
No, it certainly doesn't help when you're trying to overtake somebody. Being in the draft is helpful, but coming down to the corner, you want as much speed as possible.
Full chat down through Kettle Bottoms, headed to Canada Corner. Attempts at braking maneuvers here. Can he gain a spot? Oh, and around goes Pachetta. Things just not going well for Augusto Pachetta out of Argentina in the Sport West Bruno Maquinaria Rapix Avanzar Scuderia Buell entry. We stay green for now. Cara, Das, Such, Harazu, the points leader, in 4th. Felber in the 11, that's Cash. Beckham, Jasir, and then Roman Felber in the 73. Hansen, Mokaram, Pinkowski, your top 10. A little bit of dirt on the racetrack over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from. Maybe from being 3 wide through turn 3 at the start there.
Yeah.
Someone definitely got on the, as someone brings more dirt onto the track there.
More dirt now.
Yeah. Seems pretty spaced out coming into turn 5 here.
Sure does. Coming into the day, Gaston Arazu had led the points with 86. True Such was second, and then Javier Das was third. That shifted around pretty dramatically after the race this morning. There's a chance they can reshuffle it here this afternoon. Cara really trying to make a statement here in this category this afternoon. Trying to sweep the day. I think he felt like he really left something on the table Saturday, and that today was the day he needed to make a statement.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I watched that incident in Canada Corner happen as a Drew Such made a lockup there coming into Canada Corner as we speak about it. I don't think he was left a lot of room on the inside when he was trying to make that pass. Just super unfortunate that he got a penalty and his win ripped away from him. But it was a super deserving drive, and he, you know, had a huge gap to the rest of the field.
trying to break the draft on each other as they come up the hill. Irazu trying to make a run for second here on the outside in that blue car as they head to turn 1. Trying to get around Javier Das. Irazu in the 42, Das in the 23, and Such right behind them in the 28. Houston, Texas's Daniel Carra out front in the Tenuta Froppa Ambrozzi Wines World Cup Carra Origin Motorsports entry. Irazu up to second place, the points leader out of Uruguay in the Elia Group, Bally Canal 4 ANCAP Champagne Racing entry.
It looks like the two teammates of Berg were side by side for a moment, but Drew Such keeps his position coming into turn 5.
That's those teammates right there. Such just in front of Das.
Big improvement from his driving from last year. I remember seeing him in the paddock, and he's worked really hard over the season.
Up here?
Yeah, and Drew as well, both of them. Just absolutely incredible to see them go from back of the pack to leading races coming into the season.
Everybody running a little wider through the carousel through there. Most of the weekend, everybody's been tucked way down to the bottom.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. There was, when Alex Popov's engine blew up in the F4 US race earlier today, there was some oil on that inside line, so we were having to run pretty close to the marbles in the FR race earlier today. It made things pretty difficult. So that might be why there's less grip on the preferred line.
Those rumble strips there coming out of Canada look massive.
They're quite big. It unsettles the car.
Unsettles your teeth.
Yeah, if you get all 4 wheels on them, they can certainly hurt your exit coming onto the into 14 here.
Here you want to avoid that hole right there. Just as the curbing on the outside comes to an end. Across the start-finish line, Carra continues to lead by just a tick, about a half a second, maybe a little less, over Irazu. Yeah, 0.2.
Defended the inside into turn 1, but he let it go on the exit.
Here comes Gaston Irazu at 3 on the inside. Boy, he is right there.
It's going to be a drag race down to turn 5 as you come through the famous cheese bridge here at Road America.
Now, would you prefer to be on the outside going into 5 or on the inside going into 5?
It could go either way. If you're on the inside and you outbrake yourself, they can switch back on you and you're a sitting duck for turn 6. But Carra, I know, keeps it on the track pretty well on the inside.
A little contact there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Tires?
But he's got the inside line for 6, so he might be set here.
Boy, there's a lot of trust right there going up the hill with Such right behind him, and then Das after that.
Yeah, and he keeps the position. He's placing his car incredibly well, but losing all that time, Drew's moving up.
Yeah, look at Such closing in, sticking a nose in there. But Irazu wants the lead bad.
Had a look, but no.
And Das closed back up also.
Yeah.
Oh, and off course goes Daniel Carra, and that's going to open the door for Gaston Irazu to come around the outside. Here he comes. Irazu back to the lead here with our Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Seriously big unforced error from Carra there. It's I've never seen him make a mistake like this pretty often. It's not common for him. He's a great driver, so it's unfortunate to see that. And it looks like Drew Such taking a look down the inside at Canada as well.
Yep, and he's going to get him.
He's got it.
Completes the pass, and Such up onto the second step on the podium.
Man, the top 4 are just glued together in this race. This car is so good at this track. It's just, you can never run away with the race win.
And a highly competitive field of drivers this year in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Yeah, much more competitive than a few years ago, I think. Drew Such having a great run into turn 1 here. He might take a look. No.
Such was actually quicker on that last lap. He's 0.3 of a second behind. He ran a 2:29.64 to a 2:21.977 by our race leader. Doss ran a 2:20 as well, as did Beckham and Hansen and Mokaram.
Oh, and Drew Such might take the lead here.
Got a little too far outside there.
Yeah, the moment you get onto that entry curb into 5, it sucks you in. It's lower than the track surface. It's pretty brutal.
Trying to find his rhythm again to get back up here and get in this fight. Down the hill they go. How about Habir Doss in the silver with the blue stripe, 23?
Yeah, having to defend a little bit there from, I'm not sure who that car is.
That's Beckham.
Oh, is it Beckham? Got it. Yes. All the fighting now from the top 4 has let the rest of the field kind of close up a bit. Now it's just a, 6-car fight for the lead?
With inside of 19 minutes to go here, our Ligier Junior Formula Championship finale for the weekend. So hard to believe that Such's car was so destroyed after that last lap coming to the flag crash that happened literally right here. You see the skid marks and the impact on the wall. And I wasn't sure they were going to get that car back, not only for this weekend, but for whenever the next race was.
Yeah,
he really did a number on the back end of that car.
There was a lot of damage, and he gets right up against
and here
Arazu
he goes
there.
for the lead.
Around the outside into 1.
Well,
Still
short,
side by
but maybe
side.
he can do it at 3. Arazu pushed him pretty wide there going into 3, didn't he?
Yep, and he's pushed him all the way onto the dirt for the exit of 3.
And Such has to come back to defend against Kara sliding around in another car.
That's I believe that's Ava Hansen.
Yeah, it is in the 26. She straightens it out and gets it back on the track.
Keeps it going.
Such looking again to the outside.
3
and coming
wide.
inside, here comes Kara. He's going for the lead. He's got it. Can he hang on to it now as they charge up the hill to 6? Gaston Arazu has done a tremendous job holding on for the lead. Can he continue up front? Yes. Great fighting here today in our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. 6 cars fighting for the win here with less than 17 minutes remaining. Kara again peeking inside, going into 8, and everybody runs wide. Look how far off Beckham got, and he pulls it back in. That's Felber right there on the outside of him in the black car. That's the 73. That's Roman.
Yeah, an amazing comeback drive from both Roman and Drew as they come into the kink here. Just unfortunate race for both of them last time out with Roman breaking down and Drew's crash.
And you know, everybody was flat that time through the kink. No doubt about it. You got to be flat everywhere you have to here today if you want to win this one.
Yeah, they're all tucked together here. Just absolutely on the limit from the top 4, top 5.
Pushing as hard as they can. You've come up out of this Junior Formula Championship. How much do the teams above in F4 and Formula Regional Americas pay attention every time this group, the Ligier Junior Formula Championship, is on track?
Quite a lot. I mean, a lot of the teams that are in F4 US and FR, as someone's making a move in the back there into turn 1, they pay a lot of attention. I mean, most of them, most of the big teams in those higher up championships run at least 1 or 2 cars in this series. And
but they're all hunting for the next quick, fast guy or gal, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a great ladder for the teams and for the drivers. It just makes everything better. You work with the same people throughout your steps up.
And the thing about it here is that it's really going to be your skill that's going to make the difference. As Kara tries the outside here on Arazu. Gets pushed wide at 5. Such, can he capitalize? Pretty good run up the hill. Drew's alongside.
I think he's got the inside line.
Oh, watch out those tires. Man, I thought Such was going to get him. I think he gave Kara a little bit of room to gather it back up.
Yeah, definitely. I've been in that situation before, and I wasn't left room on the inside, and it did not end well for either of us. So.
Well, and that's why it was a smart move by Such, because if Kara had gotten out of control and spun, he might have come right back across and taken Such out in the process, which he can't afford to lose points now. He needs as many as he can here in this final Ligier Junior Formula Championship event of the weekend. I've been really impressed with how hard Gaston Arazu is willing to fight to hang on to the lead, to get the lead and then hang on to the lead. He's been leading the points and he wants this championship. You can tell
they're
very
fighting.
badly. As Kara comes up along the outside. Here they go through Thunder Valley. Kara trying to take the lead away. Arazu fighting back as hard as he can. Headed to the final corner, turn 14. Arazu again on the inside. And that's what I'm talking about, Barrett. Fought all the way through Thunder Valley to not let that lead get away.
Yeah, absolutely impressive that they were managed to fit too wide through there. I don't think I've seen that happen with any of these cars yet. As Kara comes back into turn 1 across the line with Drew Such, they're going to go 3 wide
Such
into turn 1.
Out. Now you can pass on the outside going through turn 1, and Arazu is going to swing all the way over to follow Such and locks up the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Daniel to the lead. Drew runs in second, and Gaston is in third as we've got 13 minutes remaining here in our Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Absolutely incredible fighting from all 3 of them. It's really brave to risk going 3 wide into 1. Arazu backed out of it, thought better of it, but
you really have to, right? I mean,
it's worth the risk because it's kind of everything here.
At this level, you've got to really be willing to go 12 tenths, right? Not just 10 tenths, but you got to step out 11, 12 to make that one move and do it at the right time that doesn't leave the door open for your competitors to fight back for the checker.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what all 3 of them are willing to do, and that's going to set them up really well when they decide to move up next year.
Because that's the thing, if you win this championship, you get that big scholarship, and up the ladder you go, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very important scholarship program for everybody involved. I mean, we saw how important it was last year for the drivers who moved up to F4 this year.
Oh, Arazu making a move inside of Such. As they go to Canada alongside. Oh boy, using up all the curbing.
Onto
Through
the
grass goes Gaston Arazu, and he might lose another spot. He does.
He
he's
managed
going
to
to lose one to Beckham.
Yeah, he managed to keep the car straight at least. I've put myself in that same situation last year and almost went into the wall on the other side of the track. It's
now
so
he's
hard.
fighting Felber off here.
Yeah, they're going to be too wide down the straight, and it might not end well for him here in this lap.
That's Roman Felber. And there goes Beckham in that bright yellow car, now running in third. You see Arazu back there in fourth. Toss is in that fight. Felber's, 2 of them, Cash and Roman as well. So Gaston Arazu has got to get on this podium if he wants to keep this points lead going this weekend.
He's fighting for it really hard as well. I mean, having an early points lead in the championship means everything, and not only this series where there's a limited amount of rounds, but honestly any series that you go to, if you get an early dominant points lead, it's hard to catch up.
Well, not only are the numbers hard to make up, but just the mental side of it, right? You feel super confident, and everybody else feels like, oh man, I'm way behind. I'm chasing that guy.
Yeah, you feel much more comfortable in the car, not thinking about the result, just thinking about driving when you're that far ahead.
Right. Daniel Carrad would like to be that guy. Pushing hard here. Looking to sweep the day. When you can close out a weekend by doing something like that, like sweeping the day, we're doing what Titus Sherlock did earlier today, and sweep the entire weekend. Boy, that really puts it on the minds of your competitors who have a couple of weeks to think about it before you get strapped into the car again. And Arazu back after Beckham inside, coming into Canada. He's got him right there. Just like that, he's back on the podium.
So much straight line speed. He definitely put his foot down in the carousel, didn't lift to make up as much speed as he could. He got the move done before the braking zone even, which was impressive.
I don't remember, was he on stickers when this started, or was he on
I think he was. Most of the field, I believe, was on the new set. You only get two brand new sets from qualifying into the last race of the weekend.
Right. Pachetta back on pit lane. Inside of 9 minutes to go.
Car just keeps.
Oh no! Right in front of the field.
He's kept the engine going.
He straightened it back out, kept the engine rolling. He loses a ton of spots, and Arazu finds himself back in the lead here at Road America.
What a dramatic couple of corners. It was Arazu running third or fourth, and all of a sudden back in the lead as everyone checked up.
And that could have been disastrous because he spun right in front of everybody, right in the middle of the racetrack, in one of the fastest sections of the track as well.
Yeah, he was right on the racing line on that exit curve, and that's not where you want to be.
Let's take a look at it again. So what went wrong here?
I'm not sure. It looks like just carried a little too much speed, it seems like.
Oh, he got up on the curbing there. That upset the front of the car.
Maybe a
See
little bit.
that?
Yeah. I don't know. Just completely unusual to see.
Let's take one more look at it. You'll notice right in here, see the car gets up on the curbing and bounces a little bit.
I think he got on that crocodile curb.
Yeah.
That gray part on the inside.
And around he went. Boy, what a great job by everybody to miss him.
Yeah.
And Arazu, Such, Beckham, Doss, Felbers, Bocarum, they all benefit as they all move up a spot. Now Daniel Carrad's got to minimize damage and see in the final 7 minutes here if he can fight back and get a few positions here, maybe salvage some points.
Yeah, he's starting to claw his way back up to the field there, as you see him in the back. Harbier Doss trying to chase down the last podium position.
Coming to the line, Arazu with the lead. Such is second. Beckham Jasir is third. And then it's the 11 of Cash Felber, Doss, Roman Felber, Mokaram, Carraz up to eighth. And then Hansen and Fatuda rounding out the top 10. No, another car off. Is that Habir?
That's Harbier, yeah. He's gone off in turn 3. I'm not sure what the...
and he comes on just in front of, that's
Cara
right there,
yeah.
isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. I'm not sure what caused that error from him. It's pretty unusual to see him make a mistake like that.
Yeah,
this whole
he
season.
was running in 5th and is going to fall back to 7th.
Yeah, there's a possibility he locked up the rear tires, just didn't have the brake bias set right.
How much do you have to adjust that over the course of the race?
If you find the right sweet spot, Not much. Usually after a safety car restart or something, you might want to change it a bit just because it's been so cold here today that even behind the safety car with trying to get as much heat as you can, you don't get the same braking performance. But in this car, it's one of the few tools you really have to get everything out of the car, because there's a lot to adjust, but one of the biggest things a driver can do is that brake bias.
The cockpit toys change much between this Ligier Junior Formula Championship that we're watching and on up to F4?
In the new F4 US car, absolutely. There's so much available to you on that steering wheel. So many different screens that you can look through to see if there's something wrong with the car and everything else. And then FR, obviously that car's showing its age a little bit compared to that new Ligier, but the biggest thing is still brake bias, being able to know just everything that's going on underneath you, but the ability to see what's going on in that new F4 car is unmatched compared to the other two cars.
It has been anything but a trouble-free run for Gaston Arazu, but he's done a great job of fighting and never giving up, getting those elbows up and just wheeling that number 42 here today.
Yeah, just pushing as hard as he can. He's fallen back to the middle of the pack and all the way back to the lead at least twice this race. It's a great drive from him. I'm sure he'll be very happy if he gets the win here with 3 minutes left to go in the race.
And tired.
Yeah.
He's been working hard. Driver out of Uruguay.
Car is still trying to make up positions using all the track he can to close up to the cars in front and at least salvage some extra points here this weekend.
I think he's got Mokaram just in front of him.
And then both the Felbers. You might get a good opportunity coming into the front straight here if they fight through Canada corner. With how close they are together, they could end up 3 wide as they trying to weave and break the toe.
Down through Kettle Bottoms. And an attempt on a pass, setting up for Canada.
Yeah, Carr is going to be looking for every opportunity he has as they come into the braking zone here.
There goes Arazu. Such. You should be seeing maybe the white flag. Yes, white flag ready to go.
Yeah, Such is going to try and take every opportunity he can. He keeps getting so close. He did set a faster lap than Arazu this time by as they set up for the last lap, and he closes up under the braking in the 1.
Who's going to win the final Ligier Junior Formula Championship event of the day? As good as this fight is here with these 4 cars, it's not for a podium position. Oh, man!
Both the Felber twins going wide.
Right through one of Ben Sissel's Mission Food signs. I don't know if Ben sends a bill out for that or not.
I have no idea. Through Such closing up for the lead into turn 6. And Cara moving up to 4th.
Up to 4th. I think he's going to run out of time to make a run for a podium. So he's got a ways to go to catch Beckham Jasir.
Yeah, solid like
There's
6
Jasir
seconds.
there. See, there goes Jasir. Yeah, and here comes Cara. They're getting ready to enter into the carousel. pretty hard for him to catch him and make it past him there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the toe is not super good unless you're that close. Within about a second, maybe second and a half, it's really when it starts to take its effect.
And Such looks like he's running out of time as well, too. He's not close enough to really make anything happen down here in Canada Corner.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do at this point on the last lap unless Arazu makes a serious unforced error in the last corner.
Which is not unheard of.
Anything can happen.
Nice, confident line. Such will be happy to get past the pit entrance this time on the final lap smoothly.
Yeah, no one close to bump him this time around as he comes in
Checkered
second.
flag waves, and Gaston Arazu is going to take the win here in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Final race of the weekend for them. Third and final one. Drew Such will finish in second. Beckham Jasir will be third. Daniel Cara fourth. And then it's the 11 of Cash Felber in front of Mokaram and Roman Felber. Habir Das will take 8th. And what a run by Gaston Arazu.
Absolutely amazing drive to make a big error at the start and drive all the way back to the front. Cara in fourth as well.
Yes.
With such short time to make up that gap.
That's minimizing the damage there.
Yeah, doing the best he can to make up.
More cars across the line. Finishing up the day. Here's a look at your results. Ben will be greeting them in victory lane here in a minute. Well, Barrett, we're going to see you coming up here the last race of the day, Formula Regional Americas. What can we expect out of that race, do you think?
Well, we raced earlier today, the last race for us.
Oh, that's right.
It was pretty hectic, though, with the safety car restarts, and just the first start of the race was quite hectic. 3-4 wide into turn 5. No one was wanting to give an inch. It was there was a lot to fight for through the midfield.
Well, I'll tell you, these Ligier Junior Formula cars have put on some good racing all weekend long, haven't they?
Yeah, seriously. It's been pretty exciting, especially race 2 with 0.006 of a second at the line between the top 3. It was quite a sight to see.
Pretty thrilling.
Yeah. This car, you know, it might be an older F4 car, but it still holds its weight as a great race car to start with.
They'll be making their way onto pit lane and into the podium area, and we'll have our victory lane celebration coming shortly with Ben and John. So F4 is going to be our last open wheel race of the day. What do you expect out of that group?
Anything can happen. It's been so dramatic all weekend. I mean, Dimitri Nolan having a chance at a win in, I believe it was race 1, and then race 2, the whole field just so close together. Alex Popov running away with it in the middle of the race, but an unfortunate engine failure for him. You know, Keikai Hawanio, our driver with Crosslink, as well as Dimitri. They're all so incredibly quick. The field is so tight.
It'd be a great way to finish off the day.
It really is. I'm not sure how to what to expect from that race.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
A lot of celebration here, Ben.
Well, Gaston Arazu, unbelievable. Come over here by your car. We'll get some good interviews with you. If you'll take off your helmet, Hans device, we have so many things to say. All the way from Uruguay, the home of the first World Cup. Now, Gaston, you've had a lot of hard races, but that has to be one of the toughest. Tell us about your race.
Well, this is the most hard race I have in my life. I start 6. In the first lap, I start bad. The worst start I have, but luckily I can win the race and get a good point for the championship.
Now, say something to all of your Spanish fans because the comments are lighting up on YouTube.
Bueno, primero que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, nada, muy contento de poder ganar. Largamos esto y largué espantoso, pero bueno. Por suerte pude retomar en la carrera, pude estar primero un par de vueltas, después me fui para afuera, después volví a estar primero y bueno, por suerte pude ganar.
Congratulations, nice job. Go party with your team. Back up to you in the booth, but we got to get a shot of this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. How about that for some emotion? You think a win like that doesn't mean something? Unbelievable. Ralph, back up to you in the booth.
It was one of the hardest fought victories of the weekend for sure, Ben. And Gaston and his team definitely deserve to enjoy that. Drivers will be making their way over to the podium, and John will be ready to talk to them. And the podium celebration will begin. Pictures, hat dance, spraying, champagne, all the fun. Getting ready to go down there. Oh, I'm told now that we won't be doing our podium with John Phippen. All right, so we're going to go ahead and shift our coverage to Group 10 and 12A. Barrett Wolf, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming by.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you guys. It was
and
great.
We'll see you down the road here.
Yep, I'll see you guys soon.
Okay. Next up, Group 10 and 12A. 10 and 12A. Some big power in this one. Lots of great noise. Let's take you through the field here. Lance Weiskirchen in the number 1. It's a Ford Mustang. Car 33 will start in position 1. Car 34 starting second, Bob Van Zelst, Porsche GT3R. John DeGainer in car 4 will start third. That's a Ford Mustang, 1992. Robert Blaine in car 64 will start fourth. That's the 2004 Chevrolet Corvette C6R. Joseph Freda will start fifth in car 122, 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C6, that's the red one. Andrew Myers in position 6 in car 51, 2018 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Brad Dahmer in 7th in car 45, 2009 Chevy Monte Carlo. Liam Gray will start 8th in car 991, a 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Benjamin Myers in position 9 in car 29, 2017 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Rick Walsifer in position 10 in car 31, 2014 Chevy Camaro. Chris Peterson will start 11th in car 78, 2004 NASCAR Pontiac Grand Prix. Robert Gee in 12th in car 527, 2020 Porsche Cayman. Austin Werner in 13th, car 459, Ferrari 458 2012 edition. Don't remember seeing that car this weekend. Scott Kissinger will start 14th in car 222, Porsche GT3. Michael Earhart in 15th in car 10, 2015 Chevrolet Z28R. Bruce Nesbitt in 16th in car 50, 2025 Ford Mustang. David Peischek, 17th in the 722 2021 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Werner Cordes in 18th in the 127 2016 BMW M235 IR. And Steve Beck in 19th in car 6, 1995 Ford Thunderbird NASCAR race car. There's a Ferrari 458 here, but I didn't see it all weekend, did you? I don't think it's been running with us.
It's one of those stealth Ferraris.
Yeah, we wouldn't have missed it. Lights off on the pace car, I think, based on the sun reflections. I can't really tell.
The sun is out, but the temperature's dropped.
Yeah, it's not getting warmer. There's the Ferrari. Look at that. Huh. Who'd have thunk it? Hadn't seen that one all weekend.
Is that Bizek? Who is in that?
That is Werner. Austin Werner. Here we go. Green flag is waving and we're underway. The Boris said Mustang jumping out in front of the factory Corvette. Pratt & Miller machine. And as happened back in the day, everybody's chasing Boris.
Yeah, it's so cool. You know, Boris will be in the paddock with us next weekend watching Boris said Jr. racing.
Heck, he
with us.
raced with us at Laguna, remember?
Yeah,
and did a whale of a job. It's going to be interesting to see if that maybe wet his whistle a little bit, got him getting the urge back.
He runs with us about 4 to 6 times a year.
He likes to tell you he's slowed down. He hasn't lost much of a step.
Bob Van Zelst in that Porsche GT3R Golf livery. We have set head show up for Grand Am events with the Reds.
Oh yeah. Not easy. Down through Kettle Bottoms. Big V8s thundering off the hillside there.
You can see John DeGainer out there in the Ron Fellows car.
No, I didn't see that one either. For half a second there when you said Fellows car, I was thinking of the Corvette. Of course,
yeah.
Ron Legendary as team leader for those cars for years. Look at the flames belching out of that car. Looking forward to getting up to Ron's racetrack there, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, formerly known as Mosport.
It is a great event. You're going to love it.
I've always enjoyed going to that track.
Another one of those tracks they would not be allowed to build today.
No.
These two Corvettes, they stayed together all day yesterday as well.
Sure did.
So that's Blaine in the yellow Corvette, and then Joseph Frieda in the Prince and the Revolution little red Corvette.
And Blaine, of course, owns and drives that Ford Capri that we saw earlier today as well. And he was laughing, saying how radically different the two cars are.
Yeah, I bet. That GT3R just waiting back there, waiting to pounce of Zelst. Nobody sunbathing on Mission Beach today in this 40-degree weather.
Well, you got to have sun to do that with too, right? You wouldn't need to worry about it. I think it's SPF maybe 1, maybe 1.5 today.
Yeah. Man, that Ligier Junior Formula Championship race, maybe one of the best races I've seen.
It was spectacular. You didn't get to see everything from where you were down on pit lane, but when you go back and watch it, Gaston Arazu just was wheeling it. Well, it looks like the red Corvette has disappeared.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if he went to pit lane.
That's Bruce Nesbitt.
Yeah, he's on pit lane.
Oh, yeah, he is, yeah. Bruce Nesbitt in the 2025 Ford Mustang ahead of this Camaro. Not sure he's coming right back out, though. Oh, he's going.
No, he's turning. He's done.
There's our man Fred. So here's Bruce Nesbitt, the knob with a brain. He races in Trans Am with us in the Masters, and he's out there in a 2025 Trans Am car.
And Earhart in that Chevy Z28R, which I'm sure has our producer Cam just drooling on his notes right now. And there's the Ferrari. 458.
458, 459, whatever it takes.
That's right.
Uh-oh. What do we got here, Rob?
Fire coming out the side of the Mustang. You could just tell that was going to be the deal. Under deceleration, rolling off that throttle.
I keep trying to get one of the Trans Am teams to wrap the side of the car with a dragon so it looks like the fire's coming out of the dragon. I think that'd be like the most photographed car ever. Nobody's taken me up on it yet, though.
I would like that.
Uh-oh. I just heard full course yellow.
Yep. We got both flags up here in the starter stand.
Oh, man. We almost made it. This is our last SVRA race of the weekend. We had that yellow in the 5-7-11, but remember, it wasn't even a whole lap. They took it right down. But this one we might have.
Well, I'm not sure what this one's for. Speaking of Ferrari, I didn't see... haven't had a chance to look at the results from Imola today, did you?
No, but don't be a spoiler. I'm sure there's some people that are waiting.
Oh, it was,
So I'm hearing in my right ear that James Rogerson, our great pace car driver, caught the leader. He's always paying attention, and they're going to follow him around. We're going to get this thing a restart. Ralph showing me some stats here from
results from Chicagoland. NHRA coming through. Worth a watch later today if you get a chance.
There's Wolsifer.
There's one of our NASCAR Cup cars, 45. I see that 45 in red and black, and my mind and my heart immediately go to Adam Petty, who drove the red and black sprint car in Cup for way, 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 way too short of a time before we tragically lost Adam. But out of that bin, we got the Victory Junction gang cab. Oh, there's our reason for the caution. Plane that was running in
that's
our
Zelst.
gray.
I think it's Zelst, right? That's Bob Van Zelst in the
that's it.
GT3R.
Yes.
Now,
what a shame.
Of all the cars that are out there, Who would have thought it'd be a 2017 Porsche with mechanical issues?
Right.
That might not be a mechanical.
I was
Those are
going to
tire
say,
marks into
we're
the wall.
assuming it's mechanical.
He might have had a small, he might have had some smoke or something because he pulled right to that corner station, which is what drivers are trained to do if they have a fire, because the corner stations have fire bottles. This group looks to me like a kid's mom said you can only bring 10 Matchbox cars with you.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, these are
Yeah, that would have been about
10.
10 that I would have chosen, too, to be honest with you. That would have been right in my wheelhouse. Yeah, I need the Trans Am car. Gotta have the Corvette. Who doesn't want a Porsche with him? Gotta have a Cup car. Camaros are cool. And Ferrari.
And you gotta have a red one.
I got my cars, Mom. Let's go.
Yeah. That's how I was. I
Yeah,
carried them around all the time.
You had the big wheel. Yeah.
Yeah. And I still, my
case.
sons and I still have a ton of those like orange tracks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is where the addiction starts. It starts with 99 cents, and it just it lasts a lifetime.
Doesn't stay at 99 cents, unfortunately, right?
Now there's that BMW M2 again. I love that thing. I could not find him in the paddock. That's Cordes, Werner Cordes. But it's funny. So Boris Said is leading this race, but Boris Said also sells those M2s.
Yes, he does. Very successful BMW dealer in Southern California.
Bruce Nesbitt, the white Mustang there. He races with us quite a bit in TA2 Masters, but he is, I want to say 81 or 82, and he has more energy and acts like he's a teenager. Like, I wish I had his energy.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see him hang out with him. He's just a fun dude. And he always has a sticker on the back, the knob with the brain, because it's a, I think it's a brake bias thing. I forget the name of the company. Tree Stump Flyer is saying, OMG, Dahmer is racing. Not only is he racing, he's in 4th. He's doing pretty well. It's Brad Dahmer in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Julie Dahmer was with us in the Miatas this weekend.
She was, yeah.
Benjamin and Andrew Myers aren't out there. They were supposed to be out there. As was Bob Gee. Two cars just went by the window that I have not yet seen. David Bizek in his 2021 Porsche GT3 Cup car in what looked like a Rothmans Porsche livery.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that yet on track.
I've seen it here this weekend, but I don't remember seeing it on track.
And then Steve Beck is out there in the Mark Martin 1995 Ford Thunderbird.
The giveaway car.
There was something you were saying to me last weekend at Laguna Seca that you can tell just by looking at Cup cars what's a short track, what's a mid,
the grills,
and what's a big track.
Yeah, if you look at the grills, see if we can get a shot of the 45 or the 6 Mark Martin car. But you can tell if it has a lot of openings, it's a short track road course car. If it has few openings, it would be a speedway car.
So what's this 45 here?
That one looks like an intermediate level car.
Okay,
Intermediate
so what would be
car.
intermediate, like in Atlanta?
Intermediate would be Charlotte, anything in 1.5 miles.
Okay.
Charlotte, Texas, places like that. Atlanta, the way they're running now, is kind of a toss-up between an intermediate and a speedway car because the speeds are so high there for such an extended period of time. But definitely Talladega and Daytona would be your speedway cars. And then Bristol, Martinsville, North Wilkesboro tonight would be your short track car. And you can run a short track car if you had to as a backup on a road course.
Okay.
That's why a lot of the guys want to buy the road course cars to come vintage racing with us. If they can't get one, they opt for short track car because you can make that into a decent road racing car. Speedway cars and the intermediate cars, sometimes you're ending up with that car just for the provenance of the car, or it's something that you have a passion for and you still want to just come out and play. But if you want to be fast, you need the road course car.
So went to my hotel last night, and Days of Thunder was on. So I was watching that with my son. I was like, this is what got me into racing. And then we turned the very next channel is Ricky Bobby. And I'm like, oh, it just doesn't get any better than this then. We'll just go back and forth.
Yeah. They shot a ton of that in Charlotte, in the Mooresville area where I live. In fact, you know, the barn scene is right, it's about 2 to 5 miles from my house, right there in Mooresville. I think about that every time we drive by there. There's the Mark Martin car. Classic livery for Mark, Valvoline colors.
And David Bizek in that Rothman's Porsche GT3 Cup. We saw him out in the Mercedes 190 SL.
There it is. Just in front of the Mark Martin car.
Well, we're going checker flag. I think that Porsche, just looking at it from the top, that Porsche GT3 Cup car, such a low car with such a low splitter, they're just going to have a hard time getting it on a rollback. But at least that was a mechanical, so that's no problem.
So Weiskirchen's going to take the win for Boris Said and the gang. Blaine will finish second for the Pratt and Miller boys.
Man, I like that BMW back there.
Yeah, that's cool.
We got to tell Boris next weekend. We saw his car racing with us.
Yeah, and it won again.
Yeah.
Here's a look at the results. Weiskirchen, Blaine, Gray, Brad Dahmer in fourth, Wolsifer fifth, and then Werner Nesbitt, Earhart, Cordes, and Bychek rounding out the top 10. Well, Ben, much to your frustration, we are done with SVRA racing for the weekend. We've got one race to go. F4 United States Championship coming up from Road America.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
I'm Nicholas Ambiado. I'm racing at Freelon. I tried to win the championship. The expectations for this year is very big. The last year, I had good results, some podiums, one win. I go to the best team, I think it's Kiwi, and just try to win the championship. It's a hard process to drive an F4, FR, next year F3. This is a process. It's very hard. I had a driver for learn a very fast car for a race, but yes, it's a good sensation for test new cars. If the last year I'm driving a 4, now a 3 one, yeah, it's not similar the car. Do you learn very fast, but it's very nice to racing in different cars for the very high level. The difference for an i4 for the power, it does have turbo, the turbo lag, the downforce, it has more aerodynamic, the end plates have more that to take more faster the car. But downforce is a very big for power, and downforce is very big steep, you know. My first year in Kiwi, the last year I'm going Bilox. It's a family team for Chilean, but yeah, Kiwi every time has in the loop because the results, the championship. That's good to learn to other teams. Today I'm in Kiwi. For me, it's the best team, the best results. Yeah, let's try to win the championship for the best team. You know, I think my mentality is a little one for all. The first lap, one safe, and then in third lap or fourth lap, more aggressive to Yeah, my mentality, the data is a very good tool for learning the car and the track. But I don't have my mentality, you know. I have all take the if more good for my race, you know.
When you run it out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you run it out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off.
Back here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed, and the final race of the weekend getting ready to get started. The F4 United States Championship, their final race of the weekend, and the last one for us as well. It's been a thrilling day, and Ava Hansen joins me in the booth, and I can't think of a better way to close out the action, Ava, than these guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. These guys have some major action-filled racing, and I feel like it's always clean, but it's always intriguing to watch these guys.
So you're from nearby Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Where exactly is Elkhorn?
Elkhorn is about an hour and a half from here. It's right above Lake Geneva. Not many people know where Elkhorn is, but I just tell them it's above Lake Geneva. Then they know.
Okay. I was going to say I have not been there myself, so what's the closest racetrack to you at Elkhorn? Not necessarily for road racing, but just racetracks in general.
My home track, my karting track, is about half an hour away from me. That's in Dousman, Wisconsin. That's technically my home track.
Okay. There's got to be a paved oval or dirt track up there somewhere.
Oh yeah, we have Jefferson Speedway and then the Wisconsin Dells. But
the Dells, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm getting an idea of where you're at. Okay,
right.
The Dells, very famous.
Oh yeah.
So tell me about these F4 cars. What do you like about them?
These ones specifically? I really like, I like the Halo. I feel like they really add that professional touch to these cars. Just decal-wise, I just really like those. The speed, I really like how fast those cars go. But for the JFC car, I just like how simple it is.
Let's talk a little bit about that last JFC race, Ligier Junior Formula Championship. A thriller all the way to the end. Unfortunately for you, right at the end, things went really bad. What happened there?
So unfortunately, it started at like lap 3. We were having some major downshifting issues, and we were encountering this issue like on the testing on Thursday. So for this to come out in the very last race is just heartbreaking for me and the team. But it was just causing me not being able to downshift in hard braking corners like turn 5 and turn 8, so that was really costing me a bunch of time. It's just heart-wrenching because I knew I could be up in that front pack, but unfortunately things happen.
Well, at least you know where the speed is at, and that sets you up for future races this year, right?
Right, 100%.
Let's go through the starting lineup for this one. Starting on pole will be the number 55 of Alex Popoff, who unfortunately had mechanical issues. Looked like he was going to win the race earlier today. Mechanical issues, we'll see what he can do this afternoon. Cooper Shipman in the 14, scheduled to start second. Keikai Hawanio in the 29 should be third. Clemente Huerta in the 17 should be fourth. Caleb Campbell, fifth in the 68. Ty Arbogast in the 32 will go sixth. Dimitri Nolan in car 5 in seventh. And Luke Powers, car 51, going eighth. We've been hearing everybody saying at least 2 laps today to get the Hankooks slicks up to good temp in these chilly temperatures. At least chilly for the rest of us. Those of you here from Elkhorn, Wisconsin probably think this is almost a summer day, huh?
Oh yeah, this is pretty warm for us. Just a little windy than I'd like.
So while we wait for these guys to come back around, Ben was having a discussion earlier on the YouTube channel about cheese curds and the best way to get them to squeak. Do you have a tip on that?
The best way to get a Wisconsin cheese curd to squeak is just right in the middle. Bite them right in the middle, but it really depends on where you get them from.
Okay, you have a favorite place?
Culver's.
Oh, Culver's,
Culver's for sure, or a small business, small Wisconsin business.
Local.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Always got to go local for something like cheese curds, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, getting ready. The guys are forming up. Janetta's safety car is off. Turn one's going to be a big play. Popoff starting to roll a little bit. Watching the flagman. To their left and up high as they come up over the crest. In view now. Patience. Green flag, and we are racing, and Popoff first on the gas. Let's see if he can make it stick by the time they get to turn one. This is going to be an angry pack of F4 cars all hitting one at the same time. Popoff losing ground. Here comes K-Kai Hawaneo in the 29. And smoking up the inside in the 14 was Shipman.
Little lock up there.
Yeah, he smoked him deep in there, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
And K-Kai gives him room to the inside. Shipman's going to try to take it there. And the 68 is Campbell. Shipman's right behind him as they head down through 4 now and on their way to 5. Do you have a favorite spot to pass here? It looks like they're going to go 3 wide almost as Shipman comes up the inside in the 14, Campbell on the outside in the 68, and K-Kai slips back to 3rd.
Oh yeah, he made that stick.
Do you have a favorite passing place here?
I really don't like passing anywhere on this track, but if I had to pick a spot, probably be turn 5 because you really use those outbraking skills there and Canada corner. But yeah.
Well, they are through 5 and working their way towards Canada corner. Headed into the carousel now.
Yeah, the kink through Canada corner is definitely a drafting section. It will kill you. You can go from 1st to 5th, all because of the draft here.
Ripping down through Kettle Bottoms. That's coming up next here. Right through here. Get yourself set up for Canada corner. Looks like Campbell and Shipman are going to do just that. Braking battle. And it looks like Campbell came out with the spot and the lead. We got a waving yellow here and a caution all the way around the track. And I'm wondering if it's Popoff because he seems to have disappeared. We didn't see him slip off, but he hasn't been in any of our recent camera shots, and he was right up at the front early on.
Maybe turn 3 or 5? When
Could be.
Outbraking each other?
Top 5, 6 across the line. Haven't seen him yet. There he is.
Oh.
That's going into the carousel, isn't it?
Yeah. Heartbreaking.
It has been a rough Sunday for Alex Popoff. And what a shame, not just for Alex, but for the whole team to do all that work to get the car back together, ready to go and make the grid, and something goes wrong.
Always the worst feeling.
So while we're under yellow here, tell me a little bit about your aspirations. What are you dreaming of?
I'm hoping to make it to something big, wherever it may be, NASCAR, IndyCar, wherever it may take me. But all in all, I'm really seeking for F1 Academy or even F1 in general. I just want to go to something big from here.
I like it. And with Alex off and Ava Hansen now dreaming about her future, we're going to take care of some business and come right back to Road America.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Beautiful shot of the American flag blowing in the breeze here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, or Road America. High above the Corvette Bridge, headed to turn 6. Oh yeah, and that's the problem for Alex Popoff, and the problem for the rest of our competitors too.
They're gonna have to all avoid that oil gyre, right? So they're gonna be slipping and sliding in that carousel.
My guess, Ava, is we're going to have another lap or 5 under yellow where this track is going to be ready to go over there.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they gotta brush all that off still. Pretty fresh.
So as a go-fast young lady now at freshman year of high school, homecoming comes rolling along. You get asked to go to the dance. You say, I'll drive.
When I get my driver's license, I don't get my driver's license till junior year. I'm only 14, but
It's just hard to believe.
maybe. We'll see. I'll drive around in a Camaro. Trying
Yeah.
to convince my parents to make that my first car.
That's the first one?
Oh yeah, hopefully.
Particular year?
2017.
What, you want a 50th?
Anything above the 2000s.
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel like those have that sporty look to it.
All right.
Any type of sports car in general. I'll take a Mustang too.
You need to go talk to our producer. He's a big Camaro guy. He can dial you up. He said you can't take a Mustang.
Dang it.
So your next race is going to be Mid-Ohio coming up in a few weeks. We got to go to Lime Rock first for Trans Am, and then we go off to Indy, and then we get to Mid-Ohio, and we'll see you in action there. What do you think of Mid-Ohio?
I think Mid-Ohio is definitely a technical track when it comes to the corners. I'm not a big fan of it personally. With all there's a few blind corners there, but it's not one of my favorite tracks.
Which ones do you like?
Road America is definitely up there in the ranks. New Jersey is my all-time favorite track. I was really good there in the 1600s last year, so that may be a big part of the reason why I love it so much.
Yeah, but that's okay. If that's whatever does it for you, you feel good when you get there, you usually tend to have good success again. We'll be at New Jersey. You can see it right there in the middle of the screen coming up July 31st through August 3rd. And then we've already done NOLA, and we're at Road America now. Looking through the rest of it, as we said, we go on to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Formula Regional will join us there. Mid-Ohio, we all come back together in June. And then New Jersey, and then Canadian Tire Motorsports Park for F4 and FR. And then it's back to VIR. What do you think of VIR?
I've never been.
Oh, it's pretty. Very similar in feel as far as racing through the countryside to here at Road America. Very fast section up through the S's and everything. I think you'll like it.
I heard it's got some massive elevation changes
Big
there.
elevation, yeah. Sadly, the giant oak tree is gone, but it's still spectacular. And then you guys close out your championship at Barber in October. What do you think of Barber?
Never been.
Okay, so Barber, they call it the Augusta of motorsports, like Augusta National, where they play the Masters golf course. Stunning layout. Massive art pieces hidden away in the woods. You have to keep your eyes open when you're driving in, because you never know what you're going to see off in the woods hidden around. And then inside the racetrack, like there's a giant black widow spider, hairpin, and things like that are really cool, catch your attention. And make sure you take some time to visit the museum.
Okay.
Have to go to the museum, and I'm going to check. It is spectacular. Not just, it's full of motorcycles and cars, and it's the way everything is displayed. It's right off the racetrack. It's right on the property. It is stunning.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
So since you gave us the food tip and the cheese curds for Ben and I, we'll figure out the rest of your racing stuff you got to do this season. Yeah, we're going to go around a couple more times, I think.
It's always so bad when there's like an oil leak or something around this track, because it takes so long to make a whole lap around this track. It takes already about 2 minutes to make it around here, but slowing it down a lot more, it takes about like 3.5.
Yeah, that's some work to do there, although we are hearing that they feel like they're going to get it done fairly quickly here.
Man, that is a long leak.
It is.
Apex too. everybody runs over that, it should blow up pretty quick.
Well, we got to get that safety truck out of the way pretty fast.
Yeah. I'm loving this drone view. I saw it when I was out there. I was like, oh, there's a drone.
Yeah. And he's having some fun today. Making us dizzy.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful paddock. Got to get every single detail.
Boy, you can see how much oil he laid down all the way into 8 and all the way down to the start of the carousel at 9.
Just glad he didn't carry that oil around the carousel. That would have been brutal.
Getting ready to grill some brats up, it looks like there, Ava.
Those are some real Wisconsiners. I'm just looking at the dog.
I was too,
dog.
yeah. Same thing. Do you have dogs at home?
I do. I have 2 dogs. I have a Great Dane and a Jack Russell. So very different.
Well, that's
heights.
opposite ends of the spectrum there. Any good racing names?
It's unique names. I have a cat too. She's a Maine Coon, but I have Raja as the cat and Veda as the Jack Russell, and then Valor as the Great Dane. So not very basic names, but not very racing names either.
We have 2 golden retrievers. Our girl is Evie, and our boy, who's a puppy, he's only 7 months. He's named Mario, after the great Mario Andretti. So, oh yeah, they're all going through there, fortunately, to help move it around. They need to do the whole thing.
Yep.
Not everybody willing to go there. And I can't say I blame them.
Right.
I'm sure there's some mechanics that are pretty happy about that too.
Stay off the oil dry.
Lights are still on the Janetta safety car. Keep an eye on that. They're going to go to green. Those lights should be going off sometime around Canada Corner. They're saying green this time by as the lights go out on the Janetta safety car, and I am stunned. I honestly did not think they would be able to do that.
Neither did I. I thought they were for sure going around another time.
Field getting ready to go. So you've had some time off here, Ava. You've been sitting in the car, just idling around though. Now you got to get back to full tilt mindset. How hard is that to do this quick?
To get back in the car?
Get your mind ready to go now. You're coming up like Campbell. He's got to go flat out again, start defending the line because he knows Shipman, Kaikai, the rest are all coming after him as we go back to green.
He definitely got a good jump on that. Wow.
That is a huge jump.
What a great start.
And boy, he had no problem as Nolan gets off into the dirt. Dimitri Nolan stays out there, then cuts all the way back to the inside. Boy, he used up every bit of racetrack there down the front straightaway, didn't he?
Yeah. Talk about mowing grass.
Kaikai back up underneath Campbell. So we thought Campbell had this great start, but I guess the draft helped everybody else up the straightaway, huh?
Right, yeah. It's definitely a huge drafting area, especially down these long straights. You can dominate in turn 3, but guy behind you will still catch you every time.
And for the first time today, bright sunshine popping through the clouds and out onto the racetrack.
That's a first. You get all 4 seasons here in Wisconsin
in an afternoon.
In a week. Yep.
And we're going to be heading towards that oily area. Boy, you can see some slipping and sliding there. There might be a couple of spots where there was some oil laid down before here. Right. Maybe not a lot, but just a little here or there that even the safety workers couldn't see, but those hand cooks will feel.
It's always nerve-wracking going through an area that has oil dry down. You never know how far back that oil dropped.
Yeah. Kekai out front of Campbell, Shipman, Arbogast, Nolan. Huerta back there.
Too wide. Oh, no. Somebody was trying to make a move in Canada.
Kekai's had a very good season so far.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's been in the top for a while.
What do you think he does really well?
I think his racecraft abilities are really strong. I mean, being in the front and being able to take off is definitely a tricky thing to do, especially for me. I feel like it's just hard to lay your eyes on the road ahead of you and not be looking in your mirrors 24/7. But he's really strong in that area, I think.
Side by side back here with Arbogast and Nolan. Arbogast is in the 32, Nolan's in the 5 on the inside. And that's the fight for second there with Campbell and Huerta.
Hanging on there.
Huerta in the 17, Campbell in the 68. Campbell in that purple, blue, and bright neon 68.
Beautiful car.
Who do you pattern your driving style after? Do you have anyone in particular?
I don't. I kind of wing it. I kind of want to make my own driving style, if anything.
It's a good approach, actually. Campbell inside the 68 at turn 5. Oh, and around contact. 2 cars, 1 into the wall. That was Huerta. Campbell gets spun around, loses the front wing. Both of those cars are going to be done. Huerta looking to crawl out of the car as quick as he can. Boy, it looks like he just got off on the outside there at 5 and shot it back across.
And those rumbles on the outside of 5 are just relentless.
It really is.
Man, it's hard to see, especially running in the top 3.
Yeah, that was the fight for second.
Man.
Sit in the herd out here.
Oh, yeah.
We are inside of 9 minutes to go.
They might have to end on the full course
They might.
caution. I don't think they're going to be able to get all that off.
To get both those cars out of there and sweep the area, because there's all kinds of little bits and pieces sitting over there.
Man.
The frustration. Knowing you were in the fight, you were going to have a good points day. It looked like at least the podium was in line, and instead you're sitting on top of the crash wall.
Right. Hate to see it. It's the worst part about racing.
Yellow is out, no checker for now.
Looks
so we're going
like
around at least one more time.
Ty's in 3rd now. Arbogast.
Here's a look at it. You see Campbell on the inside in the 68, and that's Huerta in the 17, just outside of him. And it should be Huerta that gets up on the curbing here, right in here, and it just turns that car and sends him straight into Campbell.
Might have stuck on that power a little too long.
If Campbell had gotten just a little bit better drive off the corner, he might have been just past, and Huerta wouldn't have made contact.
You see the front of that car smoking pretty good.
Yeah. And that was just hard racing. I mean, they knew fighting for second, late stages of the race, everybody's trying to maximize. You have to be aggressive in this form of racing. How do you balance the level of aggression you have to put out there?
I believe 100% that every driver is different in their aggression level. That's why you got to know who you're racing. So when it comes to me, I drive other people how I would like to be raced. So I maintain that respect on the track, but you never know. So I keep my caution whenever I'm trying to make a late move or send in a pass on anybody.
Do you feel like that's repaid and appreciated?
Some drivers. I feel like some of them just, I mean, we all want to win, but some of them take it to an extent where it costs other people's races. But other times there's some good drivers out there that repay that level of respect.
Doesn't look like anybody's ready to talk about this one right now.
No.
Understandable. Pretty frustrating way to end the weekend.
Slimmed it down to a 4-car field.
Well, somebody's going to be one spot short of the podium here, and that's going to be a little frustrating
Yeah,
at the end.
I would definitely be a little mad, but it's what you gotta do.
All right, while they continue to circulate around, and we'll wait to see if this is going to finish under yellow, so stay with us. We're coming right back.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, looks like we're going around again. Still no checkered flag here. We'll see if they get this cleaned up and we have a dash to the checkers.
One lap shootout. Those are always exciting.
That would be fun. All right, Ben, what do you got for us from pit lane?
All right, I'm down here with Gil with Crosslink, who's currently P1 and P2 in this thing. And while we were walking up, he's motioning to me like you wanted something to happen. What's going on here?
We're hoping they threw the checker so we could just take the 1-2 and go home, but looks like they're going to run it another lap. We'll see if we get this thing cleaned up, but I doubt it. We're hoping we could just take the 1-2 and go home.
Gil, you're one of the most laid-back crew chiefs I've ever seen. You never have a headset in. You don't talk to the drivers or anything. Like, you're just kind of managing this whole team. Is that what's going on? We'll let you behind the fence. You're okay.
Well, right now, usually I'm over there with a headset on, but kind of letting them do their deal this race and let me relax just a little bit.
Let them relax just a little bit. So if we do end on a yellow and checker, he's going to come in 1-2, which is great. And then Ty Arbogast may be on the podium, I believe, for the first time in F4, which will be fantastic. So, Ava, you're doing a great job. I'm going to send it up to you and Ralph up in the booth.
Well, Ben, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to him, but they're telling me we're going green next time by. So they're going to fight this one to the finish.
Oh man, this should be exciting. Especially with the 1 and 2 going on.
Yeah, I don't know how many laps are left, but I know we got to be into the very late stages of this race.
Right.
Might be a green-white.
Green-white checkered.
I do prefer to finish under green, so I like the idea of the restart. Let's finish this weekend off strong, right?
Yep, 100%. Doesn't feel right to go home with a podium
No.
under caution.
Keikai Hawanio out front. Dimitri Nolan right there in second. Ty Arbogast in third. Lights are out on the safety car. And Shipman in fourth. Trying to get all the numbers here for you. So Howie Neo, Dimitri Nolan. Then we've got Ty Arbogast and Ty Arbogast, and then Cooper Shipman. And somebody is going to be off the podium and not happy about it at all.
Right. I know Cooper Shipman a little bit. I used to run karts at the same time I did. So.
Well, here we go. The Janetta safety car is off. Keikai controlling the pace.
See if he can get that jump.
It's opening up a couple of car lengths here as we head up the hill to the green flag. There's the green-white checker. So it's going to be one lap here to the finish.
Oh, we can see that gap between Arbogast and
Keikai
Shipman.
goes to block. Nolan goes to the outside where he spent a lot of time today going into turn one. He might pull this off. He is right there alongside of him. Side by side through turn number one. What a run. Down to turn number 3. Nolan on the outside. He's going to take the lead away in the 5 car. Dimitri Nolan out of Fairview, Texas. And Keikai Hawanio giving chase. Arbogast is in third. Shipman back in fourth. Oh, side by side again as we head down to turn number 5. Look for a pass under braking here. Keikai on the inside. 29. He's got the line. Arbogast still in third in that 32. Be careful dipping those wheels too far off in the curbing there. Keikai still on the inside going through turn 6. That might be enough to take the lead away. Through 7. They'll head down to 8.
Shipman's back up there.
Yes, he is. Keikai back in the lead as they turn to turn 8. Shipman back into third. Arbogast gets shuffled back to fourth. Keikai starting to leg it out a little bit here going through the carousel.
Oh yeah, you can see him pulling that gap.
Flat out through there, you can be sure of that, and everybody's going to be flat through the kink if you want to be on the podium. Down to Kettle Bottoms and headed towards Canada Corner. Is anybody going to have a move under braking here? Looks like a challenge for second. Nolan trying to defend. Shipman trying to get inside. Keikai, first one out of Canada Corner, headed towards Thunder Valley. Final corner coming up. One more corner to go for Keikai Hawanio. Sweeping through turn 14. Nolan right behind him. Then it's Shipman and Arbogast. Who's going to be the one off the podium as we come charging up the hill? Closing is Nolan, but I don't think he's going to get there. Keikai Hawanio is just going to win it. Nolan, Arbogast, and Shipman loses out on the podium
Wow.
by 0.06 of a second.
Man, the draft just wasn't enough.
Nolan lost the win by 0.02 of a second
Wow.
to Kekai. He made up a lot of ground coming up the hill.
Yeah, he did.
But just not enough. If that finish line had been another 10 yards, it would have been all over for him, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's a look at the results. Top 4 is all you really need to pay attention to. Those are the ones that crossed the line. Howard Neo, Nolan, Arbogast, and Shipman. And a spectacular way to close out the weekend. The F4 U.S. Championship thrilling us all the way to the finish. Well, what'd you take away from that?
Took a lot of racecraft away from that. I mean, as a freshly introduced to open wheel, I mean, this racing is just intriguing. I mean, these guys all have a lot of skill, and they maintain it really well.
This is really where Kekai made up all the gap, was through the carousel.
Yeah.
He really pulled away there. And then Nolan with an incredible run here, timing the draft just about perfectly, just not enough space. Look at that. That's 0.02 of a second right there.
I mean, respectful battling between those two.
Everybody giving each other plenty of room, but running as hard as they can to the finish. And now some time to think about it before they group up and battle again. Here's your winner, anxious to get to the podium.
Oh, that's Ty's first podium.
Yes.
That would be a great way to close out the weekend.
How about it, right? And a great way to close the weekend for Crosslink as well, as they take first and
1
second.
and 2. Great weekend all around for these guys.
And that'll be a happy celebration for these three. They fought very hard to get there. Kekai's out to celebrate. We're going to head down to Ben as Kekai gets the helmet off. Take it away, Ben.
Kekai Hawaneo, unbelievable. The Anywhere Transport Crosslink orange car. Take off that helmet and Hans device. That was a crazy race and crazy finish. You guys were maybe about 6 inches away from each other to giving it to Dimitri Nolan. But, man, what a great weekend. Kekai, how was your race out there?
Yeah, it was a good race. I had a good couple battles there, and then obviously my teammate Dimitri trying to get at the line there. Luckily, he came away with it. Yeah, I obviously rather had some more green flag laps, but is what it is. Luckily, I got to lead when I did, when the caution came out, and came okay with the win.
Anybody you want to thank?
Of course, Crosslink Motorsports, my whole family, my grandfather. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Kekai Hawaneo back on the podium here at Road America. We're about to have some fun here in Victory Circle, but let's come talk to Dimitri Nolan, too, because that was so close. Unbelievable. I like this crowd. Keep it up there. Man, so close. That's got to be a little bit heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great race. Congrats to Kekai and Ty, and it was just so much fun. I wish I could have got the win, but we were both Crosslink, so, you know, it's a win for the team, basically, yeah.
Nice job. And then Ty Arbogast, first time on the podium, F4. Nice job, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really happy.
Tell us about the race out there.
I don't know. I knew it was going to be, I don't know, kind of aggressive out there last race of the day. So try to keep it clean, stay out of people's tires, I guess. I don't know. At the end, I tried to stay as aggressive and defensive at the same time. Try to capitalize on any mistakes that anyone made, but I don't know. Last bit, no one made any mistakes. It was pretty aggressive, pretty fun. Yeah.
Pretty fun. I like that. Welcome. Congratulations to being on the podium. It's been a great weekend here, Ralph. I'm going to send it up to you in the booth so we can party down here at Victory Circle.
All right, Ben. And don't forget with Ty Arbogast, he's a graduate of the Radford Racing School, F4 US, Carts to Cars Scholarship. He had that Radford hat on. So congratulations to him and all the folks at Radford for training him up to do well. Shows the program works, doesn't it?
For sure, for sure.
All right, let's go to John Frippen for the podium. Take it away, John.
Time podium finisher, Ty Arbogast, finishing third, ladies and gentlemen, for Race Motorsports. Ty, congratulations. What a great race you did.
Thank you. I would like to thank Roger and Race Motorsports, my mom, my dad, basically everyone that supports me.
How about Radford Racing School?
I'd like to thank them too. They really helped a lot. I don't know, a lot more confident in Formula cars after them.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Ty Arbogast, first podium ever as he takes the third spot on the podium. Okay, let's bring up our second place finisher, Dimitri Nolan, also his first podium. Dimitri, I can tell you that the margin of victory was 26 thousandths of a second.
That was a freaking close one, dude. Holy moly. I'd like to thank my parents, of course. The whole team, CrossLink is like the best team ever. Ryan, Bryson, Rafa, Austin, Hayden, everybody, they're all just the best team ever.
Fantastic run. You started at the back and worked your way to within a whisker of the win. You got to be pleased with how that worked out.
Yeah, that was a good race, dude. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Congratulations to Dimitri Nolan, our second place finisher. And his teammate takes the top step on the podium, Kekai Hawanio, ladies and gentlemen. Kekai, no stranger to the podium. Great race.
Yeah, it was a good one. Had some good battles there, and then the caution came out a couple times. Obviously, would have rather had some more green flag laps, but is what it is. Got to lead when we needed to. Is when the caution came out, and then obviously Dimitri gave me a run for my money, and luckily I was this close.
26 thousandths, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just like to thank my grandfather, Anywhere Transport, CrossLink Motorsports, that whole group of people right there that do everything for me, and for the amazing car.
Congratulations. Top step of the podium for Kekai Hawanio from CrossLink Motorsports. Radford Racing School hats on our three drivers, and that's very apt as Ty Arbogast is a graduate of the Radford Racing School, winning the Carts to Cars Scholarship. Thanks to Radford for making that possible. Now we'll go to the Hankook hats as we acknowledge Hankook as our tire supplier for this championship and all three of our Formula Championships at the PMH stable. Apologies for the microphone having a little glitch here occasionally. Trophies aloft one more time with the Hankook hats on. Ligier next up. Again, we couldn't do what we do without Ligier. This beautiful brand new second generation car. We unveiled it at this very racetrack 2 years ago and raced it for the first time at this racetrack 1 year ago. Okay, we have one more award to give, and this is for the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. And I'll explain it again for those who may have missed it before. This is voted on by the stewards up in race control, the people that are basically running the show. And they vote on the driver that they feel has done the best job, sometimes through adversity, over the course of the weekend. And I am proud to present this to Ty Arbogast. Congratulations, Ty. Ralph, that's our podium. We'll send it back to you in the tower.
All right, John, thank you very much. Good job down there. Great to see those three celebrating. They're going to get ready to spray some on each other. And Ava Hansen, thank you for coming by. Best of luck with the finals as you work your way to the end of your freshman year of high school here, and we'll see you at the next race in Mid-Ohio.
Thank you for having me, Ralph. It's a pleasure.
All right. That's going to close out the weekend here in America's National Park of Speed, beautiful Road America. For Ben Sissel and everybody who joined me in the booth over the course of the weekend, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Road America. We'll see you next week for Trans Am presented by Pirelli at Lime Rock, live on Speed Sport 1. See you then.